with an embedded process, simplified underwriting, eligibility. We want to give you that decision within 3 to 5 minutes. Maybe not even that amount of time, but Rob's got all these too on a slide. Some of his computers. Yeah, you don't have to. Jen wants to take pictures of everything. So get my good side if you get it. So, but simplified underwriting. We want to be able to make sure that you understand that you're going to get up. We want you to know before you get into the application whether or not that client qualifies or not. If the client doesn't qualify and they will tell you that at the end of the pre-app, then it doesn't count as you can go to another carrier and they don't have to say that they didn't qualify, that they declined for insurance. This is just the pre-app process. We can tell you that up front that they don't qualify. Then go to another carrier and say that they've never been declined because we didn't decline it. 100% point of sale automated underwriting decision. Short and easy to understand health questions. I won't give you an example of that within the presentation of one question on that, but how many are familiar with some of these apps that maybe in the past 5 years have you ever had, and then they list off 25 things, and there's only one answer to that, yes or no. So you can answer yes, but you don't really define what that is. And that could be a knockout question or a question that really impacts that client's decision, where our questions are going to be, in the past so many years, if you had COPD or something else, and it's going to say COPD, and it's going to have a drop-down box. It's going to help us better underwrite that right there on the spot to know whether or not we can take that client. A few reflexive health questions, going back to that drop-down box. It said if you had COPD, tell us when you was diagnosed, what treatment you're getting, that kind of thing. We have preferred and standard options, and I will tell you right now that probably what percent would you say is standard?
Well, about 82% is preferred.
Preferred, that's what I mean. 82% of the business is preferred. When we first developed this, I thought, oh yeah, preferred is going to be that rate you go out and talk about, but you never market, you never get to sell. 82% of the cases we come in get preferred rating within our pre-app process. We're going to go up to age 89, 45 to 89 on this product, so you don't have a lot of products that go to age 89. So this is a client you can talk to about your overage clients. We have a third preferred standard in our third category is a modified return of premium option that goes up to age 80 on that if they've got some health issues, some comorbidity issues, and that kind of thing. We have a $50,000 maximum face amount. We do incorporate Social Security billing on this. And then there's multiple payment options. You can get a life pay, normal life pay, 20 pay, or you can do a single pay if you choose to do that. Quickly going through product details, and again, you can go to our agent. If you got access to the Secure Agent website, you go down and I encourage you to download a PDF with an agent guide, some other product materials when we go through these exact things. It's a non-participating whole life. If you've ever sold our A priority product, that's a participating product. It pays dividends. This is non-participating. It doesn't pay dividends. It's gender-based, non-tobacco and tobacco underwriting classes. Underwriting classes preferred, standard, and modified return of premium. And again, you see issue ages down here that's a little different based off of the preferred, standard, and modified. I'm not going to get into the weeds on all that. You can see that there. It's going to be better something that you can refer to in that underwriting guide if you're not going to remember it here. But it does go up on the preferred. We are going to go all the way from 45 to 89. Standard, same thing. Modified is just going to go up to age 80. So you can see too down there that single pay or 20 pays. So there's a few exceptions for that. Typically, we're going to write in that preferred standard, the 45 to 89 issue ages. Face amounts, minimum face amount on all three products is $2,500. That's as low as we'll go. And the maximum face amount here, it's a little bit different. Preferred, we're going to go. You have higher mortality, and you actually have higher mortality in younger ages than you might think from what we price it on. So you're going to be able to go pay 35,000 for the younger ages. At 45 to 50. The maximum face amount is 35,000. Ages 51 to 70, we'll go up to 50. That's our sweet spot from an age standpoint. We're going to go up to 50 and then back down from the ages 71 to 80. 71 to 80 is 35,000. And at over age 80, the maximum we'll go to is 15,000.
Why is it lower than 45?
Because of the mortality. Somebody buying small face amounts typically, I mean, I can't explain it to you. I'm not an underwriter or an actuary, but typically in that we find nationwide with all carriers that if you're buying final expense and you've got a young person buying final expense, typically that market's designed for an older age person. And that's the type of person that's buying it. They're closer to final expense, closer to the age where they're worried about final expense, but you've got to find somebody that's younger. They're usually trying to, it's not pigeonhole it like that, but they're probably could be trying to get around some underwriting, simplicity of it and that kind of thing. So they're buying smaller face amounts. But we do find that there's a noticeable difference in mortality at the younger ages. And have found that for years. Not only us as a company, but as an industry, we found that.
Yeah, it's factual. That's why, if you Google, most common ages for accidental death, it's really 35.
Yeah.
It's not elderly like you would think. It's the younger people because they just don't have the fear of dying. Basically.
Ages 45, standards, we're gonna go 45 to 80, the maximum go to the standard is 25,000, and over age 80 is 15, and modified, the most will go to is 15. Your software will keep you within those parameters based off the client's age. If you're going through the software on the toolkits, software that you use, or our internal software program. Got 2 riders available. This is something this is something that'll come up in the training, but something that we noticed early on. It's not as intuitive sometimes as we as home office people think it is. Accelerated death benefit rider is on every policy in every state it's allowed in. Most states. It's automatically included in the premium. Don't exclude it out. We're finding that agents are excluding out accelerated death benefit. And why would you do that? It's automatically included for the client. Now, the client can say, I don't want it, but there's not many clients that should even be a conversation. So make sure that that's a little box that's already pre-checked for you. Make sure that you're not changing that when you do that. We'll go through that. You'll see that in Kenny's presentation on some of the videos. Accidental death benefits available in the life pay version only. That is an additional premium. So if you buy $35,000 of death benefit, you add the accidental death benefit to it, it's going to add an additional $35,000. It's going to match the facing out of the premium. It's going to actually face out of the base policy on the accidental death side of that. Be sure to add make sure you add the accelerated death benefit that's included in your policy. Yes. That's going to accelerate an event of terminal illness. So a client buys $35,000, they're going to get an accelerated they're going to get an acceleration of the death benefit. They say, hey, I've been diagnosed and not being able to live more than 12 months. I need some money now to pay that. Whatever it may be, accelerate that and be able to pay for that up front as opposed to getting it as a debt. Ladies first, how about that?
That box is automatically checked.
It is.
Right? Okay, good.
Yeah. But we have some people unchecking.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
Clarify, accelerated death benefits included,
It is.
accidental is an additional.
That's true. That's exactly right.
And if you want to take that box, over,
It won't. Premium includes accelerated death benefit. If you exclude, I don't even have access to that. Why that would happen, I'm not sure, but we're finding agents were unchecking that box. And it's the same premium. The premium doesn't go here. It's a free benefit. Yeah, free benefit. Part of the policy. So here's the accelerated death benefits for terminal illness only on this product. So only for terminal illness. Available in all 3 products, first, standard, and modified. It's going to accelerate up to 75% of the death benefit. So if they've got a $50,000 death benefit, we're going to be able to accelerate up to 75% of that $50,000 in that example. Minimum acceleration, obviously 2,500. That's the minimum policy anyway. The acceleration amount becomes a lien on the policy death benefit. So let's say the person can get up to 75, and let's say they take 75. So they take 75% of 50. What is that? 37,000. So we accelerate 37,000. That still leaves $13,000 of death benefit, right? That policy is going to continue. That $37,000 becomes a lien or a loan against that policy. Every year, if they don't pay that back or a portion of that back, we're going to charge some interest. When that's not exceeds the amount of the 50,000, then that policy will eventually go away. But if somebody's got less than a year, been given less than a year to live, typically that's not going to happen. So it does become a lien against the policy. When they file the death benefit on that particular person, the death benefit will be 50,000, but we'll take back the $37,000 plus interest that we paid on it. We paid on it, and then pay the addition, whatever. How much? 6%, I think is what. I think it's 6%. Pardon me?
of whatever they pull, or
Yes, what they pull from.
So, both both products, so they get the $1,000 when somebody passes.
Yes.
Probably
Yeah.
some of these people.
Yeah, that's, I don't know if it comes up here, but we do have, I always say what separates final expense from the straight whole life insurance, small face amount whole life insurance, nothing really. It's all it is, it's just identifying for a final expense market. And Janet brings up a good point. I think it really separates us from other carriers. I don't know anybody else that does it. There's $1,000 cash draft. In the back of every policy delivery, I provide product to people is a sheet in there that they can tear out, it's perforated even, that you can take the beneficiary can take to the payload. Everybody can take to their bank or credit union or wherever they're doing it. Say, hey, mom passed away, my dad passed away. Here's a form that we need in advance, and here's wiring instructions, basically, for the bank to get their money back involved in their life. That we're going to pay them $1,000 up front, even before they get the certified death certificate. So when you go to a funeral home to bury somebody, I don't know if you've ever done that, or help with the client or help with a family member. First thing the funeral director wants is money, right? They're not going to pick up the body without getting money. So they want money first. So if Jan and I are brother and sister and we're going in there and Jan is fairly well off and I'm not, then we're sitting there looking at each other, who's going to pay that $1,000? Am I going to get that back? It can cause conflict at a time you don't want conflict. So if the beneficiary says, I can get $1,000 out of that front on that, I can give that to the funeral home as an advance on prepaying that funeral. Now, that does become, if it's a $10,000 policy, we advance $1,000. The rest of the death benefit will only be $9,000. You're just getting that money sooner as opposed to having to wait on the certified death certificate and go out and find that money someplace else. Follow me? I think that really fits that final expense market and makes it a selling tool for you that somebody else may not have. Hey, Manny, what would happen when you get your death? If your family be able to come up with that $1,000 easy without having to argue over it or fret about it or whatever it may be, this is going to provide that $1,000 to the beneficiary that they can take to the funeral home to make sure that everything can get the ball rolling. And I think that really sets it apart. Yes.
So say that one more time. So this is something that's already attached to their.
It's part of every policy. $1,000 cash draft is what we call it.
And they tear it off.
Take the policy or tear it out, take it in there, and it's got all the instructions that bank or credit union on how to get that money for. I mean, they've got it all set up for Baltimore Life. Basically, they're going to wire transfer that bank $1,000. The bank gets it immediately. They pay you the beneficiary the $1,000.
Wow.
And the beneficiary can do with it what they want, but the idea is that they can take it to use to have that body picked up at the funeral home or the hospital or wherever it may be. Start that process. Accidental death benefit rider, it's only available in the preferred and standards, not available in the modified. Again, don't have to remember these things. That's where the agent guys are coming handy to you. Level premiums for life and 20 pay on the accidental death benefit only. The accidental death benefit is only available for ages 45 to 65 as well. And it will expire at age 70. So if you got a client at 65 that takes out the accidental death benefit, it's only going to be good for 5 years, and the premium will drop off and the benefit also. And then the face amount, as I said earlier, the face amount equals the base policy. Now, whatever the base policy is what the accidental death benefit rider is going to be as well too. From underwriting standpoint, and don't ask me, even tonight, don't ask me what underwriting is. I don't get involved in their business. They don't get involved in mine. So, but I'll tell you what I know. I can quickly set you up with the underwriter too, if you'd like to ask him some questions. But we use tobacco. We use our height and weight. We use our medical history, which is the application question. We do a prescription history check and a lab history check. Basically, it's like an MIB. We're lab pick IQ is who we're using currently. That's what we use from an underwriting standpoint. Health questions, part A, just like every ask will be your knockout question. If any question there is answered yes, it's a knockout. They're not answered. And we'll tell you that. And then you can move on to a different carrier again. They're not going to be declined because they answered on these knockout questions. We've not started an application through that process. Part B is supplemental questions. That's the more lengthy part of the application, going to get more in depth. If any question there is answered yes, you'll have that drop down box I mentioned that says, tell me more about what that is. And answer a couple of questions, help us better to underwrite that process. And the answers to those questions then will determine the final underwriting outcome. Part C, if for ages 70 plus, only if you're above age 70 will you answer that Part C. Again, if you're doing this on an e-app, you're not going to notice, it's not going to break it out for you. And it's just going to, the question that's going to go in, but if you were looking at a paper app, it would be broken down into part A, part B, and part C. So in that, if you're not gonna have that part C questions on the EF, if that client doesn't meet the criteria for those additional questions. Follow me? I mean, if they answer yes to any of those part C questions over 870, they wouldn't be eligible. So, questions are much shorter, easier to understand than the typical final expense app. Any yes response, you pivot to a brief question. So here's an example I mentioned earlier. COPD. Our question says, in the last 5 years, has a proposed insured been diagnosed, treated positive for any of the following: diabetes, COPD, or sleep apnea. So there's going to be drop down: COPD, diabetes, or sleep apnea. If you check diabetes, check COPD, then these 2 questions pop up. Tell me, when have you been required to use supplemental oxygen? No. Have you been hospitalized for COPD in the past 12 months? No. So we answer those. We know how we want to underwrite that COPD. You can see how that might be different if they answer, yeah, I had to use supplemental oxygen 3 months ago for a little short period of time or something. So that helps us to better underwrite that and make that more of a preferred or standard category, as opposed to either modifying or defining it as a whole.
So if it's no, then on the standard rating.
Now you're getting into the underwriting. That would be interesting. I'll tell you that, oh, that's the truth, but I don't know the answer to that, how that's, I don't know the medical, but I know that it's, I think it's the standard rating because of the way they answer that. I think if they answer that a little differently, it could go to modify. I'm not positive about it.
Doug, I think the big difference also is with some carriers that we've reviewed, if you answer yes to COPD, it's a knockout.
Right.
Whereas we're using additional questions to underwrite the risk. It's standard and sometimes preferred depending on other conditions.
Okay.
And like Doug, I'm not an underwriter either, but Doug's statements are spot on.
And yeah, I'm going to go through this quickly because I'm going to show you some video snippets that Kenya Coleman did for me that I think is going to help you better understand that. It's a little, she's a better speaker than I am as well too, but it's going to go through. I'm going to show you those in a minute. But once you get into that agent portal, which is where you have access to your agent number, be able to log in. That's your secure file. That's going to tell you your pending business. It's going to tell you everything that you do with Baltimore Life out there. It's going to be your access to the e-app. In that agent portal, you're going to open the e-app. We'll show you in the video how to do that if you don't already know that. You're going to enter applicant's personal information, the height and weight. If it's outside the minimum height and weight range, you can stop there. Applicants electronically sign that HIPAA authorization, which is an authorization. We're going to ask for two signature processes when they're going through that e-app documentation or the electronic signature. One is to be able to go out. We can't go out and tap the prescription drug check or the lab pick IQ, the MIB type thing, without getting the client's permission to do that at that point in time. We can't wait till the end of the app and have already run that. So the way we're going to underwrite it up front is we're going to get that permission to run that lab pick IQ and RX. Well, sometimes that takes a minute to come back. Sometimes it can come back quicker than that. It varies based off the client's medical history and what all it's got to, how much data it's got to pull from. But once we get that HIPAA authorization, we're going to immediately into that in that pre-app application. You'll see part of the video how that works and what it looks like. We're going to come back and say, Manny, your customer qualified for standard or preferred or whatever it may be, and then it moves you on to the application process. Eligibility result, it says here within 3 to 5 minutes. Most of the time it's a little less than that. Sometimes it can be based off your connectivity in a house. Client don't have good internet service or something else. Maybe the amount of data that we're pulling, it may be in that range. Applicants eligible for preferred, standard, modified, or we will tell them it's declined. If it's declined, again, part of that pre-app, they're not declined for the application. We've not started an app yet. We've done a pre-app. So you can go right to another carrier and say, hey, have they ever been declined for insurance? No, not with us anyway. Then the applicant will answer the health questions to talk about coverage and riders and premiums, owner beneficiary, payroll information, and payment replacement information as well too, along with your actual what you got to respond to, and then you gather the electronic signature into the application. I'm hurrying to do that because I'm going to show you this in just a second, how that actually looks on your screen and how we will, how questions come up about it, things that we've encountered since we met in Dallas or since the last time I presented to you guys. Product details, you're going to be able to go and get the agent underwriting guide and the product guide offline. I encourage you to go out and download that and keep it with you if you're familiar with it. It's going to talk about underwriting, height and weight. It's going to give you height and weight charts in there. list of medications that likely result in decline. We can't list every medication and tell you how to look at, because sometimes medication intermix with, you may be taking one thing that's perfectly good, another thing that's perfectly fine, but put them together, it's a problem. So these are things that we say are typically red types of drugs, and you'll understand if you're familiar with drugs, and probably are more than I am with things like that and underwriting clients. You're going to know why that's what that's treated for. It's going to go through the EAP process overview, and then you're going to get premium rates and stuff as well too. Agent portal, link to the EAP, link to the rate calculator. Again, a lot of you are using toolkits, but we do have a rate calculator for this product in our agent portal. You can get marketing pieces, you can get consumer pieces. If you want to get a consumer piece and pre-populate it, Sarah, if you want to get a consumer piece that you want to hand out or something that's going to have multiple life on it, notice it's going to have your agent information and contact information, you can get that as well too. You can use that in any way that you want. Those are pre-approved forms that's available to you, but there's a lot of stuff available on that marketing site that you can access. Features flyers, quick quote guide, client brochures, and you can print all those forms as well too. Any type of app, supplemental apps or disclosures. I would encourage you to keep a paper app or two handy with you, not because we want paper apps, we don't want them any more than you want to take them, but a paper app that may be there when if clients' internet's down or they're in a rural area that you may not have access at. Always keep one handy just in case you do take paper apps in, but that's about the only time I think it would be more beneficial. That's a number you need to take down. Again, if you have any types of problems, as opposed to, reach out to Rob's or the Fells or anybody at your upline, and reach out to them first and say, hey, can you help me with this and experience that? If not, this is the number I would take down. I always say, you're my client. Your end user client is your client. My client is you and Rob and Hart. I want to make sure that we're servicing you. We're never going to get that end user if we can't provide you with good service. So I want to make sure that we provide you with good service. We have people dedicated to helping clients, and that's all they talk to is clients. And then I have people on phones that are dedicated to taking your call when you call in. If Lester calls in and he's got an underwriting question, he's got a new business question or mission question. Most frustrating thing in the world can be that you call in and you get put in a voicemail, or you have to call different numbers and things like that. This number, they can't help you. They should be set to where they can transfer you and get you in touch with somebody that can. Follow me? But that's a good number to have. And then the last thing is, I'm glad they put a screen up over here. You can see our producers, our what I call our Leaders Conference 2024. Producer qualification, $75,000 in net conference credit. Now, I think our trips are as good as anybody's out there. One of the things I like about ours, I try to go to all inclusive, where you don't have to worry about, you can go there and spend an entire week if you want, never get your wallet out of the safe. Because we're going to Zilara and Capcana. This is on the Dominican Republic, 2024. But the production qualification goes from January 1st of this year, it's already started, to December 31st. So if you write $75,000 in this I provide, you and a guest, don't guest, qualify to go for that. We pay your airfares for both of you, all the room and board, usually some additional some additional things that we throw in there as well too, based on what money that we got left over to spend. But we try not to have any meetings. If I invite Rob and Jan to come on our trip, the last thing they want to do if they qualified is to come and spend every morning from 8 to 10 in a meeting with us. You want to go by the pool, you want to do something, you qualify for the trip. I always tell you, if you want to talk to Damien and I about business, we're all for that. We'd love to talk to you about business at some point in time. But it may be over drinks, it may be by the pool. If you never want to talk to us, don't come around us. That's the way it is. We have an open house reception and a going away dinner. Everything else, you can be part of what we do, or you can go out and do it on your own. And I think that's what you earn that trip to be able to do that. You don't want to leave your spouse, or your friend, or whoever you brought with you for 2 hours a day to go to a meeting that you're going to hear, company reps get up and tell you how much business they've done this year and all that kind of stuff. So I think that's the big difference there. Value signed, it's dollar for dollar on the I provide. So it's if you write $75,000 in premium, you're going to have $75,000 in credit. All of our continuous pay products are 100%. If you write any of our single pay, it's going to be 10% of that. So the double credit is now gone away. So at the end of April, so that I should have taken that off. I didn't catch that when I put this out there. Questions about that?
Doug, question.
So this is only for the I provide
This is for I provide or A priority, but I want to focus on the I provide, because that's what we're trying to write more of, but the A priority counts as well too, so.
Okay.
Yeah. Are you already going? Are you already going?
And the I provide is double, right? The
Huh?
I provide is double right now.
Is it
The I provide is double right now through March.
31st? I said it just went away, you know, I extended it to the end of April. Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna do that again later, but right now it's, I should have taken that off. I know I didn't catch it till I was up here. I looked at everything on these slides 2 or 3 times. For whatever reason, I didn't catch that. We did do double credit from the Dallas meeting all the way through the end of March, and then I extended it through the end of April to do that.
You want to extend it to the end of May?
Yeah, let's go.
We just calculate, company tells you, this group right here, we'll do that through the end of May. I know somebody calling in out there and saying, hey, I talked to Rob or talked to Lester, and they said you were giving us double credit, so don't do that to me, so.
Only if you're present in this room today, right?
That's right, only president in this room today. So we have a question, I'm sorry. Okay, now I'm gonna go to the, I'm gonna go to the video. Rob, you wanna help me get to the email? Kenya Coleman is, again, the head of our new business, head of our agent relations. She goes through this process and deals with things. And I'm gonna go through a short video, just gonna go through. How many people here have done an application on the I provide? Okay. Have you had problems? Tell us about the
I
problems.
did.
Okay, what was it?
Okay, I was doing I provided.
Yep.
And I kept hitting that little blue button and it just kept popping back and I couldn't get past that.
Okay,
Like I called my life and they were trying to tell me, but didn't want to back in and
if you get us the names of that, I'll find out the day before our meeting, what's going on there. We'll get it. Nobody called you back?
I mean, no, they called me back, but then the lady.
Oh, okay. Okay.
We had they called for the year. And they were
Access
on,
to the app.
they were on the app and they got stuff.
Yes,
and
it's an email. It's still.
They got stuff, but then they got through. So I don't know if it was a glitch or.
Okay. Maybe this will help address that answer. If not, we'll leave the name.
Yes, I kept having an issue with, so I live probably 2 hours away, going to South Carolina area. A lot of people have different last names or their birth dates might have got mixed around at birth. So it was saying that it couldn't,
Couldn't validate.
validate. So what do you do in that situation?
You know, we struggle with that because you got to be able to identify that person. I mean, having different birth dates and things like that, I'm not sure how to.
You take a picture of their driver's license.
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, that would be the only thing that I can think of that we could validate what, you know,
They just do like a paper.
we're going to talk about things here.
Yeah,
People's
that's about
the bank and draft, bank information has to match exactly what's on there. You know, I can't say that if I put down the bank account is in Rob Appel's, you know, if I put the bank information in Rob Appel, it goes in, it's probably going to come back as a guy Appel because his account may be in a Robert's Appel. It doesn't match exactly. You want to make sure it matches exactly. Things like that are critical because if we send out the bank, it's going to match exactly.
Yeah, but I think that, you have to go straight for that, so you gotta send me a copy of that. Anything with that birthday on it, like I had this, a birth certificate and you had to do a paper. Yeah, but
Any other issues that we've had while Rob's pulling up the video? Mine.
Doug, I'd like to hear from Sarah. She's written the most.
Any problems?
I did have one issue where it just like logged me out, but then it made me restart the app, but I was able to do it after that, because I don't know what it was. May have been like an internet thing. Not sure.
How long ago was it? Did it some recent? Did something?
It was a few weeks ago.
You know, we've had some minor things. We're watching every single policy come in. I can tell you, we know there's a group of about 5 or 6 of us that said, okay, we got X amount of policies yesterday. Here's the ones that got referred. Now I'm looking at the ones that got referred and didn't go on to that and completion. We want to see what the problems are with that. In some cases, we're trying to reach out to you. We may call and say, Sarah, tell us, saw you got referred on Damien's policy, but he didn't follow it on through for an issue with that. We want to make sure it's not an issue on our end. It could be something completely, the client had to leave, I'm gonna go back and finish it in a week or something, but we want to know what those things are. We can't solve those things where access is limited or something else, but we are watching that on a policy by policy basis. There's a group of us right now that are doing that. We have a meeting almost every morning at 9 o'clock to kind of walk through those, so.
I will say that the iProvide app is so easy. Like, there's the other company that I don't know about, simply because their website and their everything is so hard to do. Not yours.
Okay.
Someone else.
Just a second, it's, I don't know if this is done.
Can I ask a question while Doug's trying to log in? So who are we competing with? Why? Other carriers?
You get back in. Yeah.
We know all the carriers you use. No, we're just trying to make sure go ahead, please.
I do like prosperity, that's why I don't do too.
Okay.
Reason being because, well, it's just because like if you get paid the same, regardless of what you say. So if it's a modified grade, you still get paid the same. You know what I mean? The pay stays the same.
Okay, that's good to know. Prosperity, okay.
In my neck of the woods, a lot of people choose tobacco. And prosperity.
Okay, that's good to know as well.
Yeah, so Royal Neighbors with their no bill chart is really amazing, as well as them taking diabetic neuropathy, which is incredible. And a lot of other heart conditions, but they're pretty strong when it comes to underwriting.
Okay. And how's our rates compare with competition?
Y'all got
Depend on age, it's good. Depending on age.
The A priority or crush everybody, I'm talking about that.
Well, yeah, that's separate.
Okay.
We could spend a couple hours on it. Yeah, oh no, I understand.
Even the cheapest, which is fine, in some cases, you guys are 25,000.
Yeah.
But we always sell you benefits on the reason that I find some campus out.
Okay, all right, that's all helpful. Are we good?
The other thing that I was just telling him, sometimes with this right, prosperity, because they do direct express billing, they can use their direct express with their social security, and there's not a lot of companies that do that.
Yeah, we won't do it.
We can figure that out.
For persistency on that for us. It might be different for you, it's horrible. Any other feedback that I can take back? The pricing team?
Pricing.
Oh, but go ahead, please.
Has anybody broached the underwriting? Anybody talk about the underwriting? So the underwriting is a black box with iProvide. In other words, I submit stuff, send a very long, in-depth email to the chief underwriter, whoever that is, just to ask for some clarity on a lot of the gray area stuff. I've submitted quite a bit of business and haven't done anything. So I'm looking at, I'm looking at figuring out why that is, but there seems to be no indication from the underwriting guys. And then I asked for explicit clarification, and even those clarifications are not, from what I'm able to discern, hold up under scrutiny. So is there coming some sort of, I sort of published a guide for my guys that I gave out, like,
is what I was able to find. But it's kind of hard, it's hard to figure out what iPod's gonna take, where it's gonna make those fine distinctions between the preferred. I know that the message that I've gotten back, but oftentimes, if it's between having 3 COPD drugs and 2 COPD drugs, what's the look back period? Is it 3 lifetime? Is it, there's fine distinctions that I think the software or underwriters making that agents and in fact, I would say the clients have a hard time telling me what medications they're on. So if I'm trying to really,
Welcome to UC Plus EF.
I'm really trying to gain something for occupied, it's very difficult, more difficult than probably any other product that I have available. So I think I would, if there's something coming, that would be a help to agents to field underwriting, that would be fantastic.
Yeah, let me address that, so that Duncan, I know we're on a tight time frame. So first thing is, I'd like for our chief underwriter to connect with you and do maybe a webinar.
A training
with all your
series.
agents if possible. I don't know that there'll be anything coming that is purely black
This
and white.
video 1.
And that's the reason for the reflexive questionnaire, because there is, it's not as simple as, and we don't provide a drug list, but what you can provide is general conditions. But as far as getting down to the drugs, because there's so many drugs, and the fact that we shortened the application, it's going to be a challenge. Now, what he did do was he had a few webinars with some of your counterparts within Heartland, and that proved to be somewhat successful. I'm not suggesting it would be for you, but let me make sure I get your name and phone number and have you connected. All right.
With the underwriting portion of that, you have your set underwriters for that? Are they across the board in agreement that if it's this, and this, that that's what they're gonna do? Because I do underwriting for property during the day, and it's kind of at that discretion of the underwriter that's looking at it when they're looking at those items to whether it's gonna be, an exception or whether they're gonna say, hey, this is knocks it out of this. Are using underwriters in full agreement that if it's this, if they have X, Y, and Z, then it's automatic knockout. There's not gonna be any discrepancies in that when it comes to them making that discretionary decision.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, our team is 3 people. And so any decision or recommendation the associate underwriter makes, the chief underwriter has to. So they're very, in my opinion, they're very consistent. It's a fair question.
That was a great question.
Yeah. One more question, so that Duncan.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so you're asking about competitors and what they do and how they do it. I'm not sure how American Amicable gets away with it, but at the end of the application, they will tell you what drug as the agent that calls us either be rated up or a knockout, and that's so helpful. Like
It's the drug or the condition?
both,
Yeah, because we'll give the condition.
they'll give you the drug.
Yeah,
I don't know how they do it, but it's
Yeah,
amazing.
I would tell you that our general counsel would say, I don't know how they do it either, but we will give you the condition. It might have been cardiac arrest or some other condition.
But we know if we hit Suboxone, you might as well just stop wherever you are submitting application. So it's just something that helpful.
No, that's good to know, though. I appreciate it.
Let's go ahead. Rob's helping me. We can't get the video, purely audio. So I was concerned about not hearing the audio, but the video we're not being able to pull up. I'll make access to all these videos that are out there. This just came up this week. We just got them developed this week. You're gonna be the first group I share it with, but I'll make sure everybody here can get. It only takes probably 20 minutes to go through all of the different videos that we want to do. But it's gonna go through the application screen by screen and say, hey, here's some issues where we found problems in the past, but we don't find, that here's how to help you go through that, how to use a toggle switch and things like that. But really it's making sure that you can access the system, become comfortable with our system. Make sure you're using full names on, I'm just gonna go through my mind, things that's come up. Bank draft information. Make sure that your account matches exactly what's on their check. Don't put abbreviations, don't do something else. Make sure you're checking that, make sure the box is automatically checked for accelerated death benefit, right? Make sure that, trying to think maybe some of the other issues that we come up on as I go through my mind. Things that, don't use the, up on your screen how you use the this back button up here, you get used to using that back button up here in the corner. Don't use that, there's gonna be a button down here. Oh, that would be it. Well, there's some technology. Anyway, as I can make it, but I'm trying to think, make sure that you're gonna have a little circle in the middle as going through when it asks for signature. Don't keep clicking that button. We see people click the button, you'll see that circle's going around. That means it's thinking. Don't let it go 30 seconds, 45 seconds. I'm gonna click it again. Keep clicking it. Because it's all you're doing is causing a problem. If it's still something doing a circle, don't. If you have a problem, before you do something, you can always restart an app. If you can always restart an app. A lot of people didn't know you can restart. You can restart it. You don't have to go back to doing it. If you have a problem and find had to leave or something, you can always go back through and restart that app within a certain time frame. You want to be able to restart it and not have to go back to do everything you already asked. There's something from there, you know.
Now I got it up, okay, so I'm gonna try to start the video.
Yeah, just start the first one. So we can get through what we can and then we'll. All right.
It's coming. All right, ready to play?
Just open up the screen.
Welcome to the InSpeed Plus eApp training series.
Rob,
This is video 1, accessing the InSpeed Plus eApp. To access the InSpeed Plus eApp, log into the Baltimore Life Agent portal. It may be accessed through the agent login from the vaultlife.com website, or you can go directly to agentportal.vaultlife.com. If you've never logged into the agent portal before and you need assistance, please reach out to Agent Relations. Once in the portal, you'll see the home page. And just below the product toolkits, you'll see 2 buttons showing in blue. One for the iProvide rate calculator and the other for the iProvide InSpeed Plus eApp. And this would be where you would click to go right into the eApp. The iProvide rate calculator is here to help you obtain a quote prior to beginning the eApp. You can also access both of these in the software tab at the top. You click on the software tab, and keep in mind my screen will look a little different than yours because I have a little more access, but you can click here to also get into the iProvide InSpeed Plus eApp, but there's also a link to get into the A Priority InSpeed Now eApp. Please do not get the 2 confused, as they are 2 completely different products. InSpeed Now is for A Priority products, and InSpeed Plus is for the iProvide product. Hopefully, this has helped you access the InSpeed Plus eApp. Should you need additional assistance, please reach out to Agent Relations at 1-877-533-2468 during normal business hours. And as always, we appreciate your business. Welcome to the InSpeed Plus.
That may be the same, may be different. She started out the introduction the same, so you can watch it at different times.
Series. This is video 1, accessing the InSpeed Plus eApp. To access the InSpeed Plus eApp, log into the Baltimore Life Agent portal. InSpeed Plus InSpeed Plus eApp training series. This is video 1, accessing the InSpeed Plus eApp. To access the InSpeed Plus eApp, log into the Baltimore Life Agent portal. It may be accessed through
The video thing. So there's that circle. This is where all your pending business is going to be.
Welcome to the InSpeed Plus eApp training series. This is video 2, how to complete a straight-through eApp. In this video, I'm showing how to enter a clean eApp. I've already checked the premium via the iProvide rate calculator, talked to my client about it, and they're ready to apply. They're right here with me. already asked about existing insurance and personal identifying information, beneficiary, banking information. I even ran through the bunch of questions already, so I'm all prepared. So here we go. I'm already logged into the EAP, so I'm going to click create new EAP. Here we start the pre-app, where we'll pre-qualify the client. So this is different from the Annuity now EAP, which is the A priority product. In that the pre-app is built into the NSpeed Plus EAP for iProvide. The NSpeed Now EAP or A priority EAP has a separate pre-app, but NSpeed Plus / iProvide is all combined in one. So pre-app goes right into EAP. So first I'm going to go ahead and enter the application signed state, and this is the state where the owner is physically signing the application. City as well. Here's the signature option. It defaults to embedded, and since my client is right here with me, I'm going to go ahead and use embedded so she can go ahead and sign on my device. But I could select DocuSign email or text. Okay. So we'll go ahead and enter information. It already gives me her age, gender, marital status. Now, if you notice, certain fields have a little red star or asterisk. Those are required fields. So please be sure to make sure that they're completed. Here's the US citizen question. It is defaulted to yes. So when it's blue, it means this toggle is a yes. And entering the address. And the phone is required. So
Yeah, you need to put the mobile phone number if you're using text, but this is just the home phone since you're doing it embedded device.
let's go for social.
That typically comes up.
Okay. So the system couldn't identify her just simply based off of the last 4 digits of the social, so it's asking for her full social.
Most of the time that will come up.
That's a rare.
That way you, yeah.
And now we can bring in her height, inches, weight. Now, you notice I have a green check mark here. That means the required fields are completed. So I should be able to go ahead and continue. Okay, now here we're at the HIPAA authorization. We'll go ahead and click capture signature so the client can sign.
A lot of times that will continue to go around and people click it all the time. Be sure not to do that.
Yeah, see DocuSign just simply popped up on my screen, and Ms. Doe is going to go ahead and sign. Okay, here we want Ms. Doe. So now the system is going to compilate these signatures. Now we're back here at the proposed insurance screen. I can make any changes here if I'd like. Nothing has been grayed out, so I can still make changes if I want to here. The signatures are populating. And the HIPAA signature was captured successfully. Great. Now, I'm about to run the lab and prescription check. When I click this button, I cannot make any changes to proposed insurance information. It's going to be grayed out. So make sure that's completely filled out accurately before you click this button. Okay, great. Ms. Doe, you have you're eligible to apply for preferred. Okay, so let's see. Now we're
It's
just
a pre-app.
discussions with her, but we'll run through them again so she can verify that each question is a no. So just let that go. Primary position. Enter the name. as much information as the client has. She's not sure the zip code, so that's fine. And her last date, she said she believes it's early February, so I'm just gonna say the first.
You know, don't have to be exact, just want to know.
160 pounds. Great. Okay, here we are, the medical questions, and Ms. Doe, please let me know.
Nobody here is
Change.
making much about that.
These are all no's. Continuing through the nose. And once I click. And once I click initiate the underwriting check, I will not be able to make any changes.
So you hear that? I mean,
So
that's
please make sure
what you,
that
but what you
the
entered medical
questions
information,
are
you
filled
can't
out
click
and
next and
accurately
off.
with the
I
answers.
didn't really do that. I had something else. You can't go back and change it.
Nose,
Make sure that's correct.
proceed. Again, once I click this button, I won't need to go back and make any changes to the health questions.
I've done that.
Also notice green check marks here, so everything that I've hit already, it's all good. Okay, preferred non-tobacco, wonderful. Continuing on. Okay, now you notice the top is grayed out. It's definitely already whole life, I provide whole life. Premium period, I want single pay, I don't want 20 pay, I want life pay. And she does want the automatic premium loan options, which includes the non-forfeiture option of reduced payout. And the face amount, she wants $10,000 for coverage.
The actual death, it's already checked there.
Yeah. The premium defaults to annual, but if I look to the right, I can see that here. I can see the semi-annual premium, I can see the quarterly premium, and I can see the monthly EFT premium.
We do that because there has been class action lawsuits.
It's already
about
definitely
the
providers
lowest
premium.
premium out there. So the
We want
lowest
that
premium
to stay checked,
thousand
and
is the annual.
she does not
But we
want
want
the
to make sure
accident
that you
benefit rider.
put the monthly over.
So everything
We
looks
wanna
good.
put the annual in there, just so we could show the client we're offering the lowest.
The owner is the same as the insured, so I'm gonna click that, that's a yes to toggle. And it went ahead and populated her information. Wonderful. I did not want a contingent owner, so I'll leave that blank. Ms. Doe is going to be the payer as well. She does want the EFT. She does not want the frequency to be annually. She wants it to be monthly. So we're going to change that to monthly. She does not want an immediate draft. She wants the draft day to be the 2nd. She does not want social security billing. And routing number. Account number.
Yeah, that's gotta match exactly.
Checking. Wonderful. Bank information validated. Reporter's name. And she is Ms. Doe. Baltimore. Don't need to state as the. We need at least one primary beneficiary.
This is another section.
We have
Because of the
names,
software that we use, they will call it
the person
principal beneficiary.
is.
You can imagine how hard that's been to get that to be changed. Our primary beneficiary. Principal beneficiary means that's your primary beneficiary. Not a principal beneficiary, correct?
These are the only asterisks I see.
What she said, there's no asterisk, you don't have to fill it.
Okay, now this is just for me, writing agent. I'm seeing Ms. Doe, it's right here. I'm sure you all are familiar with this, so we'll just go ahead and breeze on through this. You know, there's no replacement, and she does want the policy mailed to her. Wonderful, no split commissions. She told me no backup withholding. And she does not have existing insurance, so these are all no. Now, it's all good. I'm ready to go ahead and review and sign. Okay, so we're almost done. She's excited that she is eligible for preferred. Okay, now Ms. Doe, you can go online now. Just gonna sign on my computer. Nice and easy. Stop and sign. Right on through. Finish. Wonderful, Ms. Doe. Okay, now I need to sign.
Don't forget to do this step. Sometimes we find that you don't sign it, it's not gonna go through until you sign it as well too. Best to do it at this point in time.
This should be fairly quick. I have to sign as much as she does.
Then start.
And finish. So it's pretty straightforward. As you can see, Jane Doe, she signed, signature is populated. It's now preparing my signature. Now, if you see to the right, there's a return home, you see a submit button that is now grayed out, and you see cancel signature button. We want to hit the submit button. And the application was submitted successfully. I can review the completed app if I like, or I can go ahead and just start a new one with another applicant if I need to.
Return to the home page there.
I hope that this was helpful for you all. As always, we appreciate you.
We're gonna go to, there's one that's a short video, frequently asked questions, and address some of the issues that we've seen. There's a couple other videos out there. I'm gonna make them available to you guys to Rob, but be sure to go out and look at those and see the ones that you haven't had, just to get them there. It's gonna be frequently asked questions.
Before you start, one other thing I wanna add, so for a lot of us, these like going through and doing a practice application, that's part of your presentation. Like, as smooth as you can go through this, if you're opening this up for the first time and you've never done an application with this carrier, your clients are gonna know. So you definitely need to watch this, practice going through the application so that you're flowing right through your presentation when you're asking these health questions, when you're asking right way. So you get paid on first, third, 15th, that needs to be part of your presentation with the application process. So
Yeah, you can see here before Rob goes to a great point. You can see what I haven't done here is how to restart an app so you can restart it. Don't think that you get, we see a lot of times where, not necessarily Sarah, but I'll pick on her. Sarah goes through and starts an app and you get a preferred or standard or even a modified on the pre-app, but then there's nothing done after that. So in our mind, we're on what happened. Did something come wrong? Did the client need to wait? Did the agent not like what they got? So there's how to restart an app. This is a very short presentation, and we got one on how to complete pay on EFT section. Read that again, go through what Mr. Rob Wood said. Go through and make sure you're familiar with that. I want to go through just a quick one on how to, what if you make a mistake or frequently asked questions side of that. But one of the things with I'll get to it after this video.
If somebody wants a copy of this email, you mind if I share it with you?
No, that's fine.
So if you want a copy of that email sent to you, just text me and I'll send it.
It'll be available on the website. It's just not there yet. We're not going to populate it on your secure website.
Welcome to the NC Plus EAP training series. This is video 3. What if I make a mistake in the EAP and other facts? In this video, I'm going to go through some frequently asked questions and helpful hints to aid you in the use of the EF. Beginning with the pre-app, where the potential insured's demographic information will be entered, please ensure that you pay close attention to the data entry here. Once this page is completed, you will not be able to go back and correct the information once the Run Lab and RX check button is clicked. The pre-app decision will be based on information entered here in the Proposed Insured tab. So it is locked down by design. If you do get to the second page and you have not yet clicked the Run Lab and RX check and you'd like to go back and just review what you entered, you can go back by simply clicking the previous button at the bottom or the Proposed Insured tab on the left. Please do not use the back browser button at the top of the browser screen. They could potentially cause an error within the EF. What if you click Run Lab and RX check and it appears to just be spinning? The check is generally fast, but sometimes the amount of data that the system is checking is extensive and can take a couple of minutes for the decision to populate. Please be patient, as continuously clicking the button could prolong the underwriting check. Should you find that the check is unusually lengthy and you suspect there may be an issue, please contact the Agent Relations Department so that the help desk can investigate. Moving on to the health questions. Can you change your views? Once you click the next button and click the Initiate Underwriting check, you will not be able to change any health questions here. And that is by design, because the decision is in part based on answers on the health questions. What are the green check marks and the red X's on the left? The green check marks indicate that all of the required fields have been completed. As you can see, there are some red asterisks next to some of the fields, and that simply means that those were required fields. So all of these tabs appear to be completed, but it looks like I must have missed something under the role and payment information. So let's see. Looks like I missed the bank name. So I'm gonna go ahead. All right, and now it's green. So it looks like we're all good here. So this left side of the screen, this is going to be your key to the potentially missing something of a required field. So please be sure to check that. Under the policy information tab, please ensure that you select the correct premium period. It defaults to single pay. However, there's also 20 pay and life pay. My client would like life pay, so I'm going to change that from single pay. Then I can see on the right side of the screen that the premium breakdown has changed.
You have to look back and we gotta make sure we get your client the cheapest premium out here. Single premium by design is that way. So make sure that's
If the
changed.
client also would not like to pay annually, which it looks here like this is the annual premium here, that would simply need to be changed under the role and payment information. So here, we have annually, she would like to pay quarterly, so I'm gonna go ahead and change that. But she's asking me now about Social Security billing, and I don't see that here, and why is that? Social Security billing is only available on monthly EFT. So once I change that from quarterly to monthly, now I see the Social Security billing option. The client has now changed her mind and she does not want to utilize the Social Security billing. She would like to keep the draft date as the 22nd. However, today is the 22nd, and even though she did not indicate an immediate draft, it would draft today. And that is because the system is looking at that day as this thing, we can only go up to 30 days in advance, so my client can go up to the 21st of the next month. She's okay with it drafting now though, so she's okay with us leaving it alone, but just so you're aware of this as well. If the client had to leave and wants to finish up the EF at another time, are you able to restart later? Yes, you absolutely can do that. You can even do that in the pre-app, which the A priority pre-app does not allow. So that is definitely a plus for the NSE plus EF. Say it's not allowing you to move on, but you see all green check marks. What could be wrong? It's possible that the next button failed to load. Simply click the refresh button at the top of your browser, and that should alleviate the issue. If not, I would also check the left side for any red X's. In the banking info area, new business occasionally will see a payer listed as one person, but then under the account holder, someone else's name and someone else's banking information. Please ensure that the two match, that the person indicated as the payer is the same person's information listed.
What is on our check? On our bank account, it's a Robert Bell or Robert Danner Bell and or whatever. That's exactly what needs to be in that box.
There. So say the agent and client have both signed the application, but it doesn't appear to be. Is there something wrong? Well, let's see, let's go. Let's see, I have one that I'm pending a signature on. And it's not moving anywhere. And why is that? Oh, well, it's because I failed to click the submit button. Once the signatures have been completed, once you click the submit button, the signatures automatically print. That's different from the NSP Now EF, which is a priority EF process. And that once you click the submit button, the signatures just go ahead and process right then and there. So now this is all completed. Thank you so much for using the NSP Plus EF to apply for the iProvide product.
Thank you.
We hope you found this helpful. Agent Relations is happy to assist you should any submission issues arise. And as always, we appreciate your business.
Thank you. I got one more question, and I wanted Damien to be here because this is the question that we've got come up. We, as I mentioned earlier, we get a lot of preferred. We get a lot less standard. We get a very few modified that come in as part of that. Why is it that we, and be completely honest, why is it that we see something that we see, you get a standard on the pre-app, but then you don't go ahead and complete the application? What's the reason for that? If you had some of those where they got standard or modified on the pre-app, and didn't go ahead with that application.
I haven't done it, but I can guess as to further.
Right.
That's my guess. I haven't-
Break someplace else, you're saying?
That my guess.
We're trying to think, we know there's two things that we think, that I think would be common. One's a rate, one's a comp. We have reduction in comp for standard and modified. So we see something that goes to standard or modified. Well, is that,
It's not that much.
20%
is still not that much.
but I'm trying to figure, we're trying to figure out if we address those, what it is we're losing that business on. And I wanted Danny here to hear some of your thoughts. I mean, we're looking for honest answers.
Yeah, I provided already 15 higher than anything else.
Well, I just looked at, like, just comparing the quote, I had an 85-year-old guy, nothing wrong with him. And when I quoted him from both my life, when I provided, it was almost $100 higher in premium on it. And
Yeah, that's the goal. It's not on there.
compared to, you know, if I wrote in a policy with Aetna, comparatively for the same thing.
But that would be the right reason. Because of commission rate.
If you were to modify, best way to get to that, if we were to modify something, not to say that we are, look at that, would it be to get the premium more competitive
I would
or
say
the comp more
yeah.
competitive?
Premium.
Premium.
US rate for the plan.
Okay, yeah. But we do see a lot of that, and we're trying to, in our own minds, trying to think of what would be keeping that from happening, what would keep those.
We're taking a higher risk anyway, and so the company can't go backwards and see move forward.
Okay. Anything I'm getting questions you have?
We're
I mean, that doesn't just happen before, so like, if we have a legally that goes to them, we would modify.
Or a forester.
And it's not always about the dollar, it's really about the company.
Okay.
But you know, we just want to balance.
All right. Thank you guys, and thank you, Rob, for helping me with my technology.
All right, also, we are running behind on schedule, taking a quick 10-minute bathroom break. And then we're gonna come back and we're going to some. So he's one of probably like.
Yeah.
But right now.
He's doing something with it.
Oh, yeah,
He's doing something with it right now. He's doing something.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we have to see if we can get action.
I'll tell you what I tell everybody else, okay? Don't rush to ask for, okay? Just let it come. It's okay.
Let it go slow. I really gotta see this.
He's got a quick shot. It's a very quick shot. Very quick shot. Yes.
Trying to.
You will be behind, sir, unless.
I know.
Careful with
I know. Seriously.
it. Like. Why Leonard? All time. No, no. We're talking about us. On Monday night. No more than 7 days. You really can see someone. Like at the place I go. They do it. Great. Numbers 2, 3. It makes it better that way. I had a lot of our first game was guys really got it. Other ones like I got something. They were doing ceremony.
What's that? They have an office right there. We could probably use that office before we close out.
Beautiful. Much better. Much better. Love it.
How many games will you have?
Has everybody got their headshot? If you have not got your headshots, Mark is gonna do it on lunch, okay? You have not got your headshots done, Mark is gonna get you on lunch. All right? And, let's get started. We're gonna, kick off the annuity segment with Frank Brooks.
All right, guys. All right. The scary part is I've got about 16 hours worth of material to cram in the next 90 minutes. Well, I cut it back and said, you wanted me to go for like 80. So they'll be dragging. You ever see the hook that comes out and grabs him out by the neck and drags him off? That's usually me. So once you get me started talking about annuities, it's hard to shut me up. But anyhow, my name is Rick Brooks. I'm the National Sales Director for Heartland Financial Group. How many have never heard me speak on annuities? Anybody here not that are new for me? Okay, a few of you. How many have heard me? How many of those, keep your hand up. How many of those who have heard me have sold an annuity? Wow, I'm not doing a very good job. Either that or y'all are not good listeners. It's a good thing I'm back for this. All right, so here, as you can tell, I do love indexed annuities. If you don't have one of these buttons, you should have one. So there's a few. So if you don't need one, then you need one. Yes, ma'am, you need one. How about who loves indexed annuities and can wear a little hat back there? All right, I see Chuck back there. All right. No, you got one right there. I got one more hat. Who wants? Way back in the back. But who has sold an annuity? A few have. All right. Have you sold an annuity? Well, here, there you are. There's a pin that says, I love index annuities, and if you take the little tab off, it'll light up. I think it might be a couple of them. Yeah. All right, so here's what the idea behind this is, and really, guys, I do love what I'm doing. I am privileged to be able to help you improve your life while you improve the lives of your clientele that you work with. We like to say that we are not travel agents, marketers selling you brochures to places we have never been. I sell, our team sells, and I sell to your clients if you don't sell to them. I call this a protect your practice approach because you don't want me in your home. If you don't do your retirement planning in that home, and you go in and you make your final expense sale, your med sup sale, your med advantage sale, and you get your $300, $400, $500, $600, $700, maybe $1,500. You walk out the door. Well, I come in behind you as the retirement income agent for the area. You trusted me with $150,000 retirement account. You're getting $35 a month from them. Maybe you're getting $135 a month for them. Who are they trusting more, you or me? Me. And guess who also sells final expense, med sup, med advantage, life insurance? Me. Guess who won't be the agent of record in that home next year? You. And so it really is to protect your practice. You don't want me in your home. And so you need to make sure that you do your job while you are there. Give me some reasons why you don't sell annuity. Somebody tell me why you've never sold it. Okay.
It seems
Young lady
confusing.
there. What's that?
It seems confusing.
It seems confusing. That's great. Okay.
Never really brought it up in a house.
Never really brung it up in a house. Okay. Oh, by the way, do you do med advantage?
Not yet.
Not yet? Okay. Have you taken the test for that yet?
I took the normal test, but like then there's like an additional step I have to do.
Okay.
In South Carolina.
Yeah. And you're going to tell me annuities are complicated. If you have passed the AHIPs and all the other things, you talk about acronym strangulation.
Oh, God.
I mean, and then I go to these trainings like this and I hear them talking about the AHIP certification stuff, and my mind's just like I'm just one. So when I first started this about 5 years ago, I'd gone back into the field and because all the people that I help make a lot of money. So I said, well, I need to be one of those instead of on this side of the table. So I went back in the field and I got AHIP certified. It cost me like $800. And I think the first year I made like $800. I said, I'm breaking even. I'm walking away. You know, it's like if you're gambling, walk away when you're even, you know, don't try to overwhelm yourself. So I walked away. It was too hard. But I can find money. Is it hard to find money? What do you think? Hard to find money out there? I mean, a lot of people say, well, my clients don't have any money. I hear that a lot. We're gonna talk about all that today. So tell me this, how many are new to the industry? Anybody here new, hadn't been doing it, but for say 3-4 years or less? Oh, a bunch of you. Okay, so what did you do before?
Investments of 26
Investments for 26 years. Wow, that's pretty good. And so are you selling annuities then? Okay, good. Who else? 3 years or less? IT. Wow, that's great. So now you don't do IT anymore, you're just doing the insurance? Well, that's a good thing we met today. But that helps people just like you take your 401k and turn it to your personal IRA. Have you done anything with your old 401k yet? Didn't have a 401k. But see, it's pretty easy to find out, right? Who else worked in another profession before coming into insurance? You? What'd you do? Videos?
CDLs.
Oh, you are an over the road trucker. All right. So they have a 401k plan there? You didn't get one. Okay. Who else had an outside job? What did you do? HR for you, yeah. So what guys? You're all 401k. And annuity. You realize all we're doing is having conversations about where people used to work, right? And people have money. You're just having to be mindful. Why? So every person I meet is an opportunity to talk about a retirement account. So how do I do that? Well, almost everybody wants to know what you do, right? So if somebody asks you, what do you do? What do you say? What's your quick elevator speech? You specialize in retirement income. Do you sell other products too? What else do you sell?
Senior market with financial needs.
Okay. What do you say when somebody asks, what do you do?
Retirement special.
Retirement specialist. Okay. What do you say when?
Same thing.
Same thing.
Do it all.
That's right. Because we have to make sure that we present up front what might bring us our greatest reward. So if you ask me what I do, I protect and preserve retirement accounts. I create income you cannot live. I'm the retirement income agent for your area. And so when I knock on a door, I don't care why you're knocking on the door. If you'll be the retirement income agent for that area, here to talk to them about whatever leads you got. I'm here to talk to you about your final expense. I'm here to the little card that you send in about mortgage protection or your life insurance or your Med Advantage or your Med Sup. I'm here to deliver your pizza. I don't care why you showed up at the house, be the retirement income agent when you get there. Because that's what's going to give you your biggest reward. When I went back into the field, I was buying final expense leads. I started in the high net worth side because I thought that'd be the place to find the money, right? And I go over, find the house, knock on the door, little granny comes to the door, says, come on in. I go in and make my presentation. She says, oh, that's exactly what I want. And you talk to my son. He handles all my financial affairs. So I called him and said, oh, thank you for talking to mom, but we have a brother he thinks. So I went over across the tracks to the lower income side of town. Go to the door, knock on the door. Look like same granny comes to the door, same invitation, come on in. Same presentation. Oh, she loves it. Oh, that's exactly what I've been looking for. Can you talk to my son? I said, oh no, here we go again. But the result was she said, he lives here and he needs insurance too.
Mhm.
Oh, by the way, his kids live here too. Can you help them with it? And so it changed everything. And all of a sudden now I'm finding that it's grandma who works at the school district, at the hospital. The husband works at the city for the maybe the highway department or whatever. And they're the ones that are providing for everybody in the household. And they've got their old 401ks or 403bs or TSA, TSP, whatever it is. And so they need help. And they're the most underserved population in America. And most of them are type of clients that you're dealing with. Now, a few of you are targeting the higher net worth and you've got that niche, and that's great. But the majority, when we're buying these leads, it's not always that high net worth clientele that we're dealing with. So you can't assume that they don't have money. So my goal is I literally want to double your income with the existing clients that you already have. We're not looking to buy anything new, do anything different. I'm simply asking you to ask for the order of fries while you're in the home. Right?
They always do.
McDonald's has made $1 million kabillion. Just asking, would you like fries? Right? So that's all we're doing. We're just trying to, I don't know if it's necessarily the right term of upselling, but making sure that we continue to sell, and that as insurance agents, you insure crap, right? That's what you do. Have you insured into retirement? That's all we're trying to do. Now, you may say, well, it seems complicated. We're just talking about an insurance product. That's all it is. Find a retirement account. Insure it. That's all it is. An insured retirement account. It goes from wherever it's at now, and if it's in a group plan, corporate plan, then that's with the company where they're working. 401ks, TSA, TSPs, 457s, 403bs. So if someone says they've got a 403b, my question is, what nonprofit did you work for? All that is the government label on a retirement account. Did you work at a hospital, a church, or a school district? Who'd you work for? 403b. That's a government label.
Which they find in what? The need to get what you're talking about, finding what insurance?
Oh, all we're doing is finding a retirement account. And we're going to then take it from the corporate account, the company where they work, and we're going to roll it over to an insurance company. It's got to leave the company where they work when they retire, or when they quit, or when they get fired. So it's got to go somewhere. Where do you want it to go? I want it to go to an insurance company because I can insure it. I can make sure it never loses any money. Not a single one of my clients lost a penny last year. What about your retirement account? How did it do? Do you not think that's a relevant question to everybody I talked to today? It was a relevant question that I asked my Uber driver on the way over here.
Love it.
Everybody is a client opportunity. So all we're doing is asking, hey, where'd you work? Well, I just changed jobs. Well, it's a good thing we met. I help people just like you. Take your old 401k, turn it to your personal IRA. How do we do that? Go from company to an insurance company. Insured. That's all we're doing. We're putting insurance on retirement accounts. Not a single one of my clients lost a penny last year. Don't make it complicated. So let me run through some slides. I have slides just to sometimes keep me from reminding myself what not to say. Okay. So we have some people. Anybody know this guy? Mark Mulaney. If you ever call Mark, he always loves to do Zooms and he loves to put his phone right there on his so you're usually looking up his not good. Also, for Mark, don't send him any emails. I'll show you why later. Todd Weiss is, so Mark is the president of our annuity division. Todd is probably the vice president. He's the director of all things annuities. And here's what, of everything I'll tell you today, there's only 3 things you've got to remember. They're on the board. That's all you got to remember. You find money, I'll do the rest. Our team will do the rest. It is not going to be hard. All right. And so that leads to this. I give you 1 rule. So 3 things to remember and 1 rule. Got it? 3 things to remember. You got those numbers. 1 rule and 1 rule only. Do not make it complicated. Sarah. Do not make it complicated. You're an insurance agent. You insure crap. Have you insured a retirement account? That's all you're doing. You're an insurance agent. This is not something where we need a securities license or anything else like that. This is your little old insurance license will make all of this work. All right, so do not make it complicated. All right, oh, after this. I wonder if it, let me see it. If it will play, we'll see.
I like this.
This is why we did what we did. Oh, done it. I see this.
Young ones here, please.
I'm trying.
Young one, your mom.
Hang on.
I mean, I have,
Go
but
stop.
like not.
That's pretty good.
I'll stop.
I'll give it 1 valiant effort here. If we can't get it, we'll move on, but. Go back. That I don't know. That's. Yeah, I've turned that.
You can turn the captions on your research.
Maybe I can play it. Google it, it's a lot of fun. We could ever figure out how to do it better.
Lester said just turn on the caption, we can read it.
That's for sure.
Somebody's gonna read it for me.
All right, I can't make it by one, so we'll have to. Fill out.
Top right, settings, the cogs.
I've tried, I don't see anything.
I'll narrate it. See the cog wheel up there?
Yeah, we'll grab there. Wait,
You gotta be kidding me.
all right, the title of the video is called "And It's Gone." It's hilarious. So it fits real well.
What's that?
I wonder if.
All right, yeah, he'll help us out. He'll play it later. All right. So here's my recommendation. We'll run through these real quick. I've got a ton of product information. Product is totally immaterial if you don't get this concept. Okay, I don't care what product you sell. I make the same money regardless. So sell the product you want to. Now, if you ask me if I have a preferred product and why I have preferred products, absolutely I do. And I can tell you what I think is the best product, and we do lean heavily on Silac right now. They're just phenomenal. But if you're in a place where you don't have Silac, maybe Fidelity and Guarantee, maybe the Atlantic Coast Life, Sentinel Life, Retirement Plus Multiplier product. So there's lots of things that we can do, but as far as products, but I think Rob found the value. But anyhow, I don't care what product. If you don't get the concept, this in okay. All right, we'll do it. We'll do it in a little. All right, so that's coming up. So I just encourage you to be the retirement income agent. That's what I was doing earlier, asking what is it your introduction? Because when I would leave the home on final expense sales, I told my wife basically I felt like I was going Easter egg hunting. And there were Easter eggs out in the neighborhoods of everywhere I was going that maybe had these $400 or $500 paychecks on them, right? So I go find this Easter egg, crack it open, maybe I get $2, $3, $5, $6, maybe $1,200. But every now and then I'd stumble across a golden egg. And in that golden egg, there might be $5,000, $10,000. $20,000. I think my largest check last year that I made in my side job, which is the annuity sales. I think my biggest check was probably $27,000.
One to go, guys.
So, yeah, one my goal is in my, and I call it my side job, because I really don't have time to do this. It really is about the fifth most important thing in my life, outside the fact that my wife, and I have an agreement, I'm in charge of accumulation and she's in charge of distribution. And so, sometimes it just becomes pretty important.
Yeah.
For that reason, but in my side job, I'd like to try to make an extra $50,000 to $100,000 a year. And I do that by simply this right here. And making sure that everybody knows that I'm the retirement income agent for their area. Or if we're talking, then my next favorite statement to say is, well, it's a good thing we met today. Because that's exactly what I do. Protect and preserve retirement. I take your old 401k, your personal IRA. I've seen one of my clients lost a penny last year. That'd be helpful to you. I create income you can never outlive. So in 1 minute or less, you need to be able to give an idea of what you do in a good way. For some of you that don't know, my main profession of life is being a pastor. And so I always say this is what funds the fund for me. And so if I want to clear a room, there's two ways to clear a room. Say I'm a preacher and an insurance agent. Right? I mean, who wants to talk to you? So you go in, well, I'm an insurance person. You're clearing the room. But if you bring the value proposition of what you bring to the table, all of a sudden now people want to listen to you. What do? Why protect and preserve retirement? Create income you can never outlive. And so doing that kind of stuff is a much better way to introduce who you are and what you do. Because we've only got a few minutes, then you need to make sure you capture that for them. And so make sure you are the retirement income agent on every introduction. Target audience, I like to run through these, yourself and your family. So if you are new to this industry, you should have written your own 401k on yourself and gotten your own commission.
Oh.
Oh, yeah. I've already told you, I'm trying to double your income, right? All right. Pay attention here. Starts at home. Write your own 401k. Turn it to your personal IRA, and then it's always easier to sell what we own, right? But you need to have insurance if you're selling insurance.
Sure.
So yourself and your family, so just thinking about where you work, what about parents, grandparents? Are they ready to retire? What about brothers, sisters, cousins? The list goes on, right? I went to a funeral for one of my favorite uncles back in September, and it's always an opportunity to just remind people what I do. Sometimes we're talking about everybody looking forward to retirement, talking about helping make sure his wife is taken care of now that he's passed away, and how she's going to be cared for. All those parts of retirement planning, insurance planning, all of this. And so we're just making ourselves available and listening for opportunities. Really, money comes down to just hearing the opportunity. Oh, really? What do you do? Oh, how long you been doing that? Oh, really? What did you do with the old 401k? You turned that to your personal IRA. We're just learning and listening to people, getting people to ask you what you do. Next thing is your existing clients. I do recommend this, that maybe you go back to existing clients and you offer an apology to them. Hey, Miss Client, I might owe you an apology. Really? Why is that? Well, I may have failed to mention that I protect and preserve retirement accounts. I know you said you recently retired, getting ready to retire, that you're working such and such, and your account may have taken an impact, and I don't remember if we talked about that. Did we talk about that? No. And so just because you're offering an apology to someone, so call all your clients and apologize. Hey, I may owe you an apology. Did I mention that I protect and preserve retirement accounts? Did I remember to ask you about how your 401k is doing right now? We're just opening up a door, right? So go back to your existing clients and apologize to them and just confess that you may have a concern because clients that are uninsured right now are losing money in their 401k. You know of anybody that's had a downturn in their 401k this past year?
Yeah. All right.
And so if you have insured that account, not a single one of my clients lost any. Now, if you hadn't insured anybody, you probably said that too. Valuable, but no, your clients lost any money, but you didn't have any clients. But that's okay. People who already know you and trust you. And I have a neighbor down the street. I knew that she was going through a divorce. That she kind of shared it a lot. So as a result, I was stalking her. I mean, I was watching her. I'd come home and I'd look to see when she came home, and if she happened to be walking the dog up the street, it might just be necessary for me to spend 5 to 10 minutes at my mailbox reading through mail while she comes up the sidewalk, right? So she comes up the sidewalk and I say, hey, how you doing? Well, not too good. You know, we're going through a divorce. It's not work very good when there's 3 children. So we talked for a little bit and I empathized with her for a while, but also know that her husband was a banker. And she has a pretty good job. I mean, in their garage, they probably had about $400,000 worth of cars. There was like a Shelby GT, there was a new Corvette, there was a hot rod truck that he had from 1965 that was his dad. He had totally restored, probably worth $150,000. He had a Shelby at one time. He had just, I mean, so I knew there was a little. Okay. And so we talked for a while, and before we left, I said, well, yeah, you do remember what I do, don't you? I said, no, Rick, what is it you do? Now, I'm pretty certain we've never discussed what I do, but we were about to. Because what did she ask me when I said that? No, Rick, what is it that you do? I said, well, I help people just like you. When you're going through a divorce, take your portion of the 401k settlement and turn it to your personal IRA. He said, really? I had no idea what to do. So, well, it's a good thing we were talking. That's exactly what I did. So I helped her for a little while, and we just kept talking about what we could do for that. And then she stopped me and said, well, I've got an old 401k. Now it's only got 135,000 in it. Can you help me with that one too? No, I refuse to go any more than just one help. Nobody on my help. So I said, yes, no. And then before I met with her, she said, Rick, you're not gonna believe it. I totally forgot about my other job. I've got $80,000 in that 401k. Can we look at that one too? So it was nice to simply have a conversation with a neighbor. Because when you go through a divorce, you got to split the assets, right? 401ks have to be split. So I probably made them. But I think that one is probably 35,000. Wow. just by helping my neighbor. Yeah, she thinks I'm welcome. She knows me. Her doesn't help. It's help. Nobody else was offering help. I help. So people that already know you and trust you, it's just being able to work through that. Again, my side job. So I don't buy leads. I don't do a lot of lead searches, but here's some of the last ones that I found as far as money that I've talked to. My neighbor going through a divorce, watching a football game, talking about a kid playing on the field, and one of the guys in front of me turned around and said, yeah, when I worked at the school, that was one of the best kids here. And we talked about the kid for a while. You know what part of the conversation I heard? I used to work here. And guess what? It's a good thing we met because I help people just like you. You just gotta be listening for that.
I'm not hip.
As I mentioned, my wife's in church distribution, so she's going to shop and sometimes I'm with her. So we're at the Nebraska Furniture Mart in Kansas City. And it's, I think around 1st of January, it must have been about minus 5,000 degrees outside because there's nobody out except me and my wife who feels like we need to go furniture shopping. So we go to Nebraska Furniture Mart. I'm surprised it's open. Go in, there's like 3 people in the store. I can't even find anybody to help me, hardly. Finally find a group of 3 guys standing by a cash register. I asked one of them to help me. So he does, comes over, find out he's a manager. He's not going to help me really. He's looking for somebody to walk by. Young guy walks by and says, hey, come here. So he calls this kid over. He's helped me. So we bought a bunch of furniture that night and we're going through it. And he says, wow, this is really good. This is going to make my day for this sale. I said, well, I'm glad to be able to do that. How long have you been doing this? Oh, for about 6 months.
What's your behavior?
Well, it's a good thing we met. Sorry. Because I help people just like you take your old 401k and turn it to your personal IRA. I have no idea what he did or where he worked or if he had one. I'm just assuming, right? I can assume until they tell me they don't. I'm going to keep looking for that money. So I said, you know what? I help people just like you, and a lot of times it may be a small amount, maybe a large amount. I'm just looking to protect the amount of money you can't afford to lose. 10,000, 50,000, a million. I said, I'd love to run you some things to show it to you. I said, as a matter of fact, I've got something brand new that is so good for somebody your age, you won't even believe it. He said, well, now you piqued my interest. I said, let me just run some numbers for you. We'll do a Zoom call later and I'll run over some stuff. Said, so if the guy's selling furniture at a furniture store, what would you like for me to run for? And give you an email. He paused a minute and said, well, show me 800,000. I said, by the way, what did you do?
I was thinking the same thing.
I was the national account manager for Starbucks in the He said, yeah, I stepped away because it was so time consuming. I want to spend them. So I look forward to learning that. Then there was the lady who had her hand in my mouth at the dentist. That's what I told her, and she understood it. And but her husband left his job, and I was talking about trying to help her out. I went to buy a golf cart. And I'm talking to the guys in the new house. He's showing me everything, and so walking around and said, "Yeah, it's kind of good because I'm working from home now, or my wife's working from home now." I said, "Oh, really? What did she do?" Well, and he told me. I said, "Yeah, she started this job about 6 months ago." Well, it's a good thing we met today. Because I help people just like her take their own 401k and turn it into a personal IRA. I didn't buy the golf cart, but we're still talking about the retirement account. And then another thing, passion that I've taken up of late, is pickleball. So I go play pickleball, and most people that play pickleball look like what? So I go play pickleball, and at noon, when everybody's kind of heading back to work or home or whatever, I will be prone to make a comment like, "Am I the only one that's got to go back to work today?" Why do you think I say that? Because somebody's gonna ask,
What do you do?
well, what do you do? Help people just like us protect reserve retirement accounts. I was telling one of my clients lost money last year. How's your 401k doing? Last 5 people I've talked to about retirement accounts from my pickleball plan. Or pickleball friends.
Picked up the sport pickleball, gotcha.
Hey,
Fastest
I've talked
growing
a lot
sport in the
about
United States.
hosting tournaments. Here's
Fastest
what I
growing
recommend.
sport.
Here's your, you want a quick sales idea? Buy 20 cases of water, print, I protect and preserve retirement accounts, put your face, put your number, and pass it out at every pickleball court you go by. I help people just like you protect and
They
preserve.
don't have to take on more court by my
Bottles of water. Help people just like you protect and preserve
You
retirement.
do that at the ping pong tables too, because I've seen them skills.
Well, I try to translate my ping pong skills to the. But yeah, everybody playing pickleball, the #1 sport in America, they look a lot like me, except my grandson's now also pickleball, so. It's a growing sport, but anyhow, the last few, let's see. Oh, and then let me give you this final one, I'll give you this one before I move on quickly here. And again, you understand, we're not talking about product, right? I'm trying to get you a concept to help you sell something by helping your clients. So, what was I gonna tell you? I was gonna give you, so I went to a training down in Oklahoma. And I gave the whole little pitch about you don't want me in your home, protect your practice, that kind of stuff. So after I got done, I asked somebody in the room, I said, so where should I eat? And they sent me downtown to a Mexican restaurant. So went downtown and it's getting late and it's in McAllister, Oklahoma. So, you know, by 8 o'clock, they're kind of rolling in the sidewalks down there. So it's like 6 o'clock and we're out and I see like 2 stores open. So my wife is real convinced we can find one of them that she could shop in. And so we go down and there's this little boutique and we're walking around in there. And it's obviously a mom and pop shop. I mean, this little grandma and there's these younger people in there working on, there's a lady sitting on the couch playing with her granddaughter. She may be the owner, I don't know. There's another young lady behind the counter, probably talks and the way they're communicating sounds like maybe a daughter or a friend. Then there's another gentleman at the counter, it's probably the husband, one of them. They're just having chit chat. So my wife is shopping, and so I decided I'd go over and I'll sit at the counter and I'm just chatting. So we visit for a little while and are you from around here? No, I'm not. I'm here working. Oh, well, that's a good thing you asked. I help people just like you protect and preserve their retirement. And I say one of my clients lost a penny last year. And at that time, the lady on the couch kind of piped up and said, really? Well, my dad had all his retirement account in the market and he lost a bunch of money. So he just pulled it out and it's sitting in the bank. Well, it's a good thing we met today because I help people just like your dad protect his account because he doesn't want to risk it. But also I can grow it much better than this thing. And I can create income that you can never outlive. So I left and I called back to the agency owner. I said, guess what? I warned y'all. I said, you don't want me in your homes. And there's money everywhere. And so in your little boutique right downtown, he said, you know, our office is right across the street from there, don't you? I said, well, that's great because my client's going to be able to walk out the door and look at your door and know that you didn't help him. It got even better than that. So I told this story, and then if y'all were in Dallas, there was a young lady that was actually in one of Oz Perlman's presentations. Her name, she had a birthday that day. Her name was Letitia. And so I find out that Letitia is good friends of the shop owner, and she knows the guy that I'm talking to about his retirement. So I told her, I said, out of the kindness of my heart, here's what we do. I'll let you talk to Michael. And if you can help me get this appointment and we get the sale, I'll split this because it's my client. I said, if you found it, you get all the commission. I said, you didn't find it. I said, I found it. So I'll be nice. We get this sale, we'll split this commission. I said, if you find it, you get all the commission. But you didn't find it. I said, I warned you. There's money everywhere. And it's your job to simply insure your retirement accounts, right? Insure your clients. And so don't take it as an option. Take it as an obligation. You are an insurance agent. Who else is going to help that client? And some people will tell me it's too complicated. I didn't understand it. I don't know how to help my clients. So guess what? Or sometimes I've even had people say, well, I don't want, that's a lot of money, right? They've got $150,000 in their retirement account. I don't want to do anything to mess it up, right? Well, last year they had 150. This year they've only got 100,000. Do you feel better now that they've only got 100? Is that better to help them out this year because they lost 30% of their portfolio? Why did they do that? Because you didn't do your job. Just do your job. You're an insurance agent. We don't need any other licenses to insure retirement. It's your job. Because if you don't, then your clients are losing money. Okay? All right. Have I shamed you enough yet?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, let's move on. So every new lead you purchase, and then COVIDites, I coined this term here because I think it's relevant. There are a lot of people who lost jobs, changed jobs, and we almost became real fluid in job transfer back and forth now. COVIDites need help because all of them have an old 401k. May not be a lot, but you insure $10,000 cases, that's $100,000. You do that 10 more times, that's $1 million. The average annuity producer only writes around $500,000 a year. You make an extra 25, 35, 45, $55,000 with that. Would that be helpful to you? So I was doing an agency training up in Ohio for a guy, and one of the girls took me to the airport in a POC, a piece of crap car. And I said, you're an insurance, and this is the car you're driving? I said, you must not be selling an annuity. He said, no, I'm not. So I have found out that she started selling annuities. She does have a new car. Don't fear the money. This is relevant. So it really is your job. Probably this way. So let me give you this whole concept of the money. And the government, write down this publication, publication 590A. Write that down somewhere. Publication 590A. That is a government publication about retirement arrangements. An entire publication from the government. You know, they love publications. So the IRS has this publication 590A about IRAs, which is not what you would think. It's actually individual retirement arrangements. And in their publication, if you Google or just search the word annuity or some form of it, it will pop up, I think, right at 50 times in the government publication. Now, they're not authorizing annuities, but they're validating.
The publication, 590A, government publication about what again?
Individual retirement arrangement.
Government arrangement.
It's IRAs. It's their publication about IRAs. And so in that brochure, they're going to tell you that annuities are a very good option for retirement accounts. So the federal government says this is a good deal for retirement. It's already used for their retirement account. And then from the federal, we move to the state level. You realize that you all have a state insurance commissioner?
Yes.
Now in South Kakalaki, over across the border here, they've got a pretty harsh insurance commissioner. So he only lets his seniors take a 10-year product for their lifetime money, which is because the longer we can buy a product, the better the product, right? But there's some insurance commissioners are like that. So they restrict the products that are available. But your insurance commissioner, you know what his job is? One of his jobs is to vet every insurance company that offers products in his state. So if you have an insurance product available for retirement accounts in your state, it's already been vetted and approved by your state insurance commissioner. So the federal government, their publications say annuities are a good idea for seniors. It works for them. Your state insurance commissioner has already looked at all the products available and said, all of these are good for the seniors of this state. And then guess what? Your insurance commissioner is going to also pick a very select, special group of people that he's going to allow to present that to the public. Any idea who those people are? That's right, you. And some of you didn't do your job. Who else is going to do this for them? Who else is going to do it? It's you. It's you. So you need to make sure you just do your job. So do you get that process? The government's behind them, the state's behind it, and then you're the representative to go do it. So it's a pretty simple process. Your products are approved. Don't fear the money. It's the best deal you'll ever do for your seniors, and it's the most underserved population in America. And we got products that are even good for the young people. So we can let the grandparents buy stuff more for their grandkids because they just love you. Let me give you this statement, and this is relevant to what we're doing. Retirement accounts. Paycheck by paycheck is collected and placed into their 401k, 403b, TSA, TSP. Got a 457. Oh, what city government did you work for? TSP. Oh, were you a postal worker? 401k. Oh, did you work for GM, Ford, IBM, Coca-Cola? For profits. That the government put these labels when they established these plans that gives these corporations tax breaks to help you fund your own retirement account. You realize that pensions really are bygone days, right? Well, I have pensions. Why? Because income's expensive. Income is expensive. Let me say it again. Income is expensive. And so that's why the largest line item in our budget, most people would guess, well, it'll be your defense, national defense. Income. Social Security, Medicare, that stuff, that's going to be our largest line item because income's expensive. So pensions, back after the World War II, when every employer is offering pensions to get people to come work for them, well, they found out they were unsustainable. And in the 70s, they all start collapsing. So the government, again, steps in, provides a new law called ERISA, Employee Retirement Income Security Act. It's a law. And so they put this in place to protect retirement accounts, but also to now set it up so that there are these defined contribution plans. And if you participate in a defined contribution plan, you get a tax break. And also your employer gets a tax break So they can supplement some of that. So maybe they give a 3, 4, 5% matching if you put money into your retirement account, right? Well, why did they do that? Because Social Security, another act, Social Security Act, established in 35 to keep people from the rigors of the poorhouse. That's the only reason why it's there. It was never intended to be your only source of income during retirement. But how many people have made it that? And so never intended to be your only source of income during retirement. So now with pensions gone, we've got the ERISA Act in place so that now we can basically self-fund our own retirement account. So you're gonna make $100,000 this year. Uncle Sam says, I'll give you a tax break if you'll put 20% of that into your retirement account. Right. You can put like 19 and change. I think now the rule this year has gone up. So now you're right at 20,000. And if you're over 55, as I happen to be, just barely. If you're over 55 now, or actually over 50, you can put up to almost $30,000 into your 401k, 403b, TSA, TSP, into your corporate retirement account. And if your employer is going to match that, say they match 5%. Well, now you put in 25,000, they put in 5,000, and all of a sudden now you got $30,000 in that retirement. You do that for the next 20 years, you're going to have a pretty substantial amount in your 401k. You self-fund your retirement. Now, have you ever paid taxes on any of that money? No, you got a tax break for it. What's that money intended to do? It went in paycheck by paycheck. It's intended to come out paycheck by paycheck. Why? To supplement your Social Security, which was never intended to be your only source of income during retirement. So you're looking to help your clients create that income off of that account that went in paycheck by paycheck by paycheck over the last 10, 20, 30, 40 years. Now they've got this lump sum sitting in the corporation. I got to get it from the corporation to an insurance company so I can protect it. And then I'm going to create income from that to supplement their Social Security, which was never intended to be their only source of income during retirement. And now they can live with dignity for the rest of their life. Who does that? Insurance agents. It has to become income. So there's a time frame that it's intended to be income. You're contributing. All of a sudden you hit your 40s and you're having your midlife crisis. So you pull out $20,000 because you want to buy a Harley. You're not retiring. So Uncle Sam says, that's not allowed. By a penalty. So it puts a 10% penalty on you if you take it out early. Anytime pre-59 and a half. It's a penalty. Why? Because when's the first time you can turn on Social Security? 62. Unless there's some type of disability. So 62 is the first year you can turn on your Social Security. So why are we taking money out early? Pre-59 and a half? Did we retire? No, we bought a boat. We took a trip. But we didn't retire. So it's intended with these stipulations to force you closer to that Social Security time frame so that you can take that, supplement your Social Security, create that income off of it so that you can live with dignity the rest of your life. That's the whole point of it. So when I'm running fund expense leads, I run across the home, talk about the 401k. Oh yeah, I didn't know I could do it, but I retired 6 months ago. So see the new car in the driveway? I gave the money to the kids. We took a trip to Disney. They didn't retire. Why? Because nobody told them that they were supposed to use that stuff in their family. So they did something silly, foolish, and taught them tax wise as well. And now they're back to living on Social Security for the rest of their life and maybe going to work at Walmart. That's why we have the little blue vest, right? So it must become income, but when? Not before 59 and a half. So just think pre-60? No, not intended there. Sometime when we're taking our Social Security, so we can postpone Social Security all the way to what age? 70 is the last year. But now, we used to have what was called a required distribution on these retirement accounts. So with you being successful insurance agents, when you get to your 70s, you're not going to need your 401ks or your IRAs. You're going to be independently wealthy. And so let's take Vic. Vic just had his 73rd birthday.
You look good, man.
As a result, he's having a massive birthday party. So we've all been invited to his private island down in the Caymans. He's flying us down on his private jet and his yachts and boating us down there. And 73rd birthday party. I mean, he's independently wealthy. He's just killed it through the years. Now, of course, because he's making so much money, he's trying to take advantage of every little tax break he can get. So he's used the IRAs and the SEPs and the IULs and everything else, trying to create this perfect life now. But he's got this $1 million+ in his retirement account, and he doesn't need it. He doesn't want to take more money off that. He's got all of his other monies. Everything's paid for on the private island down there, right? So he doesn't need this money, but he's having this big birthday party. We're all down there and we're just having a big blast. And all of a sudden, he thinks all the guests are there and he hears a knock at the door. And he goes to the door and he opens the door and looks, and there's this guy in this little red, white, and blue top hat. Red, white, and blue, white, you know, all dressed up, and he's got a finger pointing at his son. Oh, no. Says, you know, y'all seen that? You know, Uncle Sam. And Vic says, hey, I remember inviting you to my party. He says, oh no, I'm invited to all these parties. He says, me and you, Vic, we had an arrangement. What do you mean? Well, didn't you take advantage of these tax breaks through the years to reduce your tax liability? And I had to come all the way down here to your private island to find you. Looks like you've done okay. We had an arrangement on this retirement account. Yeah, but I told you I don't need this money. I don't want that money. Yeah, but there's a term called required minimum distribution. I will only let you defer these taxes for so long, and the time has run out. So, Mr. Vic, we have an arrangement. And you didn't keep your end of the bargain. I gave you these tax breaks through the years. And so this year, you're supposed to take out $40,000 out of that account. Why? Because I want my taxes off that. And you didn't do it. I told you I don't need the money, says Vic. Well, but we have an arrangement. Because you didn't do it, there's a little penalty on it. I need you to take that 40 grand out. I need you to cut me a check for $10,000. It's $10,000. That's a lot. Yeah, we had an arrangement. If it happened last year, it would have been more than that. It would have been 20,000. Last year, the penalty was 50. With the new Secure Act 2.0, the penalty is only 25% this year, so you're lucky. So cut me a check for $10,000. So Vic's puffing man, he writes out that check, hands it to Uncle Sam, and Uncle Sam takes it and said, not written very cleanly, but I guess I can. Oh, by the way, Vic, we had another arrangement. You have taxes on the entire amount, all 40,000, even though I got 10. You're in the 25% tax bracket. I think I'm going to have to send some friends down to double check your account, but let's just call it 25% tax bracket for now. I need you to write me another $10,000. Now he's got tears rolling out his eyes. Uncle Sam gets it, wipes the tears. Yeah, that'll work. So So what we did was we turned dollars into 50 cents, right? Because we didn't follow the rules. It has. Your clients often don't have any clue. It's got something. And if it doesn't happen by 73, there's penalties and there's taxation on all of it, even after that. So you want to make sure that it's a simple sales process. Oh, by the way, has anyone explained the penalty on your retirement account? It's not set up correctly. Oh, they have. That's a great lead in. Yeah, you mean there's a penalty in my retirement account? Well, yes, ma'am, there is, but guess what? I've seen one of my clients suffer a penalty. If you got an amount, you know how much you've got in your account, I'll be glad to get with my retirement income team, right? And set up a plan for you to make sure you avoid the penalty. Oh, that'd be wonderful. Well, could we come back next Tuesday at 3 o'clock and show you what? I'll make sure you avoid the penalty. And so that's how you're doing. You're just staging these things. So let me give you some. Y'all did not listen very fast. So tell you that. Y'all slow. All right, so here's some fundamental statements. Let me just run through these. Has anyone explained 50% action? Changed it this year, it's now 25, but it's still penalty. So now I just say, has anyone explained the giant penalty on your retirement account if it's not set up correctly? There's a penalty on my retirement account? Yes, ma'am. If it's not set up correctly, you're gonna be penalized. None of my clients got a penalty. I make sure you don't get a penalty. You know how much you got in your account. Great, let me get with my team. I'll put together a plan. I'll show you how to avoid that penalty. I'll come back next week. All we're doing is taking the required distribution out of the account before it's required. Before they get a penalty. And the easiest way to do it is with lifetime income. We don't have time to go over. Here's what I used a lot of times when I was in the home of my spouse defense client. That's fine. Most of my clients on a fixed income. If I could show you how to generate an income stream to help pay for this premium, would that be helpful for you? You can do that. Yes, ma'am, that's exactly what I do. How do you do that? Oh, we're simply going to take that CD at the bank, their retirement account, savings account. We're just going to create an income off of it, protected account like an annuity, right? Let me show you this one. This is more fun if I can show it for you. Oh wait, I don't have my pencil. I've got my pencil. I want to show you this because this is a good sales deal. That's my pencil there. So. I have a pencil here somewhere. All right, I guess I can't find it. It's a well. I don't have to show it to this way. So with my mad drawing skill, I know when you see this picture, some of you think I probably should have been an artist. But what I will do, I literally will take an illustration that I run. I'll draw a bag of money on it like this. And I say, the Mrs. Client, money can move one of three ways. And I'll draw the up arrow. Money can increase depending on where you get it. Money could stay the same. But a lot of clients this past year, the money's been going down. So it's going to move one of three ways. Up, stay the same, or go down. Now, I've been empowered to be able to remove, as an insurance agent, I can remove one of these arrows. Ms. Client, which arrow would you like for me to remove?
Let's get rid of the down one.
It's gone. When I put a plan together for you, Ms. Client, I promise you, you might never lose a penny. And always stay the same, but you might grow your account, but I promise you'll never lose. So I do draw that on a piece of paper, illustration. Show it to my clients. It's probably one of the simplest, most profound things you can show a client. So lose one of 3 ways I can eliminate one of the arrows. So really, guys, it comes down to believing in insurance, and I am an agent. I'm not guessing at it. We work with really smart people like agents or actuaries that know what they're doing, and some of the best in the industry. We have a little junior celebrity in our presence. One of the best actuaries I know in the industry. His son is in the room back here. Chuck Stamatis. His dad is the chief actuary at Silac Insurance. One of the best guys in the All right, so what we do for you, we have to profile, I'll go back. We have to profile the money, find the correct product, create illustrations, and then we'll do a Zoom call with you to go over that illustration so you know how to present it. If I had more time, I'd show you how to present one today. We don't, so we'll have to just wait. We end up with some extra time, maybe I'll come back. Educate you on suitability guidelines. Oh, here, you know, we were talking about the suitability guidelines for the life insurance back here. I want to get your pen real quick. I'm gonna give you all the things that you need to know for the suitability guidelines for annuities, okay? Or for the underwriting, all the underwriting requirements for annuities, all right? So get your pen. Are you ready? All right, you want me to give it to you again?
There you
All right.
go.
One more time. All right, did you get it? All of the underwriting guidelines for annuities. There ain't none.
What? You don't have to be healthy to use your own money.
What's that?
You don't have to be healthy to use your own money.
There's no underwriting. There's some suitability. We can't take all their money, but there's no underwriting.
No, no.
We teach you how to get the money transferred from the corporate account into the insurance account. We scrub your apps, try to make sure they're going clean. We handle problems with the carrier. I don't need you sitting on the phone with the carrier. That's what our job is. So we take care of that stuff for you. Requirements, you gotta have a state insurance. You already got that, don't you?
Yes.
And so then you gotta do a 4-hour NAIC annuity suitability certification. Currently, if you did one back in the day like I did, I'll have to go back this year and take 1 hour more for the best interest standards. So if you've got an old license, you'll have 1 more hour. You got to do probably when your state approves the best interest standards, which is going to eventually come for all of them. But otherwise, if you're taking it new, your 4-hour course, it takes you 30 minutes to do that course, cost you $20, $15. I think if you go through Heartland, I think they got a discount. And so you can get the 1-hour course, you can do the full-blown year course, whatever, allow your CEs, but get it, print the certificate, hold on to it. And then for every product you ever sell, make sure you do product training with that product. Never sell it without the product training and literally double your income. I got time for 2 quick stories. So when I told you I went back into personal production about 5 years ago, I guess it was now. And so I didn't know how I was going to find leads. I talked to a bunch of agents, but I still had to find leads when I go in the field. So I did start buying final expense. Well, I didn't know anything about final expense. I knew everything about annuities. So my friend, Mark, said, hey, Rick, cheapest, fastest way to get in front of people with final expense. So, okay, I'll do that. So he connected me with a young black kid from the inner city of Kansas City, Missouri. And one of the hardest working kids I ever met. He was running me ragged. I mean, we're just running all over downtown KCMO and we didn't have leads. We're stopping and just sneaking into these Section 8 housing. I said, you go in here. Said, it's locked. It's locked. We're not supposed to go in there. So it'll be fine. If they don't want us in here, they'll run us off. And I did say, I said, well, I don't mean this disrespectfully, but I don't necessarily look like I fit. He said, oh, you'll be fine. They know you sell insurance. Okay, fine, I'm going in. So we're in knocking on these doors. And so he was training me on final expense. I was training him on annuity. And so then after I feel like I've got my personal handle on it, I'm out trying to sell the stuff and I'm calling him all the time. Hey man, I need your help. What do I do here? Talking about all the underwriting stuff. What carrier do I use when they've got diabetes? And I think I sold 5,000 Gerber guarantee issues that first year because everybody I met was uninsurable. But they weren't insured. So the first policy I sold, down the street from a friend's house. I went by the other day, her car's still in the driveway. I said, yes, she made it. She's got insurance, right? So she made her 2-year period. She's got insurance. But I'm selling, trying to do my best. I'm calling him for help. And he's calling me for help on the annuity side. He's learning to find money. All of a sudden, he walks out of the house, he sold 13 policies. He's so excited. Man, I sold 13 policies today. I'm exhausted, but it was a great day. I've made probably $1,500 today. But the man's got a retirement account. Will you go back with me when I get all these policies and deliver it? And we'll talk to him about his retirement account. Oh, man, yeah, I'd love to. So I go back to the home. We finally get the policies. We're back in the home. I sit down with Mr. C. I said, hey, Mr. C, I appreciate you letting me come out here to talk to you about your retirement account today. Retirement account? Who said we were talking about my retirement account today? I said, I didn't know that I was the one supposed to be bringing it up. Then no one even breached the topic with him. He was mad because I was there to talk to him about his money. He got up, stormed out, went to the kitchen. So I looked around like this, and my buddy and his new client, the wife, they kind of just did this. So I got up and went to the kitchen. Said, hey, Mr. C, I apologize for that. But you know, they just had your best interest in mind. But you've been losing a little bit of money in your account. They would work like that. They don't. I said, well, you at least give me a few minutes to talk to you about it. So came back out an hour later, we walked out with the application, and I split the commission with him, and I wrote him a check for $2,000. In 1 hour's time, when he spent all day writing 13 applications, thrilled to death because he got mom and dad and grandma and grandpa and 20 kids on the house. But anyhow, he wrote everybody in the house, right? But in an hour, I made him more money splitting the commission on a small annuity sale than he did on all his other. And guess what? The annuities very seldom ever have a chargeback. Because you're insuring their retirement account. You're creating income they cannot live. So they don't want to put that in. The only thing is maybe somebody might die in the first year. You can get a chargeback that. But that doesn't happen very often. If the spouse takes over a qualified account, then there's no chargeback on that. Right. So my friend went on to write the next year. And again, he literally had another piece of crap car that we're riding around down in the worst parts of town. Then we're going to break down and be down somewhere after dark. And I mean, we're down. If you watch news from Kansas City and where all the shootings are taking place, that's where all his clients are. They all need insurance. Hey man, if you hear gunshots next door, you better buy insurance now, right? So it's like an easy sell, I guess. But it scared me to see it sometimes being down. But anyhow, we're running around this terrible car. We went to his house one day over off Truce Boulevard, and terrible neighborhood. Pulled up in the driveway, said, hey, you better sit in the car. Sewer's been backing up for a couple of weeks, and the landlord hadn't gotten to us, won't fix it for me. So we're fighting that right now. And talking about his kids in school, and they're in a terrible school district over there. And so he's writing probably 150 to 200,000 a year in FE. He's just struggling. He's got a family down in Texas he's supporting. And so he's got all this stuff going on. He's just barely making ends meet. So the next year I'm selling, and of course I'm not a very good salesperson. So now I'm doing this, right? He's still selling, and the next year he sold somewhere between 1.5 and $2 million. Next time I saw him, pulled up to the office in a brand new car. I said, man, you're looking good. Yeah, man. He was slim and trim, been working out at the gym. He said, well, what's going on? He said, yeah, we moved up north, got a new house for the family. Kids are in a better school district. Oh, yeah, I can't meet next week. I got to go Texas, see my other family, see my other kids. Why? Doing good. But when he sold 1.5 to $2 million in annuities, guess what? He doubled his income. New car, new house, better schools, and going to see his family and having vacations and looking a lot better at the gym. Stress is removed when you just do your job. He'd been successful, very successful. He just didn't know how to find you. Oh, his biggest client that year, a lady in Section 8 housing, $850,000. Got an inheritance. Section 8 house. Oh, let me show you some real quick pics and I'll be done.
Inheritance.
It was an inheritance, wasn't it?
She probably did.
At 850,000, she. Right? This guy was one of the first guys I had helped with annuities, and he was a FE guy. Found this lead, went in, sold it. After I helped him with his first case, this is what he sent to me. $54,000 on his first case. Not bad when that happens, right? Anybody got this house as a client?
Yeah, been there.
This guy, I pulled up to the house. There's 5 cars on block. You can see the back building falling apart. I can't find the front door, really. And so I get out of the car, dog's trying to chew my leg off. I'm hollering, anybody home? Because I don't know what it was. And I hear somebody from the corner over there hollering, over here. So I fight the dog, make my way over it, and get inside. Oh, and I make my presentation to the guy, and he's 72 years old, $10,000 policy. It was probably 125, 130 bucks a month or something like that. He says, you know, that's just what I want, but I just can't afford it. I look around, I get it, man. I see how you're living. Right? And he turns to me and says, and besides, my broker says I don't need it. So I'm looking around his room and thinking about the outside of this house, and literally there's 2 rooms in the house. One in this corner is his living room, now a bedroom, sheetrock falling off the ceiling. We're sitting in the kitchen at a 1950 Formica top, one of those old diner tables, you know, that got the silver around it, and legs on it, and then it's got the chairs that match, no back on 2 chairs. One chair's got enough duct tape on it. He lets me sit in that one. So he says, besides, my broker says I don't need it. So I look around, and this is what I said to him. I said, so you're telling me your broker thinks you have enough money to bury you? Looks around and finds a statement sitting on the counter, picks up his Edward Jones envelope, hands it to me. I take the envelope, I peek inside, I look back up at him. I said, so all $1.3 million of this is yours? Yeah. I said, well, I agree with your brother. You don't need it. But I said, you probably do need to have some of this money, sure. And I said, sounds like somebody may be giving you some bad advice if he's not creating some income for you to be able to take care of things a little bit better around here. So I think on the first sell, I made probably $30,000 off of it. His total liquid assets was probably 2.3 million. And so right now we're working on a $400,000 to $600,000 annuity with him.
I can try to end up for that, no problem.
What's that?
Call me, call your annuity team, we'll take care of it.
That's what I did. That's how I did with my team.
I didn't think it was a high-end team.
But anyhow, my point is, don't judge the book by the cover. This guy is one of my wealthiest clients. He just doesn't commit. I created income that literally doubled his income. And he wanted to take the proposal back to his broker. I said, no, it's proprietary. I said, you go get your best offer from your broker, bring it back. I promise you, I beat it by $500 a month.
Oh, my.
Like broker was making it broker.
Yeah, right. So, and why do we do what we do? The sweetest grandkids in the world, they meet right there. The oldest one up on top left lives down in West Palm Beach, Florida now, and his older brother by him. I'll be with him in 2 weeks for his graduation from high school. The others are in Linwood, Kansas, the baby and her sister. They now have another baby, as you see here, mom is pregnant. And I always love this because she is my daughter-in-law here on the right is 50% Japanese. So I always love showing her blonde hair, blue-eyed Japanese grandchildren. So that's great. So blonde hair, blue-eyed grandchildren that look nothing like that, but they're hilarious. And then that's the new baby is there as well. So I say I thought I had another one first. Yeah, go dogs. Yes, ma'am. All the way, dogs. 3 feet this year. So this is that's the baby. My precious wife is back here. So she is she was supposed to be born the week of the Masters, so that would have been first week of April, because I didn't go to the Masters because she was supposed to be born and didn't get born until the next week when I had to go down. So on her, I didn't go to the Masters, but she's worth. So, that's Chloe May, and so she's a month older than this. Yeah, go dog. That's a home away from home for Georgia. They love playing at Thoreau Field in Missouri. They've never lost it. In case you're a Missouri fan. All right, that's not bad. Yeah. Didn't stop because I'm done talking. Okay, just so you know, I'm out of time. But I got more stuff to say.
All right, food's here, so let's eat, and then we're gonna sit back and do a working lunch, here in about 15 minutes. So grab your food, Chick-fil-A's here, and, we'll be back in our seats probably about 15.
Mine's gonna be a It's gotta be a men's.
Yeah.
It's in my way. No, we're gonna over.
Yeah.
Boy.
And unless you have any more questions, let me show you what we do now. So, in other words, I'm setting them up that, here's the thing. Go for no. I love that concept. It works in every, you do not let them play with you. Because you just orchestrated a world of whoop on them. And that was masterclass sales that you just orchestrated. Don't let them play with you. Oh, I need to think about this and talk to so-and-so. If they're doing that, have more respect for your craft, because you're the bomb. If you don't know that about yourself, you're in the wrong line of work. If you don't have an edge to you of cockiness, you're in the wrong line of work. You need to have some, I know what the freak I'm doing, and you're in the ring with me. If you don't have that, this is not for you, because these people will eat you alive. Knowing that about yourself, you're in my ring, and people respect that, and they get a sense of kind of what we talk about. So that's how I close with these folks. And again, I'm nice. I'm not abrasive to them at all. But I also, if they're giving me this, I need to think, listen, it sounds to me, because what I just say, sounds to me like maybe I didn't answer any of your questions, or are you saying that you really don't like this at all? If that's what you're saying, Mrs. Smith, I really appreciate you being honest with me. Did this make sense, or do you not like this? It's very hard for them, right, to have any problems with it. They really would have to hate something about it. That's why my success rate is so crazy, because you after sitting through that, you're gonna say no. After I just made it make crazy sense to you, and you didn't have questions. You just said there are no more concerns or questions, and now you don't. It's just so again, I pigeonhole them. Don't let them string you along. You got other clients to talk to. Your time is valuable. That's your biggest asset you have. It's who you choose to spend time with. Thank you for your time today and attention. I regret that I'm not going to be able to do the presentation, but we will do a follow-up training online. Hop on that, and I'll finish this up another time. Everyone's got a question. Sorry, I didn't need it. Thank you.
How do you, both are tied to retirement? How do you, which product to use they have money?
It's simple. The accumulation piece is going to be your IUL. What you're contributing money to on a monthly basis. They got some money that they just want to start piling money month. Annuity, think big chunks of money, 10 grand or there. I'm looking at old IRAs, exactly what Rick said. I'm looking for old accounts that are just sitting there losing money, gouging money, unprotected, uninsured funds. And then but I'm going for the monthly, because I don't use the word premium. I'll use the word contribution. Right? What's your contribution amount that you'd like to do? And usually I've discovered that in the info gathering piece to my sales process. Yeah, please. If anybody else has one, yeah, I'm taking it. Yeah.
So you mentioned about whole life. Now, obviously, I already had one in place prior to I knew the concept, but it was usually funded whole psychology. And it does what you just explained, but it's a guarantee 4%. Right. So how do you argue with that, or is it something that you would want to convert a client to go to IUL versus what?
Great. So the appeal to whole life is that the liquidity features in a whole life cash rich policy are better than an IUL. These are for folks that need the liquidity in and out, in and out, and out. That's the only reason I would do. Yeah, that's the only reason I would do a whole life is I need to be able to get this money. Remember my pressure cooker analogy. Whole life is very similar like that, but you can take some of that stew out of there early if you want, and it ain't gonna affect the rest of it. IUL's got a delicate balance. You don't want to mess with that early on. You want it to cook because it's gonna blow up. In a good way. To speak to the interest rate. So right now, I mean, you can get 4.5 to 5 on a guaranteed IUL. And because there is a fixed interest rate, just, or in other words, but the reason people like to do IULs is because you could put half your money in there and just take the guarantee rate and then put the other half in the index where it'll go down to 0.25 some years, and then it'll shoot up to go 12. If you have it in the Barclays index, there's no cap, it could go 20-30%. So to me, long-term growth, there's a much higher upside on an IUL, and even if I wanted the guarantees, I could still get them. Only the biggest difference in is liquidity. In IUL, I'm not looking at dumping a bunch of money and then take it out for some real estate investment or debt relief. I'm not doing that kind of thing. I've written those as well and believe in them as well. But people are coming to you because of their long term. Does that make sense? Question, yeah.
On the front side of IUL, whenever it's new and fresh, you don't have a bunch of money built up in there. If you needed to borrow against it, is it like an accelerated death benefit against the life insurance?
Yeah, oh yeah, it is. And the other reason I love writing, love it, because there's surrender charges on those bad boys. What if somebody decides they don't want this in years 1, 2, 3, 4? They go in to get their cash value out and they're getting hit with surrender charges. So I'm very clear with my client. This is a long-term commitment. This is a marriage, baby. Do you? Take me, I too, you know. Because if you decide in a few months, I'm done, you go to get the cash that you put in there, I ain't gonna charge back. Bro, my commission's locked.
But I was thinking, if they say you had 400,000 in there, at what point did somebody go in and take like 100,000 out? Or they go like
You can go in. You're not taking withdrawals.
Then you just keep paying.
Yeah, you could, but there are, so like with a whole life policy, I could dump in a bunch of money and I could add in a term rider to keep me from necking for some time, and I can put in 100,000. Exactly, I can put in 100,000 and take that money right back out, and it'll still build interest. Problem there is a lot of times it's a wash loan. So you have, like, if it's a wash loan, then why would you do, like, it's like, yeah, yes, but like it's not as clear of a financial strategy for me looking at it like that way. But with an IUL, you can't do that in the first year. So it's off the table to do that at all in the first year.
So how many years?
1 year before you start.
Now, you did want to surrender.
Before it's before you just wanted to surrender it all together.
I
can't start to stop that anyway. Again, you can do that. I usually don't go into a marriage looking for the way out. But I guess it's a hard question to answer. Like, why would I do it if I ever thought that I wanted to surrender this? Why would I do it?
Just if they had to, was there a certain time period they had to reach before getting?
Oh, yeah, 10 years. So the surrender charges, yes, surrender period is the same like in 10 years. Yeah, sorry, that's what you meant. Like, what's the surrender?
Yes.
But it's also like an annuity that it descends. You know, in other words, every year. Any other questions? Sorry, I didn't mean to cut off the question. I'm happy to answer questions. Delighted to. I appreciate you guys, your attention.
Man, we've learned so much. Have y'all got anything out of it so far?
Yeah.
It's been great.
Do another break, and then we'll come back to more contracted. We got more trading and more breakage tonight.
Just listen.
No, it's not real.
You gotta do whatever you do. You gotta be sounds great. Because they That's painful, bro. Yes. They shared this with you.
So far, you're in the mirror now, like, I agree. You'll be in the same game. Yeah. I know. You gotta make it happen. You gotta make it all the time. All the time. Yeah. Is it something? Yeah. We got it. Yeah, but it was 2 days. Easiest thing about all. Yeah.
Phil, is anybody sitting here?
Yes, Gary.
Okay, just let them know that I have this thing here to charge this, just so I don't lose my phone.
How much you pour into it? It won't. How long will this company last? My way around it. You're right. Yeah. Darn. You gonna work with down here? Yeah. Yeah. Incredibly safe.
Well, not yet, but. Okay.
What is it?
You don't know that's how many? So what'd you stop now? Oh, no. I have 7, all mine are big. Except for these 2 little ones right here. All the rest of them are big. Huh? I have. So, like, can't wait. I'm gonna get a Steve right here. Like it's a conversation. It's a conversation. People are gonna ask you about it. Yeah, like conversation. Oh, really? Yeah, you got to make. You got to make it. I want to get this new here.
Yeah.
Just a 1 minute thing. All it is. Whoever I'm with. Oh, yeah. One's fired, another was hired. I might end up putting something like that. This was in there one of the. But I quit on this. This is my work. Good hours. Let's do long distance. Fell asleep on it. And now put his account there. Yeah, his thing was painting. We're talking about.
Real quick, does anybody not have a flat binder?
I need.
Can I get that one back?
Yeah, one more.
I do.
Anybody else got a flat binder?
Let's go.
Hi, first speaking to Frankie's on time tonight. We are gonna start the mortgage protection segment. I love mortgage protection because I think everybody in this room that's been doing final expense, I think this is gonna be the easiest product for you guys to slide into. From making a ton of final expense sales, to be able to just navigate right into the mortgage protection and get really good at doing this and make a lot of money doing this. So today, we're gonna talk about some of the carriers that we use to write mortgage protection insurance. We're gonna talk about the leads, how we're gonna get you guys in front of these people that are actually wanting mortgage protection information. We're gonna talk about the appointment setting script, the preparation, so after we set the appointment, now we actually have to build a case. And then how to present and make over and over sales. So let's start off with the carriers that we use. Underneath each carrier that we use, this is the cap that they'll go non-med. So Kansas City Life, they'll go up to 300,000 non-med without a medical exam. American Amicable 500, Prosperity 500, Foresters 500, Plum Life up to $1 million, and Ameritas 300,000. Does everybody have these carriers?
No.
Okay. So if you do not, if you, well, I'll say this. If you plan on buying mortgage protection leads, hit up your upline so that we can get this contract for you guys. If you don't plan on getting in the mortgage protection segment, let's not waste contracting time, money, and resources if you're not gonna write any of these products. But if you are, and you're gonna get on leads, then let's get you all the resources that we can help you get, okay? And so we're gonna dive into these carriers. Everybody understands what non-med means, right? We don't have to do a medical exam. Fully underwritten is obviously, the other side of it is, if we have to have somebody come out, a nurse come out, prick their finger, make them get a cup, and do all that. Blood urine. So this is all non-med, and this is a lot nicer when we're able to tell the client, hey, we can do all this over the phone, non-med, and I can get you a decision probably within the next week or so. You know, fully underwritten, that usually takes 2 months or so to get them approved. And it's just a grueling process.
I know case 11 takes 30 days minimum.
Yeah, every bit of it. Every bit of it. So let's talk about the carriers that we have access to. Of those non-med carriers that I just showed you, what do they look like price-wise, right? If you can see Plum Life, look at the difference. They're half the price of little America, right? So Plum Life, I'm just gonna kind of break down the different carriers. Plum Life is you guys have heard of Ecos, where you can text the client the link, text them the quote. They can actually click on that quote, go in and do their own application on their own time. So those clients that you may not have been able to sell, say, look, you know what, no pressure. Whenever you're home at midnight, whenever you're laying in bed, click on this quote, you can actually go in and see if you can qualify at all. And so that's really nice when you can literally sit in front of your computer, send out email campaigns and say, hey, click on your quote, apply whatever you want, and you get paid on the back end for that. If you're not have to do anything at all, but just send them the link. The Plum Life is a really cool carrier. Their top is way lower. I will say that. Obviously, with everything being automated, you're giving up a lot of your commission by doing it that way. That is not our first look. However, if you're in a competitive situation and you're going against other agents, Plum Life is going to win every single time. The underwriter that typically does Plum Life is SBLI. That's why that price is so low. Again, non-med.
And very little work when you.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, yeah. There's an exchange always. Ameritas, another big A-rated carrier, they have a really good price point as well for that 20-year term. All these come with living benefits. $80. Prosperity, 107. American Amicable, 115. Foresters, Kansas City, and America. So I wanted to show you America. We don't write a lot of America. However, I want you to see this because the people that go in this home first, you're going behind them. And by the way, Mutual of Omaha's term life insurance was even higher than this, by the way. So America, believe it or not, was cheaper than Mutual of Omaha's term life insurance.
Wow.
So I'm telling you that because when you go in this house, when you're able to offer them any of these guys, you're gonna be the hero, right? Because they've already been sold something like this. You're gonna be able to save them $50 a month. That's a big difference. So, any questions as far as the carriers? A lot of you guys are gonna need to get up with your upline on some of these carriers if you're planning on getting a mortgage protection space. Any questions on these carriers?
So you said that one, the plum life is like ethos. What, is there a difference between them and ethos?
It's just different carriers. Everything's pretty much the same. They have to pay 5% higher commission than ethos. And there's a rumor going around the industry that they're possibly going to be going bankrupt. So we're just trying to get away from ethos. We've substituted it with a higher technology base, cheaper pricing, and you get paid higher comp for doing the same work.
So I know with ethos, they direct you to different carriers. But they're not.
Yeah, so the underwriting is Stage,
Right.
Baker Life.
Exactly.
It's very similar to Plum Life. They use SBLI, John Hancock,
Gotcha.
and they've got a slew of carriers on the other side.
Gotcha. Okay. And they have living benefits?
They have living benefits built in. Matter of fact, those of you that have come from FFL, the John Hancock Vitality product, anybody familiar with that product? John Hancock Vitality, okay. Plum Life, we now can get you contracted with that product with Plum Life. So you can still write John Hancock Vitality through Plum Life. So when you get your Plum Life link, go in there and say, hey, I want to get contracted with John Hancock, the Vitality product. And now you can write it in the Plum.
Gotcha.
Any questions on that? All right, return of premium. How many of you guys are familiar with return of premium? Nice. It's just like itself, you know, they return the premium back to the client. And that's just how I explain it to the client. Hey, they're gonna return all your money back after this thing is fulfilled. 20, 30 years down the road, this is a tax-free nest egg that you're setting aside for the next 20, 30 years, and you're gonna be getting every penny of that back. And so they like the idea of taking taxable dollars and getting all that tax-free down the road. And I also preface it is like, hey, in 30 years, what's gonna happen? You're gonna be getting on Medicare, you're about to retire. You could use a nice lump sum of change, right? So let's set yourself up. And now it becomes, it's not a dollar amount, it's how much do you want to contribute? I love how they use that word so much. How much do you want to contribute towards your tax-free future? Right, and get this check down the road. And so I did so Kansas City Life, this is return premium, that is a medical exam. Everything else is not bad. So Mutual of Omaha, they actually just readjusted their ROP rates, which is awesome. So Mutual of Omaha second, American Amicable is third, and then America obviously fourth, which is what you're going to be running up against in a lot of these homes. So what's the big difference with American Amicable? That's 75%. So they don't give you all of your money back after the term is fulfilled. That's the biggest difference that we see with them.
And that's the easy term.
That is the home protector.
The home protector.
Yes. Yeah, let's go to the product. So Kansas City Life, they have the Express term. Mutual of Omaha has the term Life Express. American Amicable is the home protector, and the America illustration is the HMS 125.
That's about right.
Yes.
The Kansas City Life product was designed by the same people that created the Term Life Express product. So Mutual of Omaha, Kansas City Life poached them, hired them, and in the beginning, they had the living benefits that people didn't have it on their Term Life Express, but now people caught on and did it. So the big advantage is that Kansas City Life in some cases is much cheaper for the same exact thing.
We love Kansas City Life.
And everybody easier too on.
Oh, they're way more linear, way more linear than others.
4 or 5 years old, and that's Mutual of Omaha would take it. So I called Kansas City, we'll do underwriting. I didn't get to do a phone interview, but they ended up approving him for the $300,000. So,
Wow.
yeah, didn't get that. No, he got the first.
And I got 20 years up there.
All your friends. Yeah, no. Okay, remember it was 35%. I don't know if I remember hearing it wrong or right. When that premium, do they get 10% if they were to? Is there any type of 10%? Anything on that?
Living benefits. So this is something I think a lot of agents fail to really, get home on inside of every single home. Living benefits really separate you from the next agent. So, you know, the way that we created our folder, we really focus on living benefits inside of our folder. We're gonna get to that. But different carriers offer different benefits. For the most part, all of them offer the top three, right? In both the product, critical, and terminal illness. So if they have a heart attack, stroke, go to a nursing home, or God forbid, the terminal illness, and say, hey, look, you got less than 12 months to live. We're gonna go ahead and accelerate all that money to you while you're still alive. That's a really easy and simplistic way to explain that to your clients. If life hits you sideways, they will accelerate this money to you while you're still alive. You don't have to die nowadays to get your hand on life insurance money. Isn't that awesome? And that is free inside this policy. People are like, oh my God, how's that possible? So make sure you're building that into your label. Right? They're not just gonna assume and know everything that you've done. So you've got to tell them and educate them. Kansas City Life has these next to the waiver of premium rider. So if you're out of work or whatever, they'll basically pay your payments for you for 6 months, kind of let you get your back on your feet. Fulfill your premiums. You don't have to back pay it, by the way. And then the residential damage, which is really big, and we just got hit by a hurricane down in South Florida. And you got structural damage, you're obviously paying your premiums as well, and give you time to get your house repaired. That's you. That those two are Kansas City. So this is American Amicable's term made simple. And it literally tells you all of the things that give you terminal, accelerated, chronicle, accidental, disability benefit, children's insurance rider, waiver of premium rider, and the waiver of premium for unemployment. And then it literally goes down and shows heart attack, stroke, cancer. These are all the different ways that we can pay you. You can get a bunch of these for free. Give these carriers to send you their flyers. Okay? Those are automatic, and that literally in black and white breaks it down and it shows them that this is included in this product that I'm showing you today. And so when you leave this type of literature to them, it really makes the sale a lot easier. When you can explain living benefits, not only explain them and say, hey, I've got this in black and white, I'm actually going to leave this with you. Any other questions about living benefits and the importance of living benefits inside of these term policies? Pretty self-explanatory, right? All right, so let's talk about how do we explain living benefits. So we've designed the mortgage protection feature sheet, which all of you guys should have access to when you get a calculator. And so during the presentation process, after I go down all the bullet points, I say, a lot of people, they get fired up about the living benefits that are attached to the policy. And I'm literally just using our product here. And I say, you're actually covered up to 100% for cancer, heart attack, and stroke. So again, if life hits you sideways, you can actually get the entire amount of your face amount to pay off your home, to take that family vacation, to spend the rest of your life out with your family. And I think it's important for you to have something right here that you can literally show them. And this is what, in my opinion, what separates us from everybody else in the industry. This right here. This gives you something to slide in front of your client and explain it and really make your job very simple. And so that's what I did. I said, how can I learn mortgage protection and create these little forms and make the job really easy for you guys to take this same literature, go inside of every home and just make a bunch of easy sales? Because this sells it for you. All the products, everything that they want to know about, your premiums are never going to increase, the death benefit remains the same. And I'm literally explaining each one. So the death benefit remains level. What that means is as you pay down your mortgage, It's not a decrease in color. They're still gonna give you the full $4 million that you own the house, regardless of when you have to rent. You choose your own beneficiary. What that means is we believe that the money should be left to your family. It shouldn't go to the bank or anybody that you owe money to. This money is left to your family. Portable coverage. If you buy a second, third house in Mexico, Canada, wherever you want to move to, you can take your coverage right along with you. So another agent, when you buy a new property, you're not gonna need to sign up with a minimum protection property. You just take it right along with you. Or call me up again, right? And then lastly, I hit them with the living benefits. This is why people get really excited with these policies. And then I go through. This is a national life group. They literally like break down like how much they pay you for each occurrence. So you guys can see on there the terminal, chronic, critical illness riders. And so you will get some people that are real anal and they'll say, hey, you know, I want to know exactly how much I'm going to get if something happens to me. Okay, I got you. Right. So there are companies out there that will show you literally to the dollar what they can potentially get paid if this occurs. Any questions about the living benefits? How do we present it to our clients or this form that we have to pay to the side of every single one? Does everybody have access to this number one? Okay. If you don't, we'll put it in WhatsApp again. So we'll get that. We're working on an agent portal as well, so that you guys will have all of these forms and really just hit the print button and have everything in one place. So we'll put that in WhatsApp. Any questions on the living benefits? Yes, straightforward stuff. I mean, age lead. So let's talk about how do we get in front of people? I like to use age leads. You know, we're coming from final expense. I'm not expecting you to pay $69 per lead, right? Get your feet wet. Spend $7 a lead. Get 40 or 50 of them, and we start using our script and just start down. The script works, I promise you. So you're going to find that the script works. Okay, now that I've got my appointment, how do I prepare? Now I need to get on the phone with Rob Lloyd, and we're going to prepare for my first presentation. And so we're going to build your presentation folder together. Okay. And we're going to talk about that. But let's talk about the leads real quick. So the place that we buy our leads from, the very first agent that purchased their lead code is typically Symmetry, Family First, or Edmonds. And what do we know about the products that they use if they did sell them when they first went in the house? Extremely high, right? Annuity, Mutual, Life Express, right? Well, that's good news. I can buy these leads now with confidence because I now know that I'm going to come behind them with probably half the price. That should excite you guys to buy older leads. You are going to be able to do better. So just know that with confidence. Going in second can make you the hero. This is our website, Retirement Income Life. You can literally click and order these leads right now. Any questions about where to go to get your hands on these leads or anything like that? It's right on the site. The scripts are in the agent portal, but I can send that to you. You can put that in the WhatsApp as well.
How old are those leads?
They're 3 to 9 months old. So they're relatively fresh. They're 3 to 9 months old. The other thing, let me say this. Yeah, 3 to 9 months. That's coming. And the other thing that I'll tell you about these leads is we can categorize them by different brands to explain. Let's just say you say, hey, I want to buy 50 years to 70-year-old clients that filled out this mortgage protection program. Well, the good news is they're the final expense demographic, but they just refinanced, probably to lower their bills. They got good credit. They just refinanced their home. They're the perfect final expense client. So now I'm getting final expense leads for $7 a pop, and it's not going to charge back on me. So you can do that if you want to use these to sell final expense. You can certainly do that. $7 leads. You got a good demographic, and you can do 50 to 870. You can do 55 to 870. Whatever you want to target, that's fine. Any questions on the leads? Let's get back to that script. Somebody just asked about. Yes, we have script. So before we dive into the script, this is what a lead looks like. When a person buys a house, they're getting a ton of these, probably 8, 9, 10, 11 of these in the mail. Okay. Let them know that, hey, you need to fill this out, for more information on how to get out the home, if you die, become disabled, critically ill, or if you want to look at the plenty of options. So they're filling this card out, one of these bullet points sparked their interest. You need to know that. Okay. And there's some information here that we really need to know what to look for, especially when we're plugging this information into a script that we're using. So everything in bold right there is what we're looking for. We need to know the name of the lender, the loan amounts up here, the name of the lender, First Horizon. Obviously the client's first and last name, you got the date of birth, height and weight, and they're going to tell you the best time to call them. So they're giving you a lot of information. So what that does for you, knowing what to look for on this specific lead, now we can actually insert this information into a basic, easy script that everybody has access to. And you're just going right through the script saying, hey, I'm calling you about this form you sent in. To pay off your home in the event of death or disability, you remember sending that in. Say, great, I just need to verify this information, go right along. It's the most simplistic script that works. It works. And then you get into the help questions. And so this is so much different than final expense. In final expense, you can go and do everything in the home at the same time. This is a little bit different. You can't just pop up on these people. You need to call and schedule an appointment. You're working with fast people, and they're not about you just knocking on their door and showing up on it. So call and get in front of them, and then now we can go out there with an approach in a unified way. Now we can do our homework. So we don't even know, number one, if they can even get covered until you ask them if they, have cancer or heart attack or stroke. They say yes to any of that. They're not getting forms protection from coverage. That's not happening. So that's why you can't just pop up on these people. You've got to call them and do the pre-screening process, and that's done through our script. That makes sense, everybody? And so basically, we're letting them know what we do. We're brokers, which means we deal with literally any mortgage protection company out there that can business in Florida. That way we can find the most competitive plans for you. And just move right on through the script. Lastly, you're going to buckle down and set up that appointment. And so with the appointment, I think this is one of the most important things is to tie down your appointment. So if you're doing it over the phone, you definitely want to set this up as far as like if you're selling it over the phone, you want to set this up to where you're sending them like a calendar invite or some sort of email legitimizing you saying, hey, we actually have an appointment that we're going to be doing over the phone together if we're going to do a Zoom sale. Because there are some people that sell virtually. So make sure that once you hang up and you schedule this appointment, if you are doing a virtual sale, you're sending them that calendar reminder, sending them a text with your family, your business card, something legitimizing you, a copy of that lead, whatever. And again, you're just using this basic script to look at this appointment. Any questions about the actual script?
That's on the side too.
Yes. I'm going to put all this in the WhatsApp once this is done as well. But does anybody have any questions about the actual script itself? Very simplistic, right? I'm old school, so I get them all in like a PDF format. I literally put them side by side. That's how I call my list. I literally have their information right here, and I have the script right beside it. Wonderful. And this is literally how I work. Right here.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm just making sure I'm not prepared for this.
Yeah, but this is how they're gonna come in. If you're old school, you want to just print this off. Hey, you can print off this paper copy. You can print off a paper copy of your phone script and have it side by side and do it that way. But I have to have it side by side so I can plug in the information right into the script so that I can remind myself that hey, I don't need to get off the beaten path. Because when I get off this script, it's when things start getting funky. You know what I mean? So stay on the script, and if you put it right beside each other, you're not gonna mess up. All right, so congrats, we have booked your appointment, yes.
I have a question about the script. Do you ever have people, because it says spouse or wife or whatever, do you ever have people who are co-borrowers that is not their spouse?
there might-
Yeah,
might be some
absolutely. And I've gathered their information just
Okay.
like I would discuss. Do you have anybody else on the load as well? That would look at that? That's important. So congrats, we booked your appointment. We're fired up, we're jacked up. What is next? We're not done, we're just getting started actually, right? So now it's time to start this underwriting. We're gonna find some quotes for these folks. We're gonna build this quote sheet. And we're gonna organize this folder right here. It's so funny, doing mortgage protection at the beginning, I would go in behind other agents and they would just have on a notebook paper, they written out, scratched out some quotes. And so that's really what made me say, hey, I want to separate myself and be different and be professional. And really just give them a thorough, simplistic breakdown of what mortgage protection is. And that's why we designed this folder the way we have. And so I'm gonna show you guys how to design this folder exactly that way. So again, underwriting, quote sheet, and we're organized folder. So we got this guy's information, we got the date of birth. Now let's start going and get some quotes. What are we gonna do? Well, we've got the insurance toolkit, right? So we're gonna use our insurance toolkit. We've got Ameritas, so we can log into Ameritas, and we're also log into Plum Life, right? So we've got all those carriers. We can log into Kansas City Life. We can log into all these carriers and compare and contrast each one of their pricing and see which is the best fit for our client, right? And so Ameritas, again, I love logging into Ameritas because they have a really cool breakdown of that chronic and critical illness as well. You can print this off and read this with your phone as well on the home. But it shows that it's $208.29 a month. You guys see that up there? 250,000. They owe right at 280 on the home. This was, a year ago or whatever. They probably owe roughly $250,000. So I did $250,000 in this instance right here. We got the breakdown. So what's that? $208.29. So now I'm gonna build this quote sheet. I'm gonna start getting my quotes. And I want to give them multiple options. I don't want to just go in there with one option, right? In case, budget's too high. I want to find a happy medium because I'm going to get out of here with something. Right? And so again, you see the 208.29, we put that up there. We got the name of the company, that's Ameritas. Out of all these companies, we found Ameritas with the best rate, $250,000. And then I've got chronic, critical, and tone-up notice protection, 20 years of coverage, and we got 208. We did the same thing for 150, 100. And then lastly, I wanted to add Mutual Omaha, because let's just say they said, look, it's just another term life insurance policy. I don't like the idea of this going away in 20 years. Can you give me something better than that? I'm gonna put my money somewhere. I want it to be permanent. I want it to build cash value. Yeah, I got you. I'll show you that too. Right. So I wanted to show them an IUL in the Mutual Omaha. It's affordable, 50K, and we're at $100 a month. And so the reason why I did this, $250,000 is roughly what they owe on the house. I wanted to do this budget wise. So look, Scott, the only reason you would need $250,000 is if God's here to pass right now, 2 days, right? We're not expecting that. Think about it like this. In 5, 10, 15 years, you're probably gonna owe 150 on the home or 100 on the home, right? If I hand, this is my favorite one. If I hand your spouse $100,000, I usually look at the spouse right now. Would you lose this home? And they always say no, right? That would buy you enough time to paint the house, put it on the market, really do all these things, right, without losing this big asset that you guys purchased. So I want to break this down and find something in their budget. Worst case scenario, I'm leaving with $85 a month. Worst case scenario. Any questions on how to build our quote sheet? These are the different softwares that we provide for you guys. Yeah, no.
Oh, yeah. So,
Everybody good?
no, I had a question. So why do you do 20 instead of 30? 20 years.
So 20 years is, you're not gonna be able to go past 85 years old. So he wouldn't, the insurance company won't cover him for past 20 years without that.
Oh, because he's 57. Okay.
He's 57. And so that's a great question. So let's just say that's an objection. Hey man, I got a 30-year note. This is going to cover me for 20 years. Hey man, in 20 years, think about it like this. A lot of your debt is going to be paid down. What would you, how much are you really going to burden them, right? After 20 years, your home's going to be damn near paid off, right? Your cars are going to be paid off. All of these things, you're really just going to need to pay for your funeral or whatever at the age of 77 or 8 years old. How much you really going to burden somebody? The house is going to be close to paid off. So that's the line that I use there.
Really, a couple of periods of 25 years.
Some carriers will go up to 25.
You don't have the options.
Yeah, Kansas City Life has a 25-year option.
So do you usually go in with the return of premium quotes?
Sometimes I will. In this scenario right here, the cost, it's not cost effective to do that. You also gotta keep in mind, too, this is a 57-year-old male. Most cap at 55. So Kansas City won't go past 55. And then other carriers will cap at 50. So you can't even do return of premiums past 55. Okay. So yeah, and honestly, I don't do return of premium in this city. I would rather put them in non-QA. Any questions on how to build this quote sheet and the simplicity of building this quote sheet using our different quote calculators? All right, presentation order. So now that we've got our quote sheet, now let's put this together and make this look good. Right, we're ready to go inside of our home, put this folder together. So there's a few different things we want to include when we're packaging our folder, right? So number one, we want to put the lead in. We've got our mortgage protection feature sheet. This is the most important. We've got our customized flyer, which you guys don't have one of these. Chelsea does them for a one-time cost of $20. It's your own name. You have it forever. Right? This right here has helped me so much because everybody wants me to leave this behind. The carrier flyer, remember we went over the carrier flyer. I got it. All right, we got it.
He's making a killing.
So we got our carrier flyer, right? All the carriers that will send you carrier flyers, and every carrier, they're gonna show you the living benefits inside of it. They literally tell you living benefits, and so you having this again in black and white shows them how powerful what they're buying is. Lastly, you need that pre-application, so you gotta have something to like the policy, right? And so we've got our application that we're gonna stuff in there, and then lastly, we've got our quote sheet. How to be able to give them quotes. Right? And so this is exactly what my folder looks like. This is what your folder should look like, so that you go in there and you got a really cool presentation to give. Now that we've got our, any questions about the folder? Does everybody think that they can build their own folder at this point? Right? Do the quotes, hit the print button, put a flyer in there, and that part. Everybody should have a white retirement life folder in front of here. Does everybody have one? Okay, cool. You gotta fill it up. You always and then I'll typically do it. Yeah, on this one, I didn't do that. Just like that information. So I'll do both. I know it's double work, but I do both. Yes.
On that sheet, when you said that we're signing, yeah, okay, is it something that is still show up on our screen?
This is just a Word document. So this is in the Google Drive.
Fills it out when he prints it off. Leave it in the folder.
So this is just a Word document. So Microsoft Word's on my computer. I'm literally just the next client that I go to, Betty, I'm just gonna erase Scott and put Betty in there. Whatever the mortgage is, I'm gonna put 300,000, whatever I'm just gonna edit it. That's it. And you've got this template for every single person that you go to.
Robert, you send it to me.
Okay. Okay. So yeah, this is just a Word document. You can literally edit this in each home.
Okay.
Yeah, you send it to me when they
But
open it. It'll open up right now.
To be clear, you do that before you leave, not in the folder, you do it and then you print it and put it in your.
This whole thing is completely done before I even.
So just clarifying, because you said you can print it in the home, so I was clarifying that you do print it, right?
All right, so we've got our folder together. Everybody's cool with building this folder. Everybody feels comfortable with building this folder, right? Now it's time to present. And so it's very similar to our 5-step process on the final expense side. We've got to go in there, connect with them, remind them of why they fill this out. They also have the death and disability. We gotta do a value, offer a solution, and close the deal. Right? And so let's break that down on how we're gonna do this. The first is connect. Here's the king, connection. Connect and make it fun. You know, an easy way to spark a conversation with a stranger in a mortgage protection setting is talk to them about this new home they just purchased, right? How you like the neighborhood? Where'd you move from? Right? A lot of people in Florida, they're all from up north. So I'm talking about that for 20, 30 minutes. Boston, New York, what they did for a living, you know, all these things. You know, have they found a local church? You guys, a lot of you guys are on the South. So that's something that a lot of people like to ask. Right off the get-go, you know, what church are you with? Who you belong to? You know, if they're still retired or working, that's an important question because what's that setting me up for later down the road? That IUL, that Annuity conversation. Do they have family around? Referrals, ching. And then as I end this connection stage with family, you know, I'm leading into, so I'm assuming that this family that you just referred to is who we want to leave this home to. Right? Is that why you sent this card in? And so now you can kind of see I'm reminding them, and I'm switching gears here. Reminding them, hey, this is why you filled this card out, to pay this home off for them in the event of death or disability. And I'm pulling out the legal card at this point as I'm saying it. And I'm showing it to them. So you guys send this in for your loved one, your family, to pay off this house in the event of death or disability, right? They're like, yes. And so now I got them shaking their head, yes, I got my first yes. And so again, I'm reminding them why they filled out that card. I'm reassuring them that, hey, this is your handwriting. You did send this in similar to the final expense presentation. And then I asked them, are you familiar with how mortgage protection works? This is kind of where I'm giving them a knowledge check right here. A lot of them will say yes, and then they have no clue. A lot of them think it's a decrease in home policy. Right, so you have to correct them. And so for those of you out there that may get that objection, I'll just help you overcome that real quick. Decreasing term is they're only going to pay off the remaining balance of the loan. So if you start with $500K on a loan, in 10 years they owe $400K, they're only going to pay off the remaining $400. Okay. Instead of paying the full $500,000 when they purchase this mortgage protection coverage, when they owe $500,000. Everybody get the difference between decreasing. All right, so I'm asking them how mortgage protection works. A lot of them say no. That's why you're here today. That's why I sent this in. I didn't know what this meant. Okay, cool. I'm your guide. I'm here to educate you today. And so this is the stuff right here. This is where the magic happens. They pulling out my mortgage protection feature sheet. So let me just break down what these policies do or how this coverage works. And I'm saying the premiums, they never increase, so you're locked in for the next 20, 30 years at this monthly premium. That benefit remains level. We went over that with the difference between decreasing zone. You choose your own beneficiary. We talked about that. It's portable, so you can take it right along with you wherever else you need to. It covers natural and accidental deaths. It's non-medical, so I don't have to have a nurse come out here, prick your finger, and feel up and doing that stuff. And then a lot of people are going to get excited about this last one here. I'm kind of leading into this, the living benefits. And now I'm going into if God forbid you got hit with cancer and the best medical facility was out in California. Would you go? Who's going to pay for it? And so, you know, your wife's going to go with you. She's not going to let you go out there alone, is she? Still got to keep the yard cut, keep the lights on. Wouldn't it be nice to have a lump sum of money in your pocket to fight this fight? That comes with this policy. So now I'm making it emotional. And then now you're creating a real life scenario where you're getting the spouse involved because the spouse is like, oh no, he ain't going out there by himself, right? I'm gonna be out there every step of the way with him to fight this cancer. And so you're making a real life scenario when you bring up cancer, you have a heart attack, you have a stroke, you can get paid out while you are alive. You really have to hit home on the value of mortgage benefits. Any questions on the mortgage protection feature sheet? Yes.
Do you also have a printout for them to keep that's not remaining that you put in the?
A lot of them have asked me that. I just say, hey, you can take a picture of this if you like. But ultimately, keep in mind, you're leaving them that brochure that talks about living benefits from the carrier, which is even more powerful. Next is, I'm gonna offer solutions, so look, great, do you have any other questions about the benefits that we've gone through today? No, okay, great, well, I'm sure you wanna know how much it costs, right, that's why I'm out here today, let's go over how much it costs. And so I'm pulling out my features, I'm pulling out my quotes, and I'm usually have two of them for each spouse. And so I'm going over each one, and I literally tell them line by line, look, the only reason you need 250,000 is if you're passing away now. 150,000, 10 years, you may only owe 150 on the home. 100,000, $85 a month, and then the last one is a permanent option. So a lot of people that I sit with, or some people that I sit with, they don't believe in temporary coverage, and they may want something that builds cash value. So I wanted to show you that option as well. And then also with the offer solution, this thing right here, or whatever company it is, right? You're building value in this thing right here, right? The company. So all the carriers that we've looked at, Narratize, and I'm showing them the brochure, has the best available rates. Or Mutual of Omaha, and I'm giving them their flyer. And I'm building some credibility with them, saying, hey, they're A-rated, they've been around there for 100 years. They simply offer the best mortgage protection rates for you. Here's a copy of the brochure. Right, and I'm giving them that. And that's just part of my presentation that's built in. All right, so we've got to find a budget here. So, let's just say, which one of these makes the most sense for what you guys are trying to accomplish today? To protect your family and protect your mortgage. Let's just say they select 150 today. Okay, great. We can't take anybody today. We'll fill out a quick application to see if you get accepted, and the underwriting process typically takes 2 to 3 weeks. So then what am I pulling off? My application is go time, right? And so you got your driver's license, and you get this thing knocked out. And that's it. Again, the biggest thing that I would say with any application, especially if you're not doing an e-app, get familiar with going line by line and making it conversational through each line. You don't want to be stiff and say, okay, what's your name? And not be able to make conversation in between each line or spit out a joke or how known are you today, or just mix in little things like that, or who we leaving this blessing to. You want to make the application conversational instead of leaving stagnant air in between each question as you navigate through it. Any question on the 5-step presentation on mortgage protection? Yes.
Do you typically focus on a single spouse, or do you do both if there are two? And how does that change how you present this if you're trying to deal with two?
Yeah, great question. Obviously, I'm gonna do my due diligence and get that. Now, the spouse will actually be the ones that bring it up and say, well, to be honest, Rob, I wouldn't be really affected if she were to pass away. I'm the breadwinner, right? And they'll let me know that. So you'll be able to determine that throughout your presentation. If you can make that suggestion as well, like if price is an issue, you say, look, man, I know you're the breadwinner. You're the one that the family depends on. You may want to look at getting a little bit more coverage on you and just having something basic for your spouse. Like just 50,000, that's better than nothing, right? On the worst day of your life, that's better than nothing. And so I preface it like that if it's a breadwinner situation. Now, let's say, you came across, they uncovered that they have other insurances. It's just another life insurance policy. Is that what mortgage protection is? I've already got that covered. Okay, great. Well, we're going to go through this presentation real quick, see if I can bring value to you, then we can circle back with any other existing insurance that you have. Right? And so now, again, you guys have access to this as well. We created a policy review form for a lot of you guys. How many of you guys have gone in the home and they said, I'm good, I've got a policy already? Okay. Well, now you can say, okay, great, let's match that up on paper. Let's match that up side by side, something on paper. Let me show you something. And so this is a really cool form and a really cool tool for you guys to have to compare it side by side to whatever they have. Again, you guys should all have access to this. It puts a million of these things off. So you currently have this. It has X amount of cash value or whatever. And so typically when I get to a current policy, I say, look, you got 100 here, 50K in that policy. You've got $2,000 of cash value total between these two policies. If I'm able to help you out today, you're gonna get this check back next week. You want me to look at those options? They're like, yes, free.
Yeah.
So then I'm going in our quote calculator, I'm gathering the medications and all those things. And I'm comparing them to this new policy offer that I'm gonna give them. And say, look, not only is this $30 cheaper than what you currently have now, but you're also getting this back. If I can get you approved. Let's see if we can get you approved. By law, I can't cancel a good policy unless you can approve it better. Okay, so I use that line every time. Everybody has access to this as well.
Yeah.
Who uses it? Me. Never put all these forms. That's in the Google Drive. Okay.
But then the notebook file.
Does anybody use this? You're curious. If you don't, that's cool. I mean, who needs to use it? Okay.
What was that line you said you use all the time?
Which one?
By law, I can't.
Oh, by law, I can't.
Oh, by law, I can't cancel a sick policy with my insurance. And that kind of reassures them that, hey, this dude isn't just out to get money out of me. He's only gonna do the right thing if he can do better.
So the only way they're gonna actually cash value is if they call.
If they have, well, if you call, you'll get the exact amount.
Yes.
You'll find out if they're policy. Some people don't know that they're policy.
Yes, it is.
Or they don't. know that
And so this is a really good place for you to park and stop up here and call the carrier with them and put in. Now you're kind of digging in and say, hey, I made the deal. Now I'm not gonna go replace this other stuff that they got going on.
And I was just trying to see if you like price they can value down and being enjoying what you can get back before you use policies.
If they have a copy of their policy, it shows every year how much cash they have every year. So that's the rough estimate that I guesstimate.
But if you tell them that, they got all our.
Yeah.
So again, I would say pause right here, call the carrier with them. You know, and go that route. The other thing that I do is I leave a lot of these behind with the client so that they know, who I am. I'll leave my business card with this, what kind of coverage they did in case they want to show their spouse or somebody. And then I circle the carrier that we use, right? So that they know which carrier we go with. Any questions on that tool or resource that we offer you guys? Pretty sweet, right? All right, cool. So now we're gonna end big, right? And this is where Rick Brooks is gonna get involved a lot of the time here. So we've put together a form for you guys to collect and find assets in a non-intrusive way. So imagine being able to uncover 401ks, any retirement money without selling them like a scam artist. We put together a form for you guys to do that. So one of the things that I say is, listen, we're working on your mortgage protection, we're working on your final expense. You have your final wishes or anything in writing to avoid your assets going into probate and the state getting 20–30% of everything that you don't. And so I would say, do you want me to help you with that? For free. That's a free service that I offer. And that is a powerful statement because you can say, instead of going and spending $1,500 to get a bill done, I can actually help you with that for free. And so if we do the final wishes plan, let's just break down each line of the psychology behind what we're truly doing here. So the final wishes planner, who do you want to get notified of where your belongings need to go, where your money is going to go, what is your instruction here? Who needs to be notified? Your kids, your spouse, whoever. So what am I doing with this first page right now? What are these? First. There you go. That's right. And so once I'm done with this, I'm going to hit their daughter or whoever and say, look, I just helped your dad do their free final wishes. Do you have anything in writing protecting your assets as well? It's just a free service we offer. I want to see if I can help. All right. And so now we've Well, now we're offering value to somebody that we've never met, right? And we've got a relationship with their parents already. Okay, so we're filling out their basic information, date of birth, all that good stuff. Do we have a will or a trust already? It's located. Do you have any lock, stock, safes, or any keys? You don't have to put that down here now, but you can put that down for your kids to know where to find, you know, your keys to your lockbox and all that good stuff, your birth certificates, all your important documents. Last 2 pages. Lastly, do you know where you would have like your final arrangements? Do you have a house of worship? Do you have a place where they're going to conduct the service? Do you have a funeral home preference? Do you know if you're getting married or cremated? So what am I doing here? I'm gathering a final expense plan, right? And I'm uncovering information. Do you have a plot purchased already? And the kid's gonna figure that out wherever that day comes. Are you getting married with military honors? Where do you want your pets to go, right? Who do you want to leave your pets to? That's a big one. And then last one, we're getting to the money. So now we've kind of gone over some basic information. We're gonna collect an inventory of their assets. And this is where the money is. So look, you don't have to tell me exactly what's in your bank account. What's a rough estimate of what your kids can expect to inherit or take over on the worst day of their life? And so I'm gathering that information. Do you have multiple bank accounts? So value that, I think, great. Do you have any retirement assets, pensions, anything that are going to be taken over, your spouse is going to be taking over that they need to know about? Okay, great. Any life insurance, obviously I'm helping you today with this. We're looking at this other policy, so I'm collecting the life insurance. And then real estate, you know, I know you just purchased this home today. Do you have any other properties, any vacation properties, any rentals, any other assets that we're leaving behind your kids? And so what am I doing with these categories right here? I'm creating a mortgage protection need, a life insurance need, IUL, annuity need, right? I'm doing all of these things on a free sheet that I'm building value to myself. We're doing this for free, guys. So you guys all have access to this as well. If I have it up here. But this is it. You know, this is a basic 4 pages that you can fill out in every home. So if you keep these in your black binder, I think this is going to be the biggest piece of value that you can leave somebody. Look, if you do this in every home, I promise you, you're going to uncover annuity money and other opportunities that you wouldn't have if you just walk out of there after you make the sale. Wow. So print on 10, 15, 20 of these and just keep them in your black binder and bring it up. Look, now that we've helped you with this need, let's talk about the next one. This is another service that I offer for free, mind you. Okay. Any questions on this piece of wood?
Would you ever use that as like a way to get people? I think of like, I can do this.
A lot of people are. A lot of people are. So you could definitely run a Facebook ad saying, hey, we're helping seniors in our community or whoever in our community with a free book kit. Or a free final wishes, guys. So you want to get a go through probate. How can I help you? Yeah, that's what we're about. But yeah, that's a great suggestion to get and market yourself. And really the word probate is the trigger word for a lot of people. If you start throwing out probate, to go and educating people on probate and what happens, that's going to make you valuable if you can alleviate this problem. This probate is a real problem. So if you can alleviate that problem, that's going to make you super valuable and it's going to get you in front of more and more people. To design IULs and do more annuities.
You don't know if you're in a probate state, you should find out. The dead states.
So I got guys. Any questions on that?
Another question is not. Anybody email on there?
Where they going over?
Smile. He was not enjoying this.
Yeah, let's do after the break, and we're gonna finish the last segment, we're right on time. We're gonna go for another hour and a half, finish strong, get the energy drink in, and then we're gonna crank it back.
What is the?
Here, right now, right now.
Right. It's right to that 7 or right after?
6:30.
Right, okay.
Well, man, I'm
Never?
Yes. Yeah.
I just got another appointment. I just had a 2:30. Yeah, this is okay. It doesn't have any people for sheets, but she's okay. She about how it first found. The whole thing, everything else is like that. This is these Indians. I'm thinking it's more coming down here. Very much. So it's so simple. So I may not. These contributors to no.
Tell me what to bed at like midnight. We're still in basketball game going on.
You said you had a basketball game?
No, there was a basketball game on.
Oh,
Yeah. I don't need to be around for that.
Mike, the price, the secret. He had that one thing going. Yeah, we did.
You gotta sit shit. Unless I go back. All right, right in the chair. Boom, that's good. Lift it out of the chair. Listen. Rob, thanks for taking over for you.
Yeah.
Alright, guys, let's have a seat, we gotta get started. Let's get rolling. Okay, guys, let's go. So Baltimore, like, it's not bad yet, is it? No, it's not bad. Oh, yeah. I'll have to thank you for. So this is the final expense segment. What Dave stood up a lot of what I have done in the past. I really wanted to go into detail more on the things that a lot of agents struggle with, okay? So the first thing I want to do is some really good agents here, right? Especially this guy. So what do these people have in common? Well, number one, they all perform. Lester, Vic, Rita, Taiwan, you know, all these, everybody here performs at a high level. But what do? What do they have in common? Well, let's check it out. They're on all the training calls. They don't miss morning training calls, ever, right? There's no excuse. They're on every one of them, okay? They're also on evening Zooms. Gary's evening Zoom might be the most informative Zoom that I've been on. Seriously, his evening Zoom at 7:30 on Monday is incredible, okay? They know their approach. They're not going to the door, and if they get hit with what's this about, they don't freeze like it's here in headlight. They know their stuff. Okay. They know the steps of the presentation. You can ask any one of them. Steps of presentation, they can recite them. It's the same thing every time. They have leads. They're not wondering what to do, how to get clients. If they don't have leads, like say Linda J, she has just other thinking outside of the box ways of getting clients, getting in front of clients. She busts her home and she gets in front of them. That's why she won $400 today. Well, you know. Prepared because they're not wandering in circles. They have their routing map prepared, right? They're using Road Warrior or whatever. They have access to the Google Drive and they know how to use it. It's in, listen, I can't underestimate or understate, I should say, the value of it. If you're not familiar with it, go through it, look through that notebook file. It's got a whole bunch of things in there that can help you out. They have their access to the FBX toolkit. They know how to use it, they do use it. They're not wondering what happened to it. They're on the WhatsApp. Every one of these people are on the WhatsApp. Johnny's on the WhatsApp all the time. Right? Right? Yes, sir. Every one of them on a WhatsApp. Right? What you don't need. I'm the wrong guy to give an excuse to. I mean, I am the nicest guy that you'll meet, but do not give me an excuse. It drives me bananas. I just want to know how you're going to fix the issue. But your success will be extremely limited if you until you start owning your mistakes. Now, what you don't need are distractions. We all have stuff going on in our lives. The difference between somebody successful and somebody that's struggling is how you handle those distractions. If you can compartmentalize your life a little bit and leave your distractions at home, because they're not going to get solved unless you make money in this case. Right? So you're going to have to leave them at home. You don't need every carrier. I personally have, and it's stupid. It really is. But there's a reason behind it. I have 26 carriers, 28 carriers. It's insane.
Do I need them all? No, I don't need most of them. Okay, 6 or 7. Most of the time I'm using all of my life, right? For most apps, and if not them, mutual bond. It's not, does not hear you, so I can say that. Okay. So, but you don't need all those characters. The reason I got them, my characters were locked up for 6 months, like most of yours have been. Okay. And you don't need to know everything. A lot of new agents that come on, they feel that they know everything about the insurance business to be successful. You don't need to know anything. When I first started, I couldn't even tell you the difference between a whole life policy and a term life policy. And I'm not lying. It's not an exaggeration. I was brain dead. What's that?
The court told you that. How do you play with like?
Because I didn't read anything. All I did was I memorized the structure of the sentence and the structure of the answer. Yeah. I don't want to get it. So I really knew nothing about it. Nothing. Okay. I had to learn on the fly. Was that smart? No. But I'm just not. The approach. Look at that guy. That guy was a top agent last year. Taiwan right then. Right. The approach should include a smile, not a scowl. Don't be that guy that Rock Boy just had up there that was stretching, that was grimacing in pain. That was not a smile. Should be smooth and consistent, short and sweet, and stand straight up. You know, stand straight up, be confident. You have to have confidence. And you need to know the answers before your approach. Can anybody tell me what I'm talking about there? I'm wanting somebody to read my mind. Kayla.
Knowing how you're gonna answer every objection.
Yes, give her 5 points. See, that Kayla gets 5 points just for.
All right.
answering the question.
I'm serious.
This guy, one of my favorites. The approach should also always include client's first name, if possible. If you cannot pronounce the first name, go with the last. Okay, not mispronounce anything else. Your name, why you're there, an assignment to the client. Now, what do I mean by assignment to the client? Can anybody tell me? Anybody?
I'm your local agent, or I'm the agent assigned to you.
No, that's not what I'm looking for.
Okay.
Anybody else want to take a guess?
Your lead,
What's that?
I'm your lead,
What about the lead?
have it in hand, ready.
Any, I'm looking for something
I'm
specific.
trying to leave because.
Boom, TJ. You like coffee? You drink coffee? Yeah. The coffee. It says Mother's Day, you're not on. The amount of time you need with the client. Oh, that's the wrong age. It's 5 4 age, by the way. I wanted to ask everybody if they listened to the call on Thursday, I went over the 4 A's. Who can tell me what the 4 A's were? Anybody?
Announce.
One of them. Okay. But the real point, this is much cooler. Although this guy is pretty good.
Yeah.
The 4 A's. Address. Hey, Mr. Billy. That's a tribute to Gary P. Right there. Announce. My name is Robert Appel. Assign. You sent this card in to my office. I'm just here to go over the information you requested. He asked me to come. Ryan asks you to come. What's that?
And so it's signed to link him for you coming out.
Yeah, it's his fault I'm there. You sent this in. Okay. And assume. You're assuming you're going in. You're actually assuming the sale. Okay. You're walking up to the house initially and you're just assuming you're going to be helped out. Now, truthfully, if you cannot put him in a better spot than what he's in now, leave him alone. You know, that taking care of the client's number one every time. Okay, there's no gray area with that. So those are the 4 A's. Address, announce, assign, assume. Okay, your approach should contain every one of those every time. How does your approach measure up? Who wants to give me an approach? Come on, don't be shy.
Money
Give
on
me
the line,
$5.
money on the line.
Yo, what's up?
That's not an approach. Want to give me your approach? Come on. There we go.
Got her on.
Who wants to come on? I'm gonna pick somebody, and then you're not getting five. Kayla.
Hey, my name is Kayla. I'm your local benefits coordinator.
Nope,
No?
I don't like benefits word.
No.
I hate that word.
No, get rid of that word. That's the name.
You're a life insurance agent. You're a broker. Who wants to- Gary. You're an expert.
Wow.
I'll still give you five.
See, I use benefits coordinator too, so I'm like you.
All right, so give me it. Go ahead.
Okay, all righty.
If you nail it.
Yeah.
I'll give her $5.
Yeah, please do. All righty. So, knock, knock, knock.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Mr. Billy?
Yeah.
Hey, Gary Keith, Senior Benefits. Sorry to catch you off guard. I've got this card in the mail that you sent back into us recently about the state approved final expense program for seniors. And there's certain benefits you're entitled to and qualify for. Do you have just a few minutes?
That's it.
All right, all right.
You notice how he said you sent this card.
Yes. All right, Kayla. You get it.
Who else? Come on, man. Get $5 from me. I got problems I gotta get rid of.
Yes.
Let me hear.
All right.
Yeah, let's hear it. Come on.
It works for you.
Enunciate. Great job are you doing today? My name is Gabrielle. I am your local benefits. No, I'm there.
Yeah.
Hey,
I need to apologize. What it does to me, this one thing, it makes me vulnerable. I understand what.
Are requesting information on final expense benefits in North Carolina. I'm just gonna go over them with you. Do you have 2 minutes? You want to sit in the kitchen or on the couch?
Oh, that's good.
Nice.
Okay.
You drink coffee?
I should talk.
Give her a card. Great job. So-
Monday.
Gary can get away with it because he's a stud.
No.
Wait, oh, that was an insult to Gabrielle.
Yes,
That
it
was an
was.
insult to
Oh,
Gabrielle.
she's a stud at. So.
Now.
Ask yourself this, does your approach contain the 4 A's? Matter of fact, who can recite the 4 A's from the last screen?
Address, announce, assign, and salute.
He did.
Is that-
Congrats, you got it. You got it.
Is it less than 8 seconds? Because that approach is less than 8 seconds. You know, there was a study done that your first contact with somebody, in the first 7 seconds, they make 11 judgments about the first 7 seconds. They're sizing you up financially, personality, everything. So you really don't have a whole lot of time to make an impression. And we were all raised to think, you know, image is not everything, it's what matters is inside. All that stuff is just bullshit.
Yeah.
Honestly, it really is. It's true in a personal one-on-one way, right? But in business, it is. It's all about image. Now, if you're not doing the right thing, if you have business. But image is everything. If you go to a house looking like a bum, you're not getting in, right? Yes.
There's a book called Blink by Malcolm Gladwell. It's like first impressions and stuff. You can read that.
So first impressions are everything in business, especially when you're on your way to the floor. Okay? Don't be angry. Don't be angry. Don't be into that. Go to bed. Does your impression, your first impression, does it include a smile? Yeah, I hope it does. And is it smooth and consistent like we had talked about earlier? It's just gotta be relaxed, not a big deal, okay? And if you get hit with an objection, you have the answer. It's not even an objection, it's a question. What's this about? What benefits? That kind of, you can get it at every house. When you're doing final expense, I promise you, what's this about? What did I send in? Oh, I'm not sure. What, is that my handwriting? I can get that at every house. So just have your answer ready. You're gonna get it. Don't be stunned by getting the same answer at every house.
Okay, we already did the approach. I won't make you do it again.
How many of you raised your hand if while you in insurance have walked away when the client had to us said, oh, I'm good, I have insurance.
Girl,
Yeah.
Well, when somebody asks you, you ever think that's you good with?
Yeah. Yep. Next question.
What are you good with? Because I actually had a client one time, I was walking up to the house, and I said, hey, this is so-and-so. I said, really, you didn't even know what the car was about. I said, "What are you good with exactly?" "No, I'm just good." I said, yeah, but exactly, what are you good with? I mean, you good with everything, or are you good with some things? What are you good with exactly? So I started drilling him a little bit. I didn't get in the house, but I wasn't gonna let him off the hook. I'm good.
You make them think a little bit.
Well,
Listen,
I've
if
had
I'm
that
going
same-
there, I'm getting some answers.
I've had that same situation and whenever they say, I'll make sure, man, me too, I'm good too. Look, this is what you can, and I'm gonna finish what I was saying. 'Cause you interrupted.
Now, DJ, I will tell you, this dude will make friends with everyone. So, yes, that's DJ. Yeah. DJ is, you're gonna be seeing that man on the board soon.
Right, oh, yeah. The other day, we were
No, not very. I will, but not, you'll do so. Okay, steps to the presentation, handsome Carl Miller on there. Oh, who's that lovely lady next to my wife?
Oh, yeah.
I know, who's that lovely lady next to that client? Now, it's 5 steps, but you know what, I wanna add in a 6th step. First off, we have building a rapport, building the connection is so important. And there's questions that you need to be asking your client strategically that will seem like you're just having casual conversation with them, but it's gathering information. Okay, transition. How are you transitioning? Can somebody give me their transition to life insurance?
I can talk to you all
Yeah.
day.
Oh, now Gabrielle, raise her hand. I gotta get her.
Well, typically I just, after building a rapport, going to, oh, great, well, this is go to pull out the form that they filled out again. This is the form that I received from you. Typically, people fill it out for one of 3 reasons, and that's how I transition.
I got you.
Yeah.
That's good. Great job. Great job. Yeah, great. Great job. Next step, client needs at the 3rd-party call. I had asked a question on my Thursday call. People, and I gotta get them. But here makes a 3rd-party call at every house. Sarah. Jen does. I trust me. She does.
No, in fact, I made that call.
Yeah, it's a big,
So every time I'm like, that makes a call.
it'll have a big impact.
It will make that call.
Absolutely. So if you're not making a 3rd-party call, as you get more experience, you don't need to. Okay. But until you're at that level, you want to make sure you're making that 3rd-party call, call an upline, call Rob Boyd, call me, call Jane, call whoever. Call somebody. Okay, yes.
I will say, even if you're very experienced, and I've heard this from, I'm not that experienced, but I've heard people that are, even if you are experienced, it still helps build credibility because they don't know you like that. They don't know.
Exactly. Well,
That also
if you
depends
build
on your
rapport,
That also
It
depends on
does,
your report.
I agree.
the experienced agents are gonna be very strong at building that connection, and that's why they don't need it that much. Now, there are some times I'll text Jan, hey, give me a call, ask this question. Or call me, say this. I do that with Ken Bond too. Ken Bond is a master at using this stuff, a 3rd-party call strategically. He doesn't need to call somebody, trust me, but he uses it strategically.
You said you have Dan call me. What's the question of that? I usually call me. Like,
So if I, like, even with Boyd, I did it with time, I've done it with Ken Bond also, where I might say, okay, I just need somebody to help me build credibility on the phone with the customer. That's all it is.
No, but what are you having?
I did, you just don't have to.
My question though is.
Yeah.
My question is, because I call, I'll be like, I'm gonna call my expert, call Lester. I call Lester, but you think you have Dan call you, so what do you have her out?
Well, Jan, oh, for the ended up, Jan calling me for the end up?
Yes, because I usually call them, so you're having them call you.
Jan is probably.
No, Jan calls me if she needs an ended up.
Yeah, but how you
If
word
I-
it, it sounds like
It
you
sounds
would
like
take
you're-
someone.
Like, yeah, if I need them, call me. I'm making my underwriter's just calling me real quick on the phone. You just get by, have her on the phone,
Oh.
that type of thing.
That would be going down.
Yes. Now, if a client's not really trusting, don't be afraid to call the Department of Insurance to verify that your license is in good standing and you're in good standing. You'll get a client that doesn't trust you. They won't give you that social. You ever have that? Well, the Department of Insurance.
It is really rare that we have to call the Department of Insurance. I've been
It
doing
is.
7 years.
I've done it twice.
Yeah, it's really, really
I
rare.
had this lady, I couldn't get in the door because she said that her neighbors took pictures of her mom.
Or what?
She didn't trust anybody. I couldn't get in. the
Wow, you don't want to go in that house.
I don't know.
After you do the client's needs, you make a third party call, let's say you call me, okay, let's do this, let's show them 3 different prices with Baltimore Light. And let him share his budget best, and let's see if we get them approved, sound fair? Now, fair, Miss So, yes, sound fair, perfect. Pricing and close, right, you're gonna show them pricing and close. Now, the 6 I just thrown there is this, post close, this is a weakness of every agent that I come across that's 2 years or less in this business. It seems that way anyway. A lot of people are not post close. If you just take a few minutes after you sell the policy, ask it, I'll go over the questions in a minute, but ask the client some questions about what they got. What company they're with, how much they have, how much they're paying, when the payments due. Just take some time. The benefits of building rapport, jump into building rapport. This is a weakness for a lot of agents. It builds trust. It's big on trust, creates likability. A client will buy from you if they don't like you, but they will keep the policy. They're gonna look to change the policy. They don't like you. It creates respect. Don't get it convinced, just because they like you doesn't mean they respect you. Right. Builds the relationship. It develops common ground. There's questions that I'm going to show you that you should be asking when you build a rapport that's going to help you build that common ground. It opens up communication. We've all had that client that is just tough to talk to. Like they are one-word answers. You ask that right question, you're going to vomit information. It's like that. I don't care what you're selling. You can be selling bubble gum, you can be selling insurance, doesn't matter. Builds confidence. The client has to have confidence in you for them to buy from you. If they're not confident in your product or you, they're not going to buy. It's informative. This is probably the biggest thing right here. Informative. You're asking, if you're asking the right questions, if you're just asking about, random things, pretty flowers, yeah, you'll have some common ground there. But you're not getting any information. It is the instruction manual because of the information, and it opens doors to sale. And it creates levity if you do it right. You have a good time and talk about a couple jokes, back about a couple different things. And it creates longevity. You'll appreciate this when your policies stick for 2 years. And Foresters or Liberty are off your back because your placement persistency are right. You have longevity, it'll lift those out of the toilet for sure. And this is something I want you to understand. I'm gonna pick 2 people. Linda J. Draw an E on your forehead. E. Okay. Jason, draw an E on your forehead. Well, a big E, a capital E. Okay. So there's 2 ways you can draw an E on your forehead. Right? You can do it this way, or you can do it this way. They did it in a way where I could see the E the right way. So that tells me that they're looking at my perspective. they're taking that into consideration. So if you're subconsciously drawing an E on your forehead and it's backwards, it's forward to you, but backwards to me, you're not looking at mine, you're looking at your own perspective. And if you're going, it doesn't mean really selfish, but it just means that you're not looking at my perspective, or the client's perspective, right? And if you're gonna sell to the client and really build a good rapport, you have to understand what their perspective is. You have to put yourself in their shoes. And sometimes their shoes are tough shoes. I don't know anybody here that would want to be in their clients, a final expense client shoes, because they live a tough life, right? So we need to put ourselves in their shoes and understand things from their perspective. And if you're able to do that and do it well, you're going to be able to sell your client much easier because you're understanding what they're dealing with. You're having empathy for what they're going through.
When you're sitting with a client, you have to make them your friend, right? So, you know, you can't be nervous, like I said, I was and I gotta be, you're making friends, they're like your family, you're sitting with them, and you're talking with them, it's like you're talking to family, and then that would be to not as nervous when you're selling and stuff like that, but that's how people in the business, especially when you're up, is because we treat them like family when you're sitting with them, and you make it fun.
Good point. Very great point. One way I've done that before is remember you're going in the house and you're looking at pictures. Use their child's name. Don't say, "Oh, you're a first child." Use their actual name. Oh, that's. Oh yeah, okay. And they'll understand. They'll start to put in their head. Oh, this is a friend.
The real person.
Yeah.
It's not just an interest.
And if you're bad at names, repeat the names.
Like 3-4 times.
Oh, it's Linda.
Yeah.
But
Linda, I like that name, Linda. How you spell it? L.
That is smart. I think, but like, they'll ask them. That is very.
right, so that's a great point. We want to be a detective during rapport building. Harry talks about this on his call. We were just talking about it before that we kind of train on a lot of the same stuff, right? I guess we come from the same school. Some of the questions we're going to ask our client: are you originally from here? How long have you been here? That's telling us I'm a residence and creating a relatability with the client where if they're from Jersey, I'm from Jersey, right? Oh, you're from Holly Springs? I'm from Holly Springs. No. I can't be from Holly Springs.
Right.
But I live there. I live there. Right. But you can create relatability using. Next thing, you have kids, grandkids, great grandkids, how old? Telling you about children's policies, final gifting. If possible, if they're young enough, right? And you can just listen, if I was to ask somebody these 3 questions, or these 2 questions, I should say, you would just think I'm just curious, right? There's really nothing behind it, but there is. You know, you gotta be a fox. You gotta outsmart everybody.
They have a lot of pictures of their grandkids or their
Yeah.
kids. They love their kids.
We're getting into that in 1 second. Let me show you. If they're older, oh, really? Oh, that's awesome. Do your kids live in your body? Potential protectors. Do I need to talk to somebody else that might be in my way? Maybe get some referrals. If they're older, do they come and see you often? I literally ask these questions at every house. Every single house. My persistency is sky. It's rare. I mean, I might have lost a few policy baskets. Less than 5. All year. Okay. Way less than 5. It tells you if they're involved. If they're not coming to see him, then he tells, oh, they're in Maryland. They're not in the way. Did they try and run your life? You know, just say, let's try to say it with a little levity. Joking. Yeah. This way, you know, this guy, if he's like, now, he makes his own decisions. He can't use that objection. I got to talk to my kids. You remove the objection, God. Okay. You have any brothers and sisters? Again, just basic questions, but they're for a purpose. You see that often. It's basically the same stuff. What did you do for work? If they work for the state of North Carolina, the state of Florida, wherever you're at, now for and you can touch base on it later after you get your funds been set. Did they take care of you after you retired? Did they set you up with retirement? But for those annuities, Rick Brooks is happy about that. If you're in a house, do you rent or own? It's not a bad question. So you own it? You rent it? You got a nice piece. I always say, you got a nice piece of land. How many acres you got? Oh, I got 2 acres. Oh, that's awesome. How do we want it in here? Okay, you own it. Okay, great. Protection. Listen, I don't have PNC yet, but eventually.
If you assume they own it, they won't.
That's true. They're like,
Next,
oh, they can come on.
Right.
you get along well with your neighbors. I want to see if I can get referrals from their neighbors. Now, if you're doing a good rapport building, it's not going to be in 5 minutes. Probably wouldn't be in 10. It's going to take time to build rapport.
They might make a lunch.
Oh, dang it. All right. All right. We can give you guys a chance. I'm gonna bring up these 5 pictures, right? And I want you guys to tell me 5 things each. You're gonna pick 3 people. And you're gonna tell me 5 things you notice in this house. This is literally one
Yeah,
house.
you got an answer on there already. That's not helping, Dan.
It can't be that answer. You gotta give me 5 things in that answer, okay? 5 things other than that answer. This is, I was sitting on a couch, I didn't move. I took a picture to the left, I took a picture straight, slightly straight to the right. This is between left and right, and that one's all the way to the right, okay? It's the same house. Tell me what you see there.
Wedding photo,
What else?
tennis shoes, maybe they work out, walk a dog, they
Okay.
like to exercise. they
What
work
else?
out. Religious beliefs, beliefs,
Okay,
flowers, obviously.
Okay.
Flowers, gardening, possibly. That's medication.
where do you see the medications?
So all this.
Yes, okay, that's right. Kevin,
See a bunch of medications over there, in the lamp behind her.
Yep.
And the movement boxes, it kind of gives me either she's moving or just moved in or something.
those aren't moving boxes. Bingo.
Oh, amazing.
Exactly, that's it. There was 15 of these boxes in there.
Okay.
Okay.
So
Who else?
Those are medical supply boxes.
Who else?
A bunch
One
of.
more.
Lots of photographs.
Yeah, that's not bad.
Photographs of what?
Family.
Yeah, what else?
Grandkids?
Okay.
I can't see the
Give me
real, honestly.
3 other things, or 4 other things.
Something is that like a class photo on the Jesus pictures?
This, I'm not sure what that is, that's nothing. Don't worry about that.
Something else in here, and then we get.
Yeah, on this table right here.
And then there's something else. There's two
Now,
things in-
Granted, I'm not gonna really ask you about this stuff deep down. But there's other stuff. I want Gabriella to finish.
You're not up there, my eyesight.
You wanna come up?
Yeah.
Come on.
Okay.
You gotta be detective, this is the whole point.
Well,
5
now
things.
that I'm up here, I see the answer that was already on the board.
If you see the opposite things, then it's
Yeah. I'm not that stupid.
He said when they did that,
Read papers or something.
What about,
They have important information on them that would help us.
what kind of,
something.
like, what kind of cases? Okay, yeah, that's right, that's good.
They have.
Those are medical papers. They have their own medical chart. They have their own medical chart on the bucket.
Is that? That's like.
Yes, I think it did.
So they have two.
Bingo.
Bingo.
Good.
They have have what she said?
Kidney problems, that's the.
What else? One more, I'll give you 5 minutes.
She's close to that, bro. We can't do that.
$5, one more. Look at all these pictures.
Oh, yeah, that's like. it's-
Tell me what you see. Yeah, look close.
There's just a device.
That one, yes. What about that bike?
There's.
Exactly.
Oh, so the beach? What's that?
It's a children's bike.
Okay, I was a kid.
I think you said children, it's a kid bike.
Yeah.
I mean, kids are there.
Yeah, I have children. You can- Wait, that looks, I'll give you like.
That's an adult bike.
That looks like an adult.
The seat's low, look how low that seat is.
Beach proof.
Maybe she's short.
Look for if there's a third.
No, I know that wife is not riding a bike. I've seen the wife, okay, she's on dialysis. She picked up on those papers, this was a big one right here,
It says the Vita on there, it's the Vita.
It's hard to read. right?
I can't read that.
But here's the thing, there's a ton of things. Now, hot street bottles, you got religious awards, not just a religious book. This table right here is all religious stuff, right here, all of it, okay? Meds on the coffee table. There's some that you're not gonna be able to see because it's too far away. Back on that kitchen table is loaded with medicine. I'm gonna ask you one question at the end, I wanna see who can answer that. Baxter pharmaceutical boxes, Jason picked that out. You like coffee? Have a cup of coffee, okay? Children's pictures, all over the place. Children's life, I know the kid writes them.
How old is the kid?
They're like 12, 13.
Okay. Same time as me.
Medical supplies in that roller cabinet back there. Funeral celebration handout, that was a very difficult one. Yes, that's a funeral celebration. The wedding picture up there, married. Now, when I first walked in that house and I saw those O2 tanks, I'm like, oh. Hey, then the guy pulls out 2 policies. I'm like, oh. You have day 1 coverage. Because he's not the one sick. He's healthy as a horse. He's got Mutual of Omaha. His wife is on dialysis. So very cluttered. Who can answer this question? Why is this house being cluttered somewhat important? And what's it cluttered with? Medical. It's all medical. Yeah, that's all medical. It's cluttered because the wife is in bad shape and the husband's having a hard time keeping up with things, right? His ceiling is leaking like a sieve. You can't really see it, but there's 2 holes here and here. Okay, and there was a hole in the ceiling behind me that you can't see. Okay, needed money to fix it. He didn't have money to fix his roof. Well, guess what? He just got back $2,600 cash value. He needs that money.
Yeah.
And I saved him $10 a month on his house. You walk into a house, you need to be an investigator. You need to be a detective. Gary talks about it on his call all the time. You have to be observant of these little things. Yeah, I mean, we're all gonna notice these O2 tanks if you're there, right? Picture it's hard to, yeah, John.
So how does that conversation go? Because I know a lot of my clients, whenever I mention cash value, oh no, baby, I don't want to touch that.
You gotta wait for it.
Gotcha.
It's all timing, okay? You have to really understand, again, put yourself in the client's shoes. Look at it from their perspective. He's got holes in his answer. He needs cash.
The way I help them find cash flow, you just talking with them, you find out like if they need like a car fix, Christmas coming up, birthdays, you know, it's all just a need, they need some money to come.
And you can find that out when?
You build a report.
Build a report. That's when you're finding all this stuff out. When I was in the car business, we had to build rapport in 5 to 10 minutes. Okay, because we had to get an in and out, and we were assassins with it. We were doing it for the wrong reason. Okay, we were doing it to bump their payment through the roof. Okay, and stick people with a high car payment. That they're just, it's evilness. It really is. Don't feel good about it. When you're a finance director and you're training finance managers to do that kind of thing, it's a crappy feeling. It is. Okay. Those guys don't feel great about their job. They try to put it out of their minds, but I'm telling you, you come across a finance manager and approach him with insurance, you might get yourself a new agent. If you're doing this thing for the right reasons, that 2,500, 2,600 is helping this guy. Get him a new roof. He's stressed out. His whole apartment's cluttered. He's underwater. He can't handle it. Okay. His lawn was actually, but he can't handle it. You take out all the medical, and it's not that cluttered. You take out all those O2 tanks, these boxes, 15. There's more back here, Baxter boxes back there, that all that table is loaded with medications and supplies. Loaded. Okay. Now I did ask him about his wife's policy, and he showed it to me. I said, listen, just grab your wife's policy. I'll look at it for you in insurance. Right. I knew I wasn't going to help him. No matter what she had, I was leaving. Right. But I'm going to help him out. I'm going to look at it to be on the safe side and make sure that she is in fact really. Okay. So what's that?
Something, you never know.
She's had it for like 5-6 years, easy.
Yeah, but I'm saying people before you never know.
Yeah, no, you don't know. And that's why you always want to look, because with certain IMOs, and I'm not naming names, but they are historically known for being cheap. They talk like they're great Christians, but they cheat everybody. Okay, so very cluttered is important because the guy's underwater. He's stressed. Money is a problem for him. He's got holes in the ceiling. Having a good conversation with him during rapport and putting yourself in his shoes is going to help you.
Oh, look at that picture. Woo! That's a party.
Well, what I meant to bring up is the third-party phone call. That was the wrong part. So, third-party phone call. What does it do? It builds credibility with the client. At every step, you want to try to build credibility with your clients. They're a professional. They don't know if you've been doing it for 1 week or 10 years. They really don't. So you have to act professional. Makes the client feel more confident in you. Confidence is always a big thing. And it gives you another point of view. Right? You're getting somebody else on the phone. You know, you might say, oh, you know what, I think Liberty Bank is like to be great for this. And somebody on the phone says, oh, you know what? You know why? Well, I like to be better for this. And they're going to show you. Now, when you do that, though, it's going to improve your communication with the client. I had a client, and I was in his house twice. The second time I go there, and every time I went, both times, oh, I'm good with insurance. I'm good with insurance. I said, listen, it's not going to hurt. You just take a look at what you have, be on the safe side, because it's not you that's going to pay the price if you're wrong. It's your kids. So she let me in. We sat down at the table. She still wouldn't get the policies for me. She said she had a bunch of life insurance. She's a former teacher. Now, you would think that a teacher had life insurance through the school system, right? She had, let's say, 11 policies or 9 policies. She's paying $150 a month for all of them. Not one of them was life insurance. She had multiple cancer policies, multiple heart attack policies, multiple stroke policies. She had everything but life insurance. So we called each company. It took me hours to do this. We called each company to find out the cash value. I knew there wasn't any, but I wasn't giving her that news because she hated me. I want her to hate the company. I want her to hate the person that put her in that policy. Totally. If that's what happened. So she was devastated. I said, listen, the good thing is that we still have time. We can fix this. Your family's not hurt. It's things that, you know, you waited 25 years of paying $150 a month. But better late than never. At least we had time to fix it. She's had my policy now probably 7 years, something like that. Okay, because once I put her in that policy, I knew nobody's getting in her place. Because she was tough. But what got her to get up and get the policies? A third party call. I called my upline and I said, I'm not gonna say names. I said, I'm sitting here with Miss so-and-so. She has a bunch of policies, but we're not sure what they are. Is there any way we can find out? He says, well, she'd have to get the policies. What did she do? She got up that second, didn't say a word, just got up that second, went to the back room, came back with a stack of policies and put them in front of me. I had to build more credibility. I was new to the business. I didn't build my rapport good enough. So that's what I needed. And that third party call helped me. I would have lost out on a lot of money if I didn't do that. And she would have been stuck. So before you think, I don't want to push, sometimes you have to for the client's interest. You being nice could cost that client's family a lot of money. Third party call is also informative. You can learn a lot from the third party call. You can learn about different carriers, what they have, what they're with their client. And it improves their placement. Don't fall behind on placement with some of these carriers. They will cut you. Okay? Tips to an effective third party call. I think I missed one. Don't ask, you tell them. Mr. Billy, I have a good idea which way to go here, but I tell you what I'm going to do. I want to get the best underwriter in the nation on the phone, and he's going to give us the thought on what we should be doing to the best spot possible. Just dial. Matter of fact, if you're not dialing, you should be dialing. You're saying that. They're not going to object. Build the underwriter up on dialing. I used to say this. Man, this underwriter, he is great at what he does. You know how some people are born to play football or baseball? He's actually so nerdy, he was born to be an underwriter. And you're like, I'm telling you. This part, if you want to hurt me, client has diabetes on insulin. Hey Rob, this is so-and-so, I'm here with Miss Betty. She's in pretty good health, she just has diabetes. I'm telling you, if you want to see the vein in my forehead burst, say that. If you don't want what they have, she ain't helping. Okay? So before you start telling people how healthy someone is, if you don't want diabetes, she ain't happy. She's not healthy. Always on speakerphone. The biggest thing about the third party call is that it's transparent. We want the client to see there's no shenanigans. We want to be completely transparent. The secret to sales in this day and age is transparency. People are more educated when it comes to sales. Regardless, if you're selling cars or insurance, they're more educated. They want that transparency. As a matter of fact, they demand it. So why not just give it to them? You give them what they want and you're going to sell. Client's info on meds, conditions, each med. I'm not a pharmacist. So when you call for new up, hey Rob, I got this lady, she's on, this and that, this and that, this and that, and this and that. Who should we go with? No. She's on lisinopril for high blood pressure. She's on, this and that for high blood pressure too. She takes metformin for diabetes. She takes this. She takes this for dementia. Don't drop down if you get over. Next thing is always agree with the underwriter. If I say, okay, let's go Baltimore Light, don't turn around and say, sure. Because all you did was you just killed everything you're trying to do. You wiped it out. You cut the legs, yes, guy.
Would this be before you give them the pricing option?
Yes, before. You don't even suggest the carrier, you do this before. Okay. The underwriter will give you and the client an assignment. The assignment's going to be, hey, show Mr. Billy or Miss Betty pricing for Baltimore Life and see which one fits his or her budget best. And let's see if we just get them approved. Sound fair? Yep. Sounds fair. And make sure the client is listening. So this is another thing. And this happens occasionally for everybody. Don't call if the client is getting up. call again when the client's back. If the client's not even listening to you, they're on their phone themselves, call, get the client's attention, and then call. Yes.
Can I add something to this? Whenever you guys are, because I did this a lot. Whenever you guys are having someone on speakerphone and your phone is out, make sure the name on there is not like a nickname or anything like that. Make sure it's a professional name. If you're building them up, then make sure it's a name that a built up name like Rob the best.
I'm gonna change Lester T. Mackett to the third in my phone.
That sounds awfully official.
Don't put crazy less.
Right.
Then you're calling crazy less. Not gonna like say.
So let's talk about showing price and closing. After hanging up with the underwriter, you continue to build credibility. He's such a good guy. He knows his stuff. Proceed to follow the directive. Explain or repeat the carrier benefit. So if I got done with you and I said, Baltimore Life has permanent illness rider, and they have a form in the back of the policy that I provide that you can pull the form out, take it to the bank, and they'll give you $1,000. They have the fast cash. That's a benefit. You want to make sure you're mentioning that again. It's kind of like a summary close. Repeat the other information received during the carrier, including the carrier ratings. You can find all this on the bullet sheets. Does everybody know where the bullet sheets are? Everybody? They're on the Google Drive. And the new ones have the Retirement Income Life logo in the background. And show the bullet sheet to the client to reinforce what we see. That bullet sheet will help you, just like Rob was talking about the carrier brochure. The bullet sheet, they don't know it's not the carrier brochure. Show it to them. When it's in writing, people tend to believe it. They don't believe what it's saying.
Show it to them twice. I show it to them when I'm trying to go through that what insurance could be best for them. Like it's just a thing to keep the ball high, or pull sheet, I will go over it. Then after it's approved, I will pull it back out. I will go over it again. I will put that's their receipt, by the way. You never leave the house without giving them that receipt ever. Your business card, whatever else you want to give them, and take their phone before you leave. Hopefully, most of you won't be doing this, and you need to call them if it's not in your phone already, and put their name in your phone. I'm calling right now, and then take their phone and put their name in. Insurance lady, whatever you want to say.
If you build a good report, you can put your picture in there too. Say, put a little selfie with your mom.
Magnets, business card magnets, super cheap. Make them yourself. I still make mine myself because I'm super cheap. And this particular one, I think some people might say $100 bill on this looks cheesy, but people talk about it. I don't care if it looks cheesy, people talk about it.
Another thing I do too, when I put their name in it, I put Mutual Bond Hall 15,000, Mutual Bond Hall 50,000. You know, so that way I'll never have to wonder, who's my insurance company? And they call me, okay, this is yeah, 50,000 Mutual Bond Hall.
Yep, this way you're not guessing.
Whatever.
I usually put how much they're paying a month, and it's coming out on the third month, and I put their policy. If it comes in, I will, because if they call me and I gotta call and I'm on the road, I don't have to file. I'm calling, I gotta.
That's right. Three option closes. Three option closes showing price. Can anybody tell me why I call this three option close? Well, let's go over that. Okay, hang on. It shows benefits to the client, builds value in the benefits. It presents three separate premium quotes. And here you go. Tell me why it's called the three option. Oh, what about it?
The premium.
Premiums part. So here's the thing. The reason I said three option close, because you're telling the client, showing them the three options, and you shut up. Which one works best for you? You're assuming the sale. It's an assumptive close, but it's also a three option close. You're showing them the price. You just shut up. If you speak, you lose. Yep. Right? So face value 10, 20, 30,000. I'm listing the pricing there. And I'm saying this is the premium for that, that's the premium for that, that's the premium for that. We're gonna get you back $1,276. Premium starts June 3rd, right? If the client has existing insurance, you can even turn around, like say he was paying $46.79. Mr. Billy, this is only $4.08 more than what you're paying now, and you're getting $1,200. Remain silent is a huge part of this. Not speak. Which option works best for you? You shut up and let him tell you. And they're almost always, it's either gonna be option 1 or 2. Most times it's gonna be 1. If they don't have insurance, you walk through a client's house, he's never had insurance, don't stick him with $100. You're paying it back. I promise you we'll charge that. Put him with 10,000 and tell him in about 4 or 5 months, I'll come back and we'll add on. Even if he wants 50,000 or whatever, put him with 50 to 70 bucks a month max. Don't stick him with a big payment. It will be a chargeback 90% of the time. I'm telling you, please, I don't want to get involved. Okay? Next day.
Rob,
Yes.
and usually, and this is just my opinion, I think about, when you show them those 3 prices, if you've done your presentation correctly and created rapport, it's only gonna take them a few seconds to make it sit.
Yeah, it won't be
If you haven't and they're confused, you're gonna be sick.
Yes, exactly. Matter of fact, so if you're getting a lot of objections inside a home, it's because you did a terrible job. Really good. So, Rob Boyd, how often do you get objections?
Every day.
Every day?
Every day.
Well, I mean, in the house, on what you're showing price.
Typically never. I try to knock out the objections during my presentation.
Yes, during report presentation, you're not going out. Linda J, do you get objections when you're doing pricing all the time? Every day? No, if you're doing this for a long time, Ken Bond, you get a lot of objections? No. No, what about you, TJ? You're not gonna get a lot of, Keith, Gary Keith,
Rarely.
how many times a month do you get? Can't even figure it.
Yeah, I can't even think of any.
It's that low. Why? Gary's a master at rapport building. You've heard his Zoom call. If you haven't, you need to listen to recordings. He's a master at building a connection. He teaches it. He gets no objection because that rapport, that connection, he builds a confidence in him and his product and the trust. Jen, I'm sorry, I forgot my other one. She never gets it either. So let's talk about, I want to think about it. This is a pretty common objection for a lot of people, right? You know,
For me?
Yeah.
Usually I'll say, look, I totally understand. If I was in your position, I would want to think about it as well. Great thing is you don't have to make a payment today. We can see if you qualify, and you don't have to make a payment until sometime next month.
Okay. And does that work for you?
Yeah.
That's awesome. That's good. Gary.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, coming from the doctor perspective,
It's here to
this would be funny, guys. I mean, everything has a symptom, right? I mean, if you're getting that consistently, then there's a problem somewhere, right? I mean, I got to figure out what's causing this to happen. What's leading up to that? Now, if I get it every now and then, every blue moon, that's normal. I mean, because you're just going to run in that situation. So for me personally, I had to figure out, why am I getting this all the time? I mean, they like me. They said I was nice. They liked the product, but they still want to think about it. And that used to bug the heck out of me why this was happening. And the more I read the greats and practiced with the greats and listened to their stuff, the more I realized they weren't buying me. I mean, they're going to buy my products from somebody, but they just were not buying me. And so when I read through the greats, they said, you got to figure out a way for you to sell yourself, because nobody's really buying a product anyway. They're buying you because they can't see insurance. They can't touch it, smell it, feel it, taste it. So what are they buying then? Well, they're buying my belief in it, my confidence. And of course, I could go on forever about this. But in the rare occasions I do get this here at the end, I still believe in that you gotta paint a picture, and visuals is what sells, in my personal opinion. And so I do a little takeaway as well. So I say, Miss Betty, listen. What I'm gonna recommend to you, remember, I'm the doctor, so doctors always recommend stuff to their patients. What I'm gonna recommend to you today is that we don't put the cart before the horse. Once again, this is a visual, it's changing the subject a little bit, it's kind of throwing them a curveball. And I used to love to do this with high-end people because they're like, where in the world is this guy going? So you're trying to put the cart before the horse, Mr. Billy or Mr. Guy who makes, $1 million a year. And I says, I'm gonna recommend that you not do that. See, you're at the crossroads of your life right now. You got two things working against you. You got your health and you got your age. And both are going south rapidly, not just you, but me as well. So what I'm going to recommend is that you don't put the cart before the horse. And that's what you're trying to do right now. See, I'm not even sure that you can get this. And so before we make a decision about if this is right for you or not, let's see if we can at least first qualify and see if the company wants to take you on as a risk. They may not. But if they do, then I'll come back with what they propose. We'll go through it with a fine tooth comb. If it's right for you, then we'll move forward. If it's not, we'll throw it in the garbage. Is that fair enough?
That's pretty much what I say. Not the same exact words, but the point is exactly the same. So, yes, ma'am.
Sometimes it'd be easy for new people. When somebody buying something, say like the price, see the price, the overall price, the payment or the timing. So sometimes
You isolate the objection.
just change the subject, like there ain't no big deal because you might be hammer them, trying to press them. So change the subject, and then you come back. So
So you go back and start over.
No, you just go back, you just change the subject, and then you go back saying, so what is it, $50 a month, or is it you got something coming up next month? You want us maybe push it out to June. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And give them options.
Yeah. If you're getting this objection, if you've done a great job, let's say you did a great job when Jared does, or Ken, or Jan does, building, right? You know you did a good job, and you're still getting this. It's fine. You gotta isolate the objection at that point. Miss Betty, typically when I show people this plan and they want to think about it, it's usually for one of three reasons. It's either because they don't like Baltimore Life. Did you ever have a Baltimore Life policy and you just don't like them for some reason? They're going to say, no, they're fine. Okay. Well, is it me? Did I do something to offend you? She's going to say, oh, no, you were great. Then Miss Betty, it's got to be the premium. Is this premium maybe a little bit out of your budget? And you nod your head. They're always, every time, they're going to say, yeah. If you get down and put yourself in their shoes and you address them like that, get down to where they're at. They're going to relate to you. And guess what? You're gonna walk away with not just a sale, but you're gonna walk away with somebody that can relate to you. You're gonna have a good connection because you just discovered that it is. What do you do then? Well, I'll tell you what, let's do this. I forgot what it was, $60. Say you want them for $60. It's $60. I do this. Is $60 maybe a little bit too high for you? Is 40, 45 a little bit more in line, or is that still a little high? And they're gonna say, no, $40 would be good. I'm gonna show them something around $45, $44. And say, listen, we can put that on Thanksgiving. In a few months, I'll come back, I'll touch base with you. And if you want at that point, they won't just add on to $2,000. Sound fair? And they're gonna do it. It's money. That's usually money. If you build rapport good, that's money. Every time. Want to talk to my kids. This is different. This is not necessarily money. This is they don't trust you. That's what that is. They don't trust you. So what do you do if Get that one. Well. Yeah, I wanna talk to my kids. I would first suggest that you start off with a pool. Maybe take a step back. And yeah, you know what, you should talk to your kids. Get off the subject for a minute and then come back to it. And if they still wanna talk to their kids, Jan, you wanna handle that?
Oh, I would just say great rental because that's close to the rent.
Exactly. There you go.
And they're at work, I want them to check.
But, oh, I can't get them on the phone. See, that's a good way to handle it. But what if they can't get them on the phone? Start over, build that rapport, and then come back. You can go back, Ken does it. He'll go back and build rapport. I want to price around.
Actually, what else I do is like see if you're approved first, because if you're not approved, they're not approved.
Yeah, let me actually go back to that too. So let me say this, if you did build rapport really well, and they truly do want to talk to their kids, I didn't take that into consideration. But let's say they really do need to talk to their kids. Just like Jan said, I say, Mr. Eddie, you should talk to your kids. I want you to, but unless you're approved, there's nothing to talk about. So let's do this. Let's get you approved first. If you are approved, I'll come back with the policy. We'll sit down with your kids together. And if they think it's good for you, great, we'll keep it. If not, we'll go ahead and cancel it and you don't even pay anything. Sound fair? You're not gonna get no's. That's if they truly do. And I'm sorry, I didn't take that into consideration. Okay. But just like Jan said, same thing. Next, I want to price around. Who wants to handle I want to price around? Boom.
One-stop shop. I got everything you need.
Yeah, I showed it too, because look, I got it, yeah, I work with all the top companies in here too.
That's where the FDX toolkit comes in handy. It takes out the I want to price around.
But if your presentation was strong, they would know that you're a broker already and that you go.
If you build rapport, they're not worried about it
At all.
I have insurance through work. This is so good. This one is easy. Who wants to take this one?
Okay, this one.
DJ.
Have it through work. I mean, so do you know what type of plan you have? Do you know how long it's gonna be there for? How long do you plan on being at your job? And don't answer all the questions, but well, look, this is a temporary thing for your job. Let's put you in something a little more permanent. So that even after you're done with the job, you have something that.
So here's the thing about work insurance.
Always terms.
It's almost always term, right? People don't die typically when they're healthy. Right? Maryland, you know a lot of people that were working that randomly died. It's not something that usually happens. 99 or 98% of those term policies never pay out. I make sure that I Google it. What percentage of term policies, try it, check it out, what it says. What percentage of term policies pay out? It's gonna say under 2%.
I'll even ask a question though, like, how much you pay on that policy? Oh, it just came with the job, so I guarantee you that's a term policy. You know what term means, right? And I'm like, what? It means terminate. Eventually, you're not gonna have that policy.
Now, insurance through work, you also want to hit them with, good people want to do what experts say. They want, people by nature are sheep, right? We follow the herd. We want to do what everybody else is doing, okay? So if somebody's got their policy through work and they know it's going to terminate, you hit them with, every expert will tell you that you want to have something separate from that. So it's good that you got it started with that. But you really need something separate. So if something does happen, you lose the job, you don't have to worry about insurance. You know, you need something that's going to be there no matter what.
You know, who's your agent?
Yeah, hey, Rob.
Rob, yes.
Real quick, going back to the, I want to price around.
Yes.
What I'm learning now I revert back to the toolkit, but I'm learning to build value with the company that I'm trying to send them to.
The bullet sheets.
Yeah.
If you're following our process, including the bullet sheets to carry with yours and the third party call, building rapport strongly, you shouldn't get these. You shouldn't. You really shouldn't get any of these. Someone already came by. Oh, that makes my job a lot easier. It does. I know I have to replace them. Okay, someone already came by. Who wants to take care of that? Anybody but TJ. You've got too many cars. Anybody? Jen, you want to do that? Somebody already came by.
Wow, that's great. I'm so glad they came by. I'm just here to review that. Just like more different.
It's very simple. You didn't even get it. I can't elaborate. Vic, you get a lot of objections when you give a presentation.
Not a ton, but.
Get some here and there.
Y'all get at the door, that's one of the.
That we get the door. That's this is the only one you might get by because this is at the door. Okay, the rest of them are on the couch. So,
But if you can learn to crack a joke with stuff like that, Miss Betty will oftentimes either laugh or look at you weird or something.
Yeah.
But if you can kind of throw a curveball, I go, was he as good looking as me? And she'll.
no, but exactly.
No, exactly. Like one time, this lady, she was in her house coat and it was 1 o'clock. I'm thinking to myself, my goodness. And on the door was a sign that says no soliciting. And I said, and I had an agent with, I said, this is gonna be fine. Right? Absolutely. And so she comes there with a scowl on her face and it's 1 in her house coat. And don't you see that sign right there? And I thought you were gonna send this stuff in the mailbox. I says, yes, ma'am. The only problem was they couldn't fit me in the mailbox. So they sent me personally. And she all of a sudden decided to go off on me. She cracked a smile. She says, this better not take longer than 10 minutes. And I said, yes, ma'am. I promise you it won't.
I actually had one lady like that after I sold her policy, she said, you said it's gonna take 5 minutes. I said, yeah, but I didn't know you needed insurance. So she was full with it. But yeah, so you can knock on the door and take 5 minutes if you didn't need insurance. Right? You don't know they need insurance. You're just there to go over. You want it?
Yeah. Yeah, I always say, oh, that made my job so much easier. So who'd you go with? And they'll more than likely tell you, oh, I went with Omaha, I went with Marico. And soon they tell you that, okay, cool. You know what type of policy you have, and you go into that.
Yeah, go. You're getting stuff at the door that's common. You're gonna get it at every house. This one, I don't really get much at the door. I really, unless I sat on a lead to what really I sat on it. Right. Handling objections. We kind of handle this, but if you're getting a lot of them, you need to do a better job of connecting. That's a fact. The 3 F's, feel, felt, and found. That is a good strategy to use. If you're getting an objection from somebody, I'll just give you an example like I have there. I understand how you feel. I once felt the same way. What I have found that ultimate life provides benefits no other policy does, and that's true. What other policy has that check in the back? What hasn't? Okay, so when you come across this situation where you can use that, you're gonna know it. Feel, felt, and found. Isolate the objection. It's either the carrier, it's either you, or it's the price. Incredibly effective. That's effective for all sales. Some like Best Buy is effective there. Every expert, like I mentioned earlier. And any question on that page? Okay.
Rob, can I say one thing?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, anytime you solve the problem or solve the question that they have or the objection, I think where most salespeople fail is that they never ask for the sale again. So, so whenever you give the response back to them, you know, feel, felt, and found, and Baltimore Life provides these benefits, no other pun, they kind of sit there, does, and they're waiting for the client to say, well, that makes sense. Let's go ahead and forward with this. So the agent has to have the gumption, the courage, and it's tough sometimes to go. So with that in mind, let me go ahead and see if I can get you qualified. And you put your head down and you don't look at the client anymore. This is gonna be tough because that's gonna show a sign of weakness. So you really gotta stick with your guns, and you're gonna be trembling, you're gonna be sweating with the palms. That's just what you do. You do it every time. No matter any time you answer something, they come back with something else. Well, my kids probably need to touch back. No worries, Miss Betty. I'm just seeing if I can get you qualified. Then I'll bring back a policy, fine tooth comb. We'll go with them. So with that in mind, let me see if I can get you qualified today. And you're back down at it until she stops you again, or he stops you. And when I learned that, after you solve the problem, you've got to do the next step, because if you don't, they're not going to go, you know, that makes sense. Why don't you go and see if I can get qualified? They'll never do it. Yeah.
Great point. So let's talk about post-close real quick, and then Jan's gonna jump into senior centers, the difference, by the way. In case. So post-close, we're gonna ask, how much is the premium? This Betty? That we're able to help you today. Let me just ask you a few quick questions. How much did you say your premium is? And when is it due? And how much insurance do you have? And what type of insurance is it? Make her say whole life. And what company is it with? You must feel much better now, right? You later, right? Must feel like a weight to lift it off your shoulders. Let's see it in every house. Every house. Make sure you call me for anything, even if it's if an insurance agent knocks on your door. I have my clients, they will call me. Mr. Rob, somebody's here trying to sell me insurance. They literally put me on with a lady at a former IMO, and I knew. And I spoke to her while she's on the couch. I said, yeah, you don't have to stay. She's good. She's good. Well, I just want to look at her policy. I said, I'll tell you what, just put Miss Alma back on. Miss Alma, don't show them anything. Just tell me. That's it. I'm telling you, but it's not just one client. I have a lot of clients like that. And because I take time, I don't just post close, I go see them after too. I maintain a relationship. So yeah, you know what, with final expense clients, it's a lot of work, and you don't want to go out your way to see somebody. But if you're working in the same neighborhood, right, stop by for 5 minutes, you might get a referral. Stop by for 5 minutes, say hi, I just passed by, I want to say hi, see if everything's okay. Just touch base with them. That's all. And that should do it for my section. Now we have Janet's section, and she can pick some.
Bring it home, Jan, bring it home.
Here, want the clicker? This one changes the page. And yes, ma'am.
All right, cool. So everybody here, so first of all, doing final expense every day is our bread and butter, right? So this is back here is our bread and butter every day. That's really on the well, that's really on the right? But we have to do the final expense for the great the senior homes and senior centers that I incorporate into my family life and insurance. It's not for everyone in the beginning when they're first learning, because you have to learn what you're doing, right? I will teach you, I will help you, I will show you what I do. I did a Zoom with 2 evaluations tomorrow and a few weeks back, and they went and they had like, I don't know, 20 people, and they killed it because I help you with what I say when I'm doing it, right? Linda J, she loves with the churches and everything else. I want to be like the same when I grow up. You know, we always want to learn for the people now and it's in the churches and stuff, right? So what I do is I do senior homes and senior centers, and they all go different. So we're going to talk about that a little bit. So we're going to talk about ways of applying them. So first of all, raise your hand if you know there's a few ways on the way that I find them.
I got $5 bill.
Can you raise your hand if you know the first way to find them?
Look it up in your area.
Drive
Drive around.
The white pages.
Ask one of your seniors who's probably to if they go to anywhere where other seniors.
Damn. Wow.
Anything else?
Current lead card. I mean, you're going right in them, yeah.
So first one is your leads, right? So every time I have a lead, I had one 2 weeks ago, and I walked in and the person wasn't there, but what I do, I walked right into the lead. When you see that, you see people, you see, you know, a chance for yourself to duplicate what you're doing, right? So you can't let that go at all. The second one is Google the Senior Center. So you can Google the Senior Center in the area. You can Google the apartment complexes that you live, so when you're out there working and you finish your week and nobody's home, and, you know, you feel like getting mad at yourself for going home and saying, well, maybe, no, it doesn't work like that. You sit in the car, you think out, how I can utilize my time. So that's what I do. So I sit there and I Google, if I don't find it through a lead. A couple of weeks ago, I was driving down the street, going to the lead, and I saw a senior center, and I saw a bunch of people leaving. And I actually passed the parking lot, and I could have just kept going. Sometimes, you know, we don't go back to what we think we do. And I turned around and I went back. I got so glad that I did. So every time you think you shouldn't do something, do it. You know, most of the time. So I got out and I walked in, and the manager was there. The gentleman in there helped me, and I gave them my card, and I told them what I wanted to do. And they gave me her number and her phone number, and I did email her. And I just did the senior home last week, and I had 18 people, 20 people show up. Told a few policies, met some nice people, and I will be going back, and I haven't even, met them all yet. So they were very, very great. Google Section 8 senior apartment. Okay, it has to be senior 8. It has to be independent living. It cannot be assisted living, rehabilitation, or nursing home facility. These are not working. Okay, so it had to be independent living, Section 8. Okay. Now, not necessarily on the Section 8. The Section 8 are more I've seen the market, but I was working with Rob like a couple of months back, we were in Boston, and we had a lead and we went into this beautiful senior area complex, and they were paying like what, $5,000, $3,000 to their apartment. So they had more money. So what did Janet do? It happened. It was Valentine's Day. I did a Valentine's Day and I did some pictures of it again. And I went there and I figured I'm gonna talk more about the movie with you guys well. So that's what I did. And so the manager is the one that was doing the movie on that was helping me with, right? But a lot of those seniors there, they were between 80 and 90 years old. They came to the party. They came because I had to wear a red shirt. We all had cupcakes and I made sandwiches and we had parties because they just wanted the free stuff. They did not want to feel better. So a lot of them were pretty set. I did it anyway from the goodness of my heart because you just don't know what can happen out of that, right? And you drive past them, like you said. So every day when you're out in the field, I'm sure you're passing one, you're in one with the lead. You can Google it. I'm not sure that's the right thing to tell, right? So what are the benefits of senior homes and senior centers, right? The first one is time efficient. You reach more people in one presentation. So that's why I said you cannot stand up here and teach somebody something you don't know to do it. So you kind of got to be out there a little bit. I will do one with you. You know, there's a few on this show I've done. Julie and Kevin, I've done one with Jan, I've done one with Ron. So I've done a few of them, right? They're not all, it's not like you're gonna go there and make like $10,000 in a day. You get that out of your head. You know, you go there, you make $2,000. I think I made $2,500 already from the few people I built last week from the senior center that I just drove by in the town. But that last one I made nothing, right? So you can't look at that. Potentially several sales in one day, right? Potential. And for a very low cost of money, right? Lower travel expense, gas prices are high, right? So it's nice to go to one place and shop. And also what that does too, if you build your rapport with the manager, she can have another building she'll send you to, and she'll bring you back in 6 months. So there'll be a turn all the buildings. So in that building, you're not only talking to the seniors, but you're talking to their family. Because I work on those referrals, like Linda J. and a lot of people get referrals. That's what we do, right? Presentation at the same building every quarter. Like I just said, you go back, you follow up again, you track of where you went and who was there. Me and Rob have done a few over the past year, a couple in the same building because there's a different manager. You think what's going on. When we went one time, I remember like, hey, you know, and they become family. They're like, oh, how you doing? You know, everybody talks to the fun. 28,900 senior homes, housing facilities in the United States. That's a lot of senior homes. And you guys are missing out if you're not part of it. Missing out. Totally. increased credibility. Management approved you to be there, management said that, and you're showing up. And we call it information, it's an informational lunch, an informational breakfast, it's an educational. You make it fun, we're not there to sell, we don't come to there to sell, obviously, but most of the time you're reviewing what they have. They're inclusive. So when you go to the events manager, whatever that person will be, what does that mean? Oh, everything's gonna be in here, so questions. Additional opportunities for life policies, Medicare and Medicaid, right? So in that apartment complex, you have so many employees in there. I mean, it's like Christmas, it's crazy. You know, I'm in there last week, I'm like, I gotta go back there, because now you have the codes to get in, you have manager's approval, and now you can go back again, because you got your booking in, and you're like, hey, how you doing? This is my client. Right? And you don't know who you're gonna talk to, right? So last week, what happened? I made an appointment with someone, went back to the apartment building. I got there and I called and she wasn't there. I was trying to get in. And she said I went out of town. So of course, you know, she was on my appointment in the town. What did I do? I said, no, what else did I do? There was another lady there that let me in. Right now I'm looking another appointment. Right? But then I sold her. I said, oh, you have 2 minutes to see what I do. I went into lunch with her and I sold her some house. Then I went to my car when I was leaving and I was sitting in the car and I was getting all my stuff ready and I had this guy like knocking on my door. On the other side, I'm like, yes, can I help you? He's like, you do insurance, I see you nagging on your car. I'm like, that's actually good. He's like, I'm going to the funeral now. I'm like, okay, how long is this? Okay, $30. That sounds good. I'm going tomorrow. That was the other day. So then I'm doing the senior lunch last week and I'm talking to 18 people. My phone rang. I go to the client. I get I need insurance. You sell insurance? I'm like, yes. I'm like, who is it? And she's like, are you in the senior center? Because she was talking about it. She's like, no, I'm outside. My car was parked outside when I let the stuff in and she saw me. And then the other day I went to the other lady that saw me and I'm there waiting for the car. And this other lady's right behind me. But there's a car behind me and I get out of the truck and I'm like, hey, you can go in front of me. And she goes, no, I want you. And I don't talk something like that. Like I was going right. This lady followed me around the block. She followed me. So I'm going to see her. They live like 20 minutes away, so I don't know number.
She has magnets on the car. You can get them from Discipline or wherever. It says low cost life insurance and her phone. In big bold letters.
I'm gonna show it.
And I've had people follow me and pull me over at a Walgreens asking for health insurance. So, yeah, it doesn't happen all the time.
And now I have one on my car. So my car used to have 4 stickers because I had 2 for insurance and 2 for Medicare. I went to the damn car wash and I 2 stickers. And he goes, I'm like, you would laugh. Sometimes you take more car and I look like I'm like yeah, I look like I'm Scooby-Doo with this. So I got one, then it's white with black letters and it's Tuesday life insurance for me. I mean, very simple. And so I keep telling him, I gotta get that out of the man because I want the whole file. I build it up. Okay, so how do we schedule? We visit the senior apartment complexes, section 8, referred, no, this is, I guess, we'll do that, right? Only independent. They have to make their own decisions. They have to be able to do walking in front of the.
That's called therapy.
You find the manager, if they're not there, I take a picture of the door when they're not there and get their phone number and everything, so we take a picture up there. And I'll ask somebody in the door, I say, when are you looking? But they're only there like Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Tuesday, Thursday. And then when you book it, make sure you book it when the manager's there. So you can see how your target's from. So like that the other day, we see it on Thursday, she had this whole funeral expense thing going on with the funeral home. And she has no insurance, she's 76, and she had like 10 questions. And so she didn't buy from me yet, but we were working on that. So when I was in there, I saw the manager, thank you so much, thank you. I got a $15 target card. You also can get the manager a really good card in it. They're like blown away, like, why you can't do something? Now, and it's just nice to know that they did, and they show how encouraging. Explain you want to do an informational breakfast for lunch and learn to go over the 2023 Life Medicare and Retirement Benefit Program. You want to go over it. Even if you're not doing health and Medicare, you can just talk about it. We'll find somebody to help you. This was the lunch that I did February 14th. All these ladies here, they were between 80 and 90 years old and they're having fun. There was one lady here, I don't know, I tried to sell her. I got 2 rejections, went back to her apartment, turned out the hypertension, she had that pill. And I was like, oh, I wish I knew that, so I kept her where she was and I didn't touch her, so that was one of the things. So, the conversation, before entering the building, make sure you're all wearing your ID badge and language, right? Make sure you always have it on, right? Speak to the manager, event planner, if they're not around, that's what's the activities director that handles the other. Like the one thing, you do things like, they had to eat the stuff going on, and that, so every holiday they do something, you can do big holidays, everyone does. Introduce yourself, show your ID badge. So that's what I do, I introduce myself and I tell them that, you know, I service the whole area, the community, and I help them with the benefits of their life insurance, and I do everything that they have. And I would like to do an informational, just to hand out my card, and if they want to see me, I will come back for an appointment. And they could look like there's no selling that day, there's no safety sale, none of that. My name is Janet Patel, I'm a state licensed representative specializing in senior life Medicare and retirement programs. That's exactly what I said. Give them my card, and I actually book the date right there. I was trained 2 weeks ago, I walked into the senior home, these 2 girls were like, oh, booked it right there. It was booked last Friday, I'm very cancer. And, it was on May 19th, but they were like all over, they were like, we got pool out there, I'm like trying to figure out what kind of thing we can do. We'll do like a 97 thing. I would like to set up a lunch and learn or information directly for all of these programs. Do you have any area where we can do this? And this is what this second this is what I do. I didn't bring my binder with me, but my pink binder, the hot pink binder. I went from the black to blue to pink. I had white in there too. Then I'm holding my pink binder, I opened it up and I showed you all the teams that I helped. Okay. So, when I go to my senior home, these are just, believe it or not, 18 maybe, 18 or 19. I have thousands and thousands of pictures in my phone, right? And this is just the first work that I've done, and I bring it to the event, and I have it up there when they come in. Hi guys, So what I do is in my binder, you guys that are taking these 7 days, I know the guys might not like to do it, but the girls that have taken these pictures, develop them like we used to, like in 1989. Develop the pictures, put it in your okay, and put yourself about 5 pages in picture. When you're building rapport and Janet opens up her binder, these are all the people I help. Everyone I see, I open that up. When they see the people that I help, then they're trusting me right away. I get another issue. I also have reference letters from a lot of clients. I have that big in my binder. If you want to draw any of these points right here, I'll let you know how I'm doing. So that's what I have in my binder, that I'm even showing this manager, this is what I do. I'm serving the community. Now, I was a teacher in Wake County. I have 2 children and a husband. You know, I have mom's 87, I'm less than I know. And so I'm kind of telling them, you know, I'm a people person, family person, and stuff like that. So anyway, I have my binder with all the pictures, right? So that's how you build a rapport with that. Preparation. Set and prepare. So you set the time and date. So when I'm talking to the person, like, oh, okay, so what's hanging? Tuesday, Thursday, I got my phone. I look, I go Tuesday, Thursday. We'll give ourselves like at least 2 weeks. I gotta send you the flyer, I gotta send you the sign-up sheet, right? It's gonna take a couple of days. And then you post that for a couple of weeks, and then I'll be back in a couple of weeks, Tuesday or Thursday, I open my calendar. As soon as I get home, I'm gonna email you. As soon as I get home, I email them the picture, right? The flyer, so I go home that same day. And it just depends, like, yes, it's around, this is your lunch time, this is the way I'm doing May 19th to 10:30, right? This is the food that I'm doing breakfast. And this was the old one I had on everything that I did, right, Rachel? Yeah, I think this is on doing it, right? And when I went there last week, I had these made up with my, I don't like that picture, but Rod did this one, and it's all together, everything that I sell and do, right? Your local agents right there, down in town, and I gave this out to everybody last week when I went there, okay? So this is the flyer. Prepare the snacks and the food and the drinks, okay? Raffle the gift cards to Walmart and Target, and it's all to manage, we're gonna do a raffle, we're gonna do breakfast, make it sound fun, we're gonna talk about insurance, we're gonna make it fun. Manager gets the gift card if you like, I think that's very important. Print relevant handouts, if there's any other handouts that I want to get out, like I have, you just have a little bit of handout. I basically hand calendar and sanitizer magnets. I put it, hand sanitizer in everybody's bag that I did, but we have one that has Annuity on it, so I give my client hand sanitizer, right? So when I showed up at the senior home, I had this on the table, right? I had a couple of these that we made up. I have my 3 gift bags. Woo! I finished the whole thing. Go back, Bob. Where's Bob? I don't know how to go back. I'll go back in a minute. So all the gift bags are right in the front, right? To everybody. And I usually do 2 gift cards, $15 each. Beginning.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't look like I had my business cards on the table, the hand sanitizer, the gift bags and that, and then in hand it, right? These are the cards that we do. So I also have these low cost life insurance in the yellow box. Can you fix this? I didn't even know you said.
Let me see that.
I know. So what do you? Well, I give these out after I sell the insurance and they know I sell insurance, they put them in the house if they they have neighbors or friends they want to get out to, like, if they need. But these are also good to, put magnets on. I know Becky, you also did it, when we posted it, magnets to put on the doors. You can put these on the magnet doors in the senior home. And people will call me. Life insurance, things like that.
So what I do is I buy 15 minutes, and then I buy some stick magnets from Amazon. And I get them in $350, and I peel and I stick this, and then when I go to an apartment complex, I just run the whole apartment complex, stick these on doors, and I get phone calls. Vic actually did it too, did you?
Hey, Rob, I thought little round magnets, small round magnets, that we had to use a double-sided card with like a list of all the different services I offer,
Okay.
and then take a little round magnet and then stick it on that.
That's it. That was on this, it's there on this. But the thing is, people talk about it. They catch the $100 bill. So hit the one on the right. Right spot.
So the hand sanitizer magnets and all that creates the fire. Follow up. So now you have it booked for 2 weeks from now. That's May 19th. I will call that way by May 15th and find out how many is showing up so that I know how much food, have to get card and get myself ready. Right? And I have a little bag at home that has all this stuff in it that I make sure everything's replenished to me after the next time. So I always bring this like I do it again, hon.
There you go.
There it is. I mean, I touched that. So what happens is Right, so I follow up a few days before they did the head count. But we also go there and put flies in every place. Or the manager will do it for you. So a couple of days before, this way that they know that it's coming. So, yes, I created this, but this is the question we had for the raffle. So when I go to the senior home, I have it out before I start, and I have everything set up. I have about 5 clipboards, and I cut these in half, and I just have this questionnaire, I put them down with pen, and they all fill it out for the raffle. On here is their name, their address, their phone number, their apartment, their age, their birthday. Are they all Medicaid or Medicare, or something like that? Do they have life insurance, yes, no burial or cremation? And then I have the circle, if they smoke, diabetes, insulin, hepatitis C, obesity, heart attack, all that. So it's gonna get when they're sitting in the bitch. So it makes it easy when I get to my presentation, I'm looking through and looking around, so when I'm talking to them, I say, okay, there's a few of you here, I still don't have life insurance. There's a few here that have insurance, but we need to review that. You know, I think it's probably been a long time since somebody came to review it. I said, Jen, you know, some people on here have some health issues, but we have something for everyone. And so this is that, so if you give me those 2 minutes after we're done, that would be great, or we make an appointment. So we had that, so what I did is, not to have a system to do by yourself, it's not like you have some good flow or something. So I have a little cup, and I have these raffle tickets that I got years ago, I think the party said area to sell them anymore. But if you don't get them, be creative. Stickers or something, but these have numbers on them. Staples. Or you can just take a piece of paper, cut little pages, cut it in half, put a number 1, or put their names on it, whatever. So this is just easy. So I walk around and I rip half, I put half in the cup and I give them half, and the other one, get a ticket, get a ticket, get a ticket. You know, they walk in, they say, over the ticket. So I'm like, okay, like, you need a ticket. I'm like, one lady looked, and I said, if I saw that number, I don't know. So, and then we have six satisfied, then we have calendars at the end of the year in October, by November, they're all gone. You need to order a calendar. Because they constantly look at you. You want them to remember you. Over here. And let's see what else I have to do.
Again, can I ask?
My other part on,
Yeah, can I add on a little bit? I did. Yeah, can I add on a little bit? I have experience with doing those also.
Yeah.
Make it fun. Like, you can definitely make it fun. You can do exactly what they were doing today with the questions. And at the end of it, be like, hey, who wants to earn $5? And ask a question. And just to make sure they're engaged, or you can say in the beginning. At the end, you know, there will be a raffle, but there'll also be questions asked that you can win some money for also.
That's a great point. That's a good idea.
Gotta make it fun. I got the radio going on, the music, they come walking in, they came to the other day and they were all dressed up. I'm like, where you guys going? You know, they're like, oh, we just came from you, we just came from there. One said I'm going to a funeral, and they just all over the place. Okay, so here's me, this is last week actually, in the senior center, right? Make it fun, raffle registration, be professional, make it informative, right? Low pressure. Handout. Food after your presentation is complete. I don't want nobody eat until after I'm speaking. I'll give them water and sit down. Sometimes I catch them going to get some food and I kind of direct my seat. And now I kind of cover some of the food so they don't go up there and get it. Right? Set appointments the same day and future. So at the end of my presentation, I say, raise your hand if you're available right after I'm done here speaking today. And then I'll go find the little raffle they mean. I'll see, okay, I have Melissa, okay, Linda, okay, you know, Christina. And then if they can't meet me today, I set the appointment for the next day. Say it's Wednesday. I'll say, okay, well, I'm gonna be back here tomorrow. I'll be back here Saturday. I'm trying to keep it close. And some people say, oh, I'm busy all week. I'll see you on Monday. So it just really depends. It's like now you're working with them one-on-one to get their appointment. Rob the other day, he said, "Did you say he said, did you do the gift cards before you made that answer?" I said, before. It's like, you should do it after. I don't do it. I can't keep it again. What you should know, you will likely set appointments for that day, so you should be able to. Now, the senior center was a little different the other day. A senior center, they're coming to you, right? They don't live there. So a lot of them have stuff to do. And unfortunately, with 18 people, I'm like, oh geez, I got 18 people here and they'll leave it. Right? So what do you do? Okay. So while they were eating, I was sitting around talking to them. And one, I went to that day, I went to her house, I made her house. And the other lady I'm seeing Monday, I was supposed to see her next week, so I made her. She was trying to sell me tickets. She's gonna be in Greenville. I'm like, I don't want to do that. I'm not gonna come. She's like, want to buy some tickets? I go, yeah, I will. And she tried to sell me what, $20 worth of tickets, like the whole thing. Like, it's gross. Like I said, I don't care on me. But the whole thing was she was very. I never had. But the thing was, and she's like, oh, those one houses, they told me on it. It was almost like garden. So I didn't want to play that game, so I was very intentional about it. I didn't know when I did play on blinding out there, because I know they just get that percent. And I'm supposed to see that the shit, I'm not supposed to say it like that. So you can play fun the next day or two, someone would come to the food and ramps and find something along with it. And say, okay. Questions from those attending? Yes, I did answer a lot of questions. Like PJ said, you can make fun of it. Many that don't show, if you'll get a partner, go get them. So people that don't show up, you'll get them from Nashville, I'm sitting there, and who wasn't, and we'll know. So we have to sit and build a relationship with them. In my talk to all of them, I'm covering all their questions about me, about what I do, about how I'm gonna help you, and how I'm gonna serve you, right? So I'm cutting all that out. So by the time we're done, they want me to sit with them, right? The more fun they have, the more success you will have, right?
Yeah, it's great at making it hard. She really is.
Where's the next one?
Yeah, the battery, after the full day or something.
Yeah, I don't know if you've done it before.
Now I did it.
I don't know if you've done it before, but I've also been like bingo person,
Bingo.
you know, and that in itself.
They love the bingo, they want me to come back to the bingo now. I've done bingo in the food bank with Ghana. I can have a little fun.
All right.
But when you do the bingo, I'm sophisticated.
Yeah.